Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, just... I don't know why. I think my cat's fur flying everywhere is fucking with me so bad, I just washed my face off. Oh, I'm back. And we're getting back into Final Fantasy. Hopefully my frames are better. I don't know why I was getting like sub 20 frames while I was in Occult Crescent, and I even limited the amount of people I could see. Usually I'm at like 30 in there while streaming. Let's get back in there. Sorry, it's taking a second to boot. What? That was me, not you. Ah! Ah! The game crashed. What the fuck? I can't wait to get a new computer. It's gonna take some time, but once I do, most of these issues will be a thing of the past. Like, having OBS Final Fantasy XIV running at minimal graphics and YouTube at the same time is just a struggle. Come, you can do it. Come on. You can do it, Tron. Come on. That's the name of my computer. I know, nerd. I get it. Yeah, so, I actually don't play, the Dawn Trail. I'm in a Realm Reborn. I like the Realm Reborn starting screen. There's something about it that's kind of, like, special. I think, like, the stress of developing this game back in a Realm Reborn and Heavensward and trying to deliver on promises and stuff, and then being really optimistic after the reception of Heavensward and wanting to do new things. I think that helped Yoshi P and his team create some really special stuff. And then they just got comfortable with complacency and Shadowbringers from then on. Not doing the bare minimum, but at least not having to they didn't have to succeed through trial by fire anymore, which, you know, for a long-term game like this, I don't blame them, but at the same time, the game's become so safe. I'm just so happy with 8.0 trying to do new things. And classes might be easier then, but I think the fight designs are going to change drastically. So we'll see. Now let's get back to a little bit of farming. Might do some art in a little bit here. Depends how 5,000 EXP. How much does it need to level up? That's probably about 12k EXP total. because it's gonna be like 5,600 for this and then 6,400 for the next. I don't know if I want to do that all in one day, so maybe we'll get it to like level 4 and call it, do some art, go to Kingdom Hearts. I'm not looking forward to this one at all. Is this buff? No. It's on Avant. It's on Avant? Unless like this is like 1,000 to level this up, 2,000, 3,000, 4, and then 5, then I'll be okay with leveling this job. But it's gonna be like 1 to 2,000, then like 3,000, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000. It was fun at first when I came back. I had 5 jobs mastered, and man, it just takes so fucking long now. Oh wait, that one's already gone. Right. Huh? Can we make it to the magic stone? It's always the stone. Wow. An occult crescent special dies as soon as we get here. Man, I hate this place. I just want to level up these 2 jobs, do the Forked Tower to get my +2 armor, and then ignore this place until, oh, forever actually, and then do the North Horn. I think the North Horn would be fun. I think that this one was made with some misconceptions. Damn, I'm getting 20 frames during this? I mean, it's better. It's almost 30 frames, but... Man, maybe my computer is finally starting to kick the bucket, which will be really sad. Get him. It's kind of amazing that Paladin can insta-cast any freaking spell, and because of Requiecast giving a potency boost as well, that Comet Strike just does even more damage. So it does like almost 220k on average, which is awesome. I'm thinking about how I can bring this subject up to my raid group. My raid group is having trouble just clearing content consistently, and it's because they don't practice or anything. And I was thinking of using the analogy of like, it's like any hobby or skill that you learn, like playing an instrument or doing art, like drawing. Like, you're not going to get better at it if you don't do it more frequently, and you're going to lose some of the things you've learned or be rusty on it if you don't keep it in practice, you know? And you'll have to relearn things. Because some of them come up with the excuses that, oh, it's like a job. I don't want to pretend this game's like a job. No, it's like trying to perfect the skill you want to be good at. If you think about it like, oh, it's you have to clock in for a job, then yeah, it's gonna feel like that. But no, it's just you getting better at another skill and having another skill to call upon, basically. Because, man, I want to raid again, and I want to raid with them. I just don't want to be stuck in fights for 9 months. So maybe I'll be like, hey, we should only do this for like 4 months. Or like I will only be in the raid group for 4 months, and then I'm taking a break. Because I'm used to clearing stuff in a week or two. And for 5 years, I've been trying to show leniency with them, be like, yeah, I mean, we could still do better. It's okay that we're taking 6 months to clear one fight, but we could be doing better. And it's like nobody wants to log on and play the game consistently to develop their skills. Because they're all great players, they're great at the game. But we're getting to a point where everybody's frustrated and not having a good time anymore. And they're pointing fingers at people, and the second tier of this expansion, we're pointing... Oh, shit. We were pointing fingers at all the things that were going wrong and blaming other people for it. And we lost like the best healer, co-healer that we've ever had. Besides our raid leader, who's our main healer. And everybody loves that person who joined. Oh, might be too slow. Okay, no. Yeah, I want my raid group to have fun and not blame other people anymore. They gotta internalize and realize, yeah, maybe we're not doing so well and we can improve. Not that they're terrible players, it's just we need to put more effort into the hardest content in the game, which is Savage and Ultimate, even though I think Savage is mid-core content these days. But it's still the hardest stuff in this game. It's like, out of top 3 hardest content in this game, oh! Savages, and then Ultimates is number 1. far first, far middle, close. I just don't know how to tell them, because whenever I do try to talk to them, no matter how nice or stern, or even a few times I've been a complete asshole about it, they just don't listen. It is not normal for a group, especially with our skill level, to take more than 2 months to clear the entire tier, let alone spending 6 months on a single fight. Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing? Oh, sorry, man. I didn't get back on last night. I hung out with my brother, and just for some reason, I was so fucking tired, I passed right out. I'm gonna try not make a habit of that. So that's why I need to get better at, like, putting on the schedule and then taking it off if I'm not gonna return. I'm just so lazy about doing that, bro. How you doing today? Oh, I didn't really ask how you were doing yesterday, so I guess just like normal? Or your college is fun, bro. What you in college for? If you don't mind me asking. Whoops. Oh, dude, that's neat. I have a fascination with biology, but no actual tangible knowledge with biology that isn't more, I would say, like, average knowledge level. I went to school for animation, but I dropped out 10 years ago, even though I was in a program to become a Disney animator as soon as I got done, like entry-level stuff. But I dropped out because Frozen came out, and that killed the 2D industry for, at least for Disney. And since they're the kings of 2D animation, it just kind of trickled down, you know, and we've seen the effect of it. There's hardly any 2D animation from America developed. It's not indie animation. So I tried going back in 2022, did a couple years, but it just wasn't for me. I didn't learn jack shit. So I dropped out again. Plus, you know, sister passed. But yeah, college is fucking tough. Yeah. The Jet Sable, the guy who comes in here and says hi once in a while, that's my like, actual real little brother. That wasn't apparent because I call a lot of people bro, so I don't know if I confuse people with that. He's going to college right now as well. He's doing electrical engineering. That shit looks like it's fucking hard, man. What are you studying biology for? Like, what are you trying to do once you get out of college? Because like biology is cool, man. Most of my biology knowledge comes from Xenogears, embarrassingly enough. Horror stories, huh? Oh shit, I didn't know it was that hard. Oh, I gotta go talk to my little brother and see if he's doing okay. He's beating himself up because he's struggling with one of his classes. I think he failed one class and now he's got to do summer classes to make up for it. Oh wait, that's not completely true. I also have biology knowledge in the medical field because I have so many health issues growing up. I know a lot about that shit on a deeper level. No, bro, what the hell? It's just like, I'm not ready for this test. Hold on. Crosses two wires. Oh, there's a fire! So that one's gonna go that way, that one's gonna go that way, so I need to go this way. Okay. I believe it, man. I've seen people do some wackadoo shit to get tests delayed so they can be more prepared. People do crazy shit for no reason. Like, oh my god, 15 years ago, I had a girlfriend I was dating come visit from out of state. And she brought her poison dart frogs and tried to have my family pet them. And then she didn't want to leave at the end of the week she was visiting. So she had a giant fucking hunting knife, serrated hunting knife, in her purse. And she popped her own tires with that serrated knife. Just because she didn't want to leave. People do some crazy shit sometimes just to get what they want. But in this I can understand, because if it's like a small fire that's controllable, It's like, yeah, I need more time for this test. What can I do to delay this fucking test? Yeah, okay, I got it. Small fire, we'll take care of it. I mean, I would for some of the tests I had to take when I first started animation, like 15 years ago as well. Oh god, I'm feeling myself turn to dust as I talk about my age. Forgive me. So that one's going there. That one's going there. Oh shit. Oh nope, I'm gonna get hit. Fuck. Oh, at the last second too. God dang it. Oh wait, oh, hee. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, Gizmo. My baby cat keeps hiding under my bed. Hey, you never answered my question, bro. What you going to do biology for, bro? Oh, yeah. So this is a mod for 14 where I can display my HP as Kingdom Hearts 2 stuff. It's pretty dope. I can actually get my character model in there too, like put PNG for when I'm hurt, neutral, whatever. But when I tried to do it, it just did this, and I don't know how to get rid of it. So we're gonna ignore that. Am I still centered? Yeah, I'm centered enough. I wish I had to switch HP in Kingdom Hearts 2 right now. So, succubus? We love succubuses. Now that I have my pen, I'm gonna actually make PNGs for that. So when I'm streaming 14, I'll turn my PNG streamer off and we'll just have my little dude at the bottom. Then I might copy the UI and paste it over Kingdom Hearts 2 when we do other runs. And don't judge me. I'm learning how to use Blender right now, which is a modeling software for 3D objects. The reason I'm learning how to use it is so I can make a model of my character and put it over Sora and do a modded run with my character and add some custom animations and keyblades and stuff. But it's gonna take a long time for that to happen because Blender's just Photoshop in a 3D environment. I think it works the same. I'm just not very good at sculpting. So that's like a skill asset I gotta build up. But that would be so sick to see my own character in Kingdom Hearts 2. I was thinking of doing it for Kingdom Hearts 3, but I just don't like how 3 looks graphically. Oh, there are so many bosses in 14, dude. Sephiroth is not a boss, but he might be a boss in the future since this game's not doing too hot right now. It's kind of like a break glass thing. They already did one break glass thing because they banned a huge mod that allowed other people to see other people's mods in real time. And that pissed people off, so they unlocked the armor restrictions for jobs. Now you can wear any armor as any job for glamour, not for stats, but for glamour. So that was one break glass thing. And so the next one people are speculating they're going to do is Sephiroth. But so far this game has Chaos from Final Fantasy I as a super raid boss. Warrior of Light as a extreme boss for a story, or a trial boss, I should say. Trial bosses are like they're like casual bosses. They're not too hard. You probably won't lose if you play it, kind of deal. They have... Actually, I don't know if they have the 4 Archfiends. I think they have one of them. Like 4 of the Elemental Fiends from 1. They have some of the Chimeras and enemies from Final Fantasy II, but no bosses, really, besides Adamantoise. That's like a recurring thing. That's kind of what Final Fantasy II did. Final Fantasy II started a lot of stuff that became trends in other Final Fantasies, like Chocobos and stuff. So everything that's unique about 2 becomes less unique as the series went on. 3, they have the Skeleton Jester. Aminos or Adnos or whatever. Aminos. They have Zonde, the Cloud of Darkness. A few other bosses. Maybe one day I'll take you through all the Crystal Tower raids so you can see all of them. They also have the Crystal Tower, as I showed you. 4, they have Golbez. He became the last expansion. They had a filler story, and Golbez became like an actual character in the story. And then Zeramus became another trial boss, so Golbez and Zeramus are trial bosses. Then there was the Savage Raid series, which is like the second hardest content in the game. They had a Final Fantasy V themed raid series for the first part of the Stormblood expansion back in 2017. It had Alt-Roy in it, which was the Snake Dragon from 5. It had the Hekdai, Squiggly Doo, also from 5. It had a Halicarnassus from 5. And then it ended with X-Death, the big bad of 5, and his super form, which was still the coolest transformation ever. It was the first, like, 2-phase boss that we ever got in this game. The next one was Final Fantasy VI themed, so we got a bunch of 6 bosses. Most of them I don't remember, because I don't really care for 6. But the last boss was Kefka. I'm sure you know who Kefka is, Clown Boy. I think we talked about him on Raid, our stream. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I'm just getting over like an allergic, like, fucking attack I got from my cats. So I'm still trying to get my brain together. Oh, also, in a couple weeks are the Ultimate Raids, the hardest fights in the game. They're making a Kefka Ultimate Raid, because Ultimates are just taking old asset fights and revamping them with new assets and new mechanics, which is cool. And they make them the hardest fight. A couple reasons. It's not like I hate it. I think it's a good game, but I'm just not a fan of it. I really like the character storytelling of Final Fantasy games. I think it's the strongest asset. I like them focusing on a few characters with really well-developed personalities. Final Fantasy VI had the ambitious idea to add 30 story-relevant playable characters. Some of them are optional, like I think like 7 of them are optional, but most of them are story relevant, at least at some point. And they all get about, I would say, 10 to 20 minutes of gameplay for their story, and that's it for each character. You hardly really learn about any character besides the 2 main characters, Terra and Celeste. And because there's so many characters, they don't have like cutscenes where a lot of them talk and interact with each other, because they're so interchangeable. Oh shit. So like the character storytelling and personalities are weaker than other Final Fantasies. Plus there's a little bias there. It's still happening to this day, but there's people who are saying like, if you like any Final Fantasy after 6, you're not a real Final Fantasy fan, and 6 was the best game they ever made. And that was super prevalent back then when people could not handle 3D graphics being the new standard for video games and thinking that all good games are gone now. And so I was just fucking tired of hearing it, honestly, and that left a bitter taste in my mouth for 6. So I can't lie, that does add to it. But then when I did play it, I did find that I didn't like the character storytelling that they introduced with the 30 individual characters. It also has some weird gameplay quirks to it outside of the game, and I'll explain that in a little bit, but there's a point in the game where the world gets fucked over and it completely changes the terrain, and there's a weird misconception that they just had extra time developing that game and they thought, hey, let's just add this whole second world to this game, let's change the story. That's not what happened. That was planned from the beginning. They were having development issues working on the second part of the game, the second half, in the World of Ruin, to where they had to pull staff from Chrono Trigger to work on Final Fantasy. And that's where it really started the trend of them focusing on Final Fantasies as their primary thing and letting all these side projects die. Or at least take longer to get finished or become lesser than they could be. Thankfully, Chrono Trigger barely escaped that fate since it was an older game and it was easier to develop for compared to modern games. So Chrono Trigger is deemed one of the greatest RPGs of all time, and I completely agree. It's technically a Final Fantasy without being a Final Fantasy, and it's one of my favorites. But then they have some weird gameplay stuff that they refined in Final Fantasy VII. Like, in 7, to cast spells, you get materia that are specifically like fire materia or whatever, you know. And those level up and become stronger versions of those spells. And it's very simple on the surface, so it's very easy to get into, because you have like a slot system with your weapons and armor where they have like little holes in them, little slots. And some of the slots are connected, and that's where the complexity comes from, because you can combine like a fire materia with an all materia, and an all materia lets you cast fire on every target on the field. And the more you level up an all materia, the more you can cast it on every enemy on the field per battle. And so as you go through the game, the complexity evolves more and more. Whereas in Final Fantasy VI, every character is kind of like their own job from Final Fantasy V. Because Final Fantasy V is like 3, where you could transform into a bunch of different jobs, right? Basically this. But each individual character is their own job. And that locks a lot of gameplay to certain characters that are sometimes locked at a story, or you haven't unlocked them yet, or they got separated, whatever. And then to use magic and stuff besides the main character, Terra, and I think Celeste. Nobody has natural magical progression, so you have to find Magicite, which is a summoning materia that summons a specific Esper or summon spirit, and that comes with a specific set of spells and stuff attached to it. And I think that how it works is that once you mastered it, that character knows that spell forever. I don't think so. I think it's you level up that Magicite and it learns to do spells and skills, and when you take off that Magicite, those are all gone. But it's just kind of a sloppy system that 7 refined. So yeah, this gameplay and story and stuff, I feel, are too disconnected from not only from each other, but in general, because they were overly ambitious with this, and starting their trends that would screw over future titles. Urking! Urking! Thank you for urking! I appreciate the irk! Hell, if you're not just irking, thanks for stopping by. How's it going? Vampire Waffle. Final Fantasy VI does have like a really cool boss though, which is Kefka. He doesn't have like a lot of backstory, but he is the driving force of what caused all your characters to band together to want to stop the Empire. And there are some great moments in that game, like suplexing a train. Suplexing a train, the opera, which was really impressive for the time. Everything about the samurai character, I forgot his name. Those were all good parts of the story. But it just falls flat in terms of what I look for in a Final Fantasy, so I'm not a big fan of 6. But it's certainly better than 16, I'll say that. Chrono Trigger is like a unofficial Final Fantasy. 16 is an official Final Fantasy. I don't count as a Final Fantasy. I don't know if that clears things up at all, but yeah, that's why I don't like 6 so much. I don't like its gameplay or storytelling as much as other ones. It's not bad, it's not what I look for. Shit, I gotta pay attention to this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I survived getting hit the first one. God dang it. I hate this game server tick so freaking much. Well, now I'm free to talk, at least. Oh, Chris, did you see Seer released his Final Fantasy V video finally? The run he did for Final Fantasy V is fucking insane. I only watched the beginning of it because I wanted to save it for stream, but what the hell was he thinking? No! It doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, I saved it for stream if we want to watch it later, but yeah, the rules he set for it was, you know, the usual no money and all that. But he also said no opening the menu. So, no changing jobs, no saving, no change here besides the weapons and stuff you could change in battle, thankfully. But yeah, you can't open the fucking menu. I watched like 10 minutes of it while I was cleaning off my face a little bit ago from my cat allergy bullshit. And I want to figure the fuck out what the hell happened. Igor die Folk. Oh god, I don't know, but I'm not looking forward to that because I feel he's gonna just be trash talking 7 the entire time. And then, oh god, is he gonna slam 8 the entire time? I will say, I beat the whole game, all of Final Fantasy VIII as an 8-year-old, just summoning spirits, never junctioning or using any of the systems. So I'm already a pro gamer at birth. No, yeah, not touching the controller, probably. Because, yeah, once you understand the system in Final Fantasy VII, any difficulty in that game kind of goes the wayside. But that's cool, because you're using the game systems, the knowledge of those systems, to your advantage. And it's not like cheating or anything, it's just like, I'm really good at putting together these builds. I like that. That is like the ultimate custom build game. Final Fantasy VIII was too forward thinking with what it did. I think if you mix the leveling system, like a refined version of Final Fantasy II's level system, with Final Fantasy VIII's everything else, you'd have a pretty special game right there. Like a really good, solid, new type of RPG. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Final Fantasy VIII is one of the first games ever that has like weapon or crafting in general in it. It made sense with whatever you had to create. I thought it was so cool. Like to make this guy's double barrel shotgun, you had to get 2 steel pipes and gunpowder and stuff. I thought that was so cool. YMFAH? Yimfa? I don't know what Yimfa is. Oh. Oh, like that guy you sent me? Who's like, we're only gonna throw fucking items. All of Dark Souls 2. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of him, but, you know, thanks to you, I'm starting to get into, like, challenge runs. Not doing them, but watching them. What? Well, I guess that's not too out of the realm of possibility. But that is certainly unorthodox. Some people would say that you don't talk to most NPCs through any Dark Souls game playthrough. I don't know if I agree with that statement. Still. Same people who complain about that in Dark Souls games, how they don't like hold your hand the entire time. I'm seeing so many people like that in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, so many people are complaining that we have to go to this new zone and grind for the strongest weapon in the game instead of them just getting it handed to them like they did last expansion. God, that was so bad. Like, literally, you just had to get these tomestones that you grind from doing any mission. These tomestones right here and here. You just have to get 1,500 of them, which takes like a day, and you got one step of the relic, and you did that 5 times, and you had the relic. Easy. But now you actually have to interact with the fucking game to get the current relic, and people are pissed. And it's the same with like Dark Souls. People are like, they don't tell you the story or blah blah blah. You have to figure out the story yourself. It's a different form of storytelling for starters. Chill the fuck out, bro. Ugh. That's me in real life. Yep. It's like looking in a mirror. Ah! That is so cool that frickin' paladins could just insta-cast any magic. So they could just insta-cast the super broken spells that take like 6 seconds to cast. Let's see what we... Oh! I thought he was gonna do an alternating thingy, but oh well. There's a rumor that if you don't get a Vuln stack doing these CEs, that you get the accessories that are super fucking rare, or you have a higher chance. So I was trying to do that. But man, I'm running... What are my frames right now? Yeah, this is sub 20 frames whenever I go in this fucking area on stream. I swear I limited how many characters are on screen at one time. Let's see. Oh, I'm dead, so I have time to look at this now. Damn it! Oh! Well, turning down the quality of everybody made my frames go up a little bit. Can't wait to get the new computer, dude. No, I'll keep that max phone because I hate not being able to see enemies in the distance. Fuck, it's open Windows. Hauling some meteors. Now, when I play as a melee class with magic stuff on, it makes me feel like I'm playing Final Fantasy V a little bit. Oh yeah, to finish off your question from earlier, Crisps, they do have like a bunch of the weapons from Final Fantasy VII as bosses in this game, at least, as well as like the beginner boss of 7, the Scorpion Robot. But there's like 0 Final Fantasy VIII bosses, even though we got a Final Fantasy VIII themed raid, quote unquote. It hardly had fucking shit to do with Final Fantasy VIII. and there was not a single boss that was from Final Fantasy VIII, just one that was like, oh, it's kind of like the final boss, kind of. And then when Yoshi P, the director of the game, was questioned about it, it's like, well, this is still Final Fantasy XIV. So we couldn't go all the way, break the fourth wall like that. But motherfucker, we just had 2 raid tiers in the previous expansion that was straight up 1-for-1 Final Fantasy V and 6 with some Final Fantasy 1, and then the next expansion after that was Final Fantasy 9. Like, this expansion we're doing right now is completely Final Fantasy 9 themed. The stories revolved around Final Fantasy 9. One of the jobs is based on Final Fantasy 9. A lot of the areas we go to are Final Fantasy 9 themed. Like, come on! He just doesn't like Final Fantasy, he just doesn't like Final Fantasy 8 personally, I think. I think he doesn't like Gamora, honestly. Emerald and Ruby Weapon, yes, they are both in here as bosses, and Ruby Weapon is one of the coolest bosses they've ever made, because it's tied to the Ukab raid tier that I showed you. But yeah. Yeah, and I'm not surprised you know of them. They're like the first official super bosses that were added into Final Fantasy and started the trend of super bosses. I'm sure a lot of challenge runs talk about them a lot. Man, as a kid, I tried so hard to beat Ruby and Emerald Weapon to no avail. I just kept getting my freaking shit stomped in. Oh, I forgot I added this. Now with the game knowledge and experience I have now, I could probably beat them in one go without a lot of preparation. But back in the day when I was a kid and I didn't understand the game mechanics, and not a lot of other people did, truly. Now you need some pretty specific strats. I was trying to do the Knights of the Round Table W summon. So Knights of the Round Table is that summon that like hits 13 individual times. It ignores enemies' magical defense, so it can do almost max damage with each hit. So 13 max hit damage hits, but they have like over 1,000,000 HP. So doing 10,000 damage in 13 is like 130-ish, a little under 130,000 damage. So you had to do that 10 times, and that summon was 5 minutes long, and it costs a lot of MP. So I would summon the Knights of the Round Table and use the W summon that lets you summon 2 times, and then have 2 mimic materia to bypass the MP cost for my other 2 party members, and just try to get that out as fast as I could. Emerald Weapon, you fought underwater, and there was a time limit because you could only breathe underwater for so long, so you had to beat him within 20 minutes. So that strat went out the fucking window. It turns out that I think there's a materia or an item you can get that lets you have extended time underwater. I never figured that out as a kid because I didn't look up guides or anything, and that shit was much more rare back in the day. Which I kind of miss that about games. Like, I was just talking about this on stream, like, this game can't have any secrets outside of day one. Like, nobody wants to do the cool giant Forked Tower dungeon that's cute right now because they're too scared to do it. And they don't want to do anything that they won't get instant gratification and rewards for. And all the secrets for that place, for places like that in this game, are out of the window like day one. So, but yeah, that's what I loved about older games, is like figuring the shit myself. So what I had to do for Emerald Weapon, that worked for Ruby Weapon for the most part, and I'll get back to Ruby Weapon in a second, but Emerald Weapon, I had to there's a few things I tried. First, I tried getting my character's HP to be specifically 7777. because once you had it all 7, you got the buff Lucky 7s, and you started off the battle before anything else could happen with your character doing, I think, 17 attacks for 7,777 damage. But they happened way faster than Emerald. And I think you could mimic that, so after I got one character to do that, or all 3 to do that, I would just have them mimic. But that was having some trouble with Emerald as well, because I couldn't kill him fast enough doing that. Because then my characters that have max health and some of his attacks would do over 9,000 damage and kill me, or at least 8,000. So it's like it counted for you doing that strat. It's not like Final Fantasy VIII where you could literally just farm a certain enemy and get a card that you can turn into a hero drink that you can use to become invincible in battle, and just go into battle with low HP, pop an invincible drink, and then she keeps spamming limit breaks over and over again because there was no bar that built up. It was like Final Fantasy VI, where if you were low on HP, you'd have a chance of doing a limit break. But it was super abusable in 8. I think 7 did it the best, where it's just a bar you build up over time. I'm trying to remember, how did I beat Emerald Weapon? I think it was a combination of 4-cut with, like, Vincent, I think. Vincent's like the sharpshooter. And when you have 4 times cut, it's obviously intended for Cloud because he has really cool animation for doing it 4 times, which I think is just his cross-cut animation now I think about it, but it still looks cool. So you do 4 attacks in 1 turn, 4 normal attacks. I think I got Vincent to do 4 attacks in 1 turn, and I think he had a gun that pierced enemy defense. So he was doing max damage to Emerald Weapons, like little... He had 4 gems, 1 orange, 1 blue, on each side of his, like, jet wings or whatever he had on the shoulders. And you had to take those out, or else they just keep shooting lasers and shit at you. Yeah, I think that's what I did, because I used Vincent to do that and break his stupid little orbs. And then... no, I didn't use the 777. Man, this was... I'm trying to recall, like, 13... No, 20-year-old memories. Uh-oh. Ooh, that was close. Lupa Weapon you fought on in the desert, but he had a mechanic where he would use a quicksand ability to instantly remove one of your party members from battle permanently. That shit's devastating. I think I had to do something super specific to beat him. But these were all my own, like, device strats as a 13, 14-year-old. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, did I get out? Yeah, I did. Whew. But those are what got me into doing endgame boss fights, to be honest. And I think that's what kind of led my life as we progressed into Kingdom Hearts, challenging super bosses until I won, beating my head against that wall. And now Final Fantasy XIV, where I'm trying to beat all these super bosses. Except with 14, I had to get a group of 7 other people who will give me the fucking time to be able to beat these bosses at my own pace, which is really fucking hard to do. Because most people have a fucking ego problem in this game just because they can beat some hard content. Like, I love Final Fantasy XIV, but I do not have any love for its fan base. Oof. That's the one that always almost gets me. I want to build a... Oh! That's close. I want to build a team of people who want to casually go through ultimates and learn them over time, but it's so hard to find people who are willing to go through those fights. This is the only Final Fantasy I haven't beat all the super bosses to, and that makes me kind of sad. Well, besides the re-releases of old Final Fantasies I never played. It's so hard to see where to go with so many fucking people. Woo! Oh, got through the whole thing without getting hit once. That was tough. That's why Bozja is just so much better, because if you get through Bozja without getting hit, you get notoriety and some buffs and stuff and extra rewards. This, they don't give you shit. So all that hard work was kind of for nothing, but I mean, I did make it easier for my team, but or the people I was playing with, since I don't have a party going. You know what? Fuck it. Oops, not that. I'm going all in. These are the things you gotta buy to get into the Forked Tower. I don't have any use for this stuff anymore. There we go, 71. I think you can hold 99. Oops. How the fuck did I beat? I think with Ruby Weapon I did go with the W summon Knights of the Round Table with a mix of Lucky 7 to beat him. And that's the way that I knew how to get through that stuff. But like now I have like way better ideas and options to do. I was so like attack. Oh my god, I hate this place. Ugh, anyway. I was so attack focused, like, oh, everything has to be in damage, everything has to be in damage, I don't care about my defense. But sometimes the best offense can be the best defense, good defense. Oh, sorry, the best defense can be a good offense as well. Because if I thought about how to interact with these materials more, then how can I pump out as much damage as possible? Instead of like, how do I passively dish out damage while being defensive? I would have had a lot easier time with that game. In fact, my last playthrough of 7 about... Damn! I would say about 12 years ago. Yeah, I was having a way fucking easier time with it. Because I was doing stuff like... putting the not bodyguard, but the counterattack. No, it was called cover. Mixing cover with counterattack. So when I would block people from getting damage, Cloud would run in and do an auto attack. And then another one where if he died, he would summon Phoenix on death to auto revive him and heal the whole party. That's like the kind of the best strat to use in most games, I find, is like where you can combine your defense with offense for the most part. There's some games where it's just like go balls to the walls, attack, and just get it over with ASAP. And I like those games too. That's how I thought Birth by Sleep was. But we'll see when we get back into it. I don't think it's gonna be. I see a lot of Thunder Surge in my future. At least for MF. You know what? I hate MF so much. I'm gonna try that trick where you use the Peter Pan stab at the right moment to fuck up his heal barrier and just crash him. And it's either my game crashes or he dies. That's how much I hate that dude. Grabbing chests. Oh shit, my silver chest is here. Alright, let's pray it's a good one. It was not. Wow, I almost have every single silver chest respawned. I definitely gotta take a... After we level this up, I'm gonna find all the treasure chests and we'll probably switch over to doing something else. I want to learn that ability. That seems like a lot of fun. That's another thing I don't like about these Occult Crescent jobs, these Phantom jobs. All the fun abilities are like the last thing to get to level up. Which would make sense if you could take those skills and put them on Freelancer. What? I wasn't in that shit. Get bent. Oh. Here. Here. Well, it doesn't matter now. Why am I fucking worrying about it? Sounds like this jungle beat music that's been popping up the last couple of years sounds a lot like rave music. I used to hang out with a lot of goth girls back in my younger days and go to fucking raves to music with music like this blasting in my fucking ear all night. Kinda glad those days are over, to be honest. So fucking tiring, man. Get my shit stomping. Miss the Gospels. Don't miss the late night raves and people trying to give me drinks that are suspect. Or groups of people thinking that I'm one way just because I'm a goth and at the party and trying to get me to do shit I don't want to do. That shit I have no fondness for. But the dancing was fun. Get those buffs renewed. 2 more fates and I should be done. Not done with this class, but like done for today. Because I don't feel like playing another like 3 hours to level up to max. It's probably gonna be an hour and a half, but still. It is the last job I need to level up to get Inquiring Mind for Phantom Freelancer. Which will be dope, because then I could do all those buffs I just did with one button. I could also just pop into a zone and like search for chests, whoops, and then pop all the buffs on. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, there's a lot of Final Fantasy IX bosses before this expansion. Like, even the super boss was added to a 24-man alliance raid. They have even more because of this expansion. It's obvious that Yoshi really, really, really likes dark fantasy or low fantasy stuff. Which is weird because I don't know why he put cyberpunk shit in his game. Then Final Fantasy X, they got two bosses. Oh wait, sorry, there's one boss from Final Fantasy VIII that's straight up from 8. There's a dungeon boss that's the Quillavitz, I think it's called. Quetzalcoatl? That's it, Quetzalcoatl. It's a Thunderbird from Final Fantasy VIII. It's the only one-to-one boss from Final Fantasy VIII. This expansion introduced Velgamunder, which is the very first summon you see in Final Fantasy VI, which progresses the plot forward. So that's kind of cool. Don't know if I'm butchering that name or not, but Velgamunder, that's how they say it. I guess we'll see how much EXP it takes to level the next class, and then I'll decide if I want to max this out before we do other stuff. Because if it's at like 9,000 EXP to max, then I ain't doing this right now. But if it's at like 6,000 to maybe 7,000, I'd consider it. But definitely gonna take a break to go find all the treasure chests. Alright, that should be level 4. This spell, what does the spell do? Removes 1 beneficial start status from target with some exceptions. Well, I guess you could use that for... No, it's beneficial status, so you shouldn't use that on your allies. Okay, we'll do this last CE, and then we'll go run around and grab treasure chests and hope for the best. If I can make it there in time, that's another story. And I want to play Kudelka and Parasite Eve so bad. Those are definitely the 2 Halloween games we playing on this stream. I might try to play Shadow Hearts. Even though those games aren't like actual horror like Kudelka is. They are direct sequels to Kudelka. And I hear they're really good games that are also got the combat developed by the Legend of Dragoon guys. And there's anything Legend of Dragoon did right was its combat. Oh, I'm not in combat though. Yeah, whatever. I wanted to do the Berserk and do the 1.5 million damage thing. It's a shit ton of 11 bosses now that I think about it. Between the last zone that they added and the 11 series of 24-man dungeons that they added. Or line trades, whatever. A lot of Final Fantasy XII and Tactics bosses. There's some 13 enemies in the game, no bosses. There's a singular Final Fantasy XV enemy when the event rolls around. And 116 enemy. That's bullshit. So it's only, it's 7,000 to level it up one more time. That's honestly not much more than what I just did. That's like 3 more CEs. Then I never have to do the really annoying manual switch between 4 jobs bullshit ever again. And then next time I get on here, I could just power level that last job in like a day and be done with this place. Get ready for the, well, the Forked Tower dungeon I gotta figure out how to get into, but then I can get ready for the Northhorn and hope that it's just better. server ticks are such bullshit. I just got the achievement for doing 500 fates earlier, and I still have not found a single goddamn accessory. Between these two, that's it. I never thought I would actually level up all these jobs. I don't know what happened. Something just kind of like bit me, and I wanted to like level up in here for some reason. I think it was after playing Final Fantasy II. I'm like, wow, leveling up and doing this kind of stuff is fun. Oh wait, let's see how many chests we got. It's just not fun in here. 4 silver chests and 30. Okay, I'm glad we did that CE. 4 silver and 30 bronze. Alright, so... Alright, we'll check all these ones north, then we'll go through... We'll pass through this area. I think we'll scoop around like this. Go in. Grab those. Check all the silvers. And then go through the secret passage here to drop down into the area we just had that boss fight. Which this one's always annoying for me to figure out how to navigate. Maybe when I drop down, I'll go around here, grab that, back up and zigzag through. So we'll grab all the ones south, go around the tower, go back up this way, grab all these chests here. In. And this will be the hardest part. Then we'll grab all these chests here. I'm so happy for this add-on. Finding these treasure chests would have been impossible beforehand. Unless I had like a window open with all the shit off screen. Oh yeah, I heard the guy who made Final Fantasy II, like the director of 2, continued a lot of the stuff he did with Final Fantasy II with Romance Saga. And then he left the company a while ago, and he was actually talking mad shit about what Kitase, the director of Final Fantasy VII, was saying about turn-based games and how they just don't sell anymore. Which I thought that was kind of funny. They probably don't sell anymore because nobody's been making them for the last like fucking... Like no AAA companies have been making them for the last like 15 years. So how would you guys know in the fucking first place? We haven't had like any new AAA turn-based games that try new and interesting ideas in a long time. The only one we have was Final Fantasy VII Remake. They took a lot of old ideas and mixed it with a bunch of new. It mixes some of the Chrono Trigger battle mechanics with Final Fantasy VII and a little bit of Kingdom Hearts. What happened to my music? Was that the end of my playlist? What? There's no way. No, I hit shuffle, you son of a bitch. It just played the last song that was on the bottom of the list and said, oh, it's done now. Now we're hoping to find our neon lights and carrots or accessories. If we get a blue icon when we open a chest and it says occult something of war, like a cult ring, a cult bracelet, necklace, and hell yeah. And it's gonna be so tempting not to sell that for 40 freaking million gil. But we have other ways of making money, and money's useless in Final Fantasy, so like, I've already made 10 mil. Well, technically I've already made 15 mil just from playing the game, being in the zone. It's a moneymaker if you just sell most of your shit. I would have made like another 30 mil if I sold all the shit. It's kind of rare. No chest there. Chest there. Do I want to sell this or use this? Or do I already have it? What is a Dionysius? Look at these mostly normal lions compared to the ugly fuck lion mount that they gave us for paladins to use. We'll just void it up. Man, I'm so unlucky. Hundreds of these chests. Hundreds. I found so many carrots on my week 1 of returning, or like last week. I found like 6-7 carrots. And since then, since I got all my armor, I haven't found a single carrot again. When I actually want to sell them. Okay, so that is a guaranteed silver in there.
I feel comfort as if alone. Do you not sense it?
Hairstyle, more, all useless. I already have enough. I don't need more. You see, Bojo was so fun and engaging that I got multiple gear sets for multiple different jobs, as well as I leveled most of my outside jobs inside that place. I even did it in other expansions when that wasn't the best way to level because I had so much fun. This place, you can't level jobs from outside in here. The lost actions are pretty limiting. Like, or not the lost actions. They're compared to lost actions, they're pretty limiting on what you can do with them. So we've checked basically all of this. Now we just gotta start going over there. Checking that bridge. Carrot? Damn it. Damn it all! I might farm this job to max with that last 7,000 EXP. So we get 480 EXP per CE.
Let my voice be a guide through this.
And 160 per fate. CEs take about 3 to 5 minutes. Fates take about 1 to 3 minutes. 1 to 2, I'd say. By the time a CE pops, we could do about 2 fates. So 360 plus 480, that's like 840 points. Hit! I tapped it once. Hey, I'll take the 16E experience. So that would be about every 10 minutes, about 800. So in about an hour, 6 times 8 is 36. Oh, no, wait, no, that's not right. 48. Don't know why that was so hard for my brain to think about, but yeah, so about in an hour, about 4,800. So it'd take about a little under 2 hours to max this out. I don't know. Wish there was ways to level up things faster, or I wouldn't feel like I'm wasting time in here. Like, all they'd have to do is let you level shit from outside inside this place, and I'd have like almost no issue. I would say it's less than Bosha, but at least you could do almost everything you can. Man, I feel like we barely opened any chests, like maybe 10. Yeah, that's kind of why I keep it on in every game I play. Yeah, someone did the math, and apparently to max out all the jobs in this area, it's about an 80-hour endeavor. Which thankfully I've broken up throughout the week by doing it in segments of like 4 hours or less. There was one day where I did it for like all day on one of my days off. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I got excited because I got a super lucky drop, and I got one of the super 0.1 chance or 0.1 chance percent drops from an accessory in a chest. And I got so excited, but it was for magic. But they gave me a shit ton of money, you know? So I'm like, oh wow, so maybe I do have a chance to get these really rare things, even though they're marginal stat upgrades. And the weapon is made for this place, but there's no bonus for having it for this place. There's no like special stat to it. Like all of these, this gear has like a occult crescent effect. Strength plus 80, special attribute plus 2. Like, I think the relic weapon should have that, but it doesn't. It's kind of a bum. It's kind of a bummeroo. Oh, well, my silver chest is up there, so we're going up there whether we want to or not. And the imp's right there, looking straight at me, you fuck. Fucking folk. Turn around. Slowly. Put your hands in the air and turn around slowly. Please. I don't want to die. another one. Ooh. Wait, no way. That bronze chest is up there? Oh, this is stupid. Okay. Howdy do. I may have almost every job mastered. I may have almost the best gear you could possibly have. But I'm only level 20. And fighting one of these guys solo is sewer slide. I see it. Ooh. Namazu! Stop giving me minions! Give me stuff I actually need! I think this whole tower has every bronze chest unlocked. This is not cool. Okay, we're gonna risk it. We're gonna risk it. Please don't turn around. Oh, okay. We're risking it. Eep. That one too. I'm at such low HP. Uh-oh. Wait. Ah! Oh no! Okay. Ah! Why'd that open? Okay. Eh! I don't like this. Ooh. You're looking straight at the treasure chest, aren't you? Oh. 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 Okay, got that one. Okay, got the silver. Fuck. Where are you facing? Okay. Yeah, this is how old MMOs were played. The enemies were super fucking dangerous, so you'd either have to run around them or team up with a party to be able to handle them. But older MMOs made you run super slow, like 11. So you had to encounter them most of the time, and there's no mounts in... I don't think there's any mounts in 11. I think World of Warcraft started that trend. Which I'm not a big fan of mounts for the most part. They take away a lot from movement in games. And as soon as they added flying to this game, to where you can fly around open world zones, it really fucked up map design tremendously. Like, enemy placement doesn't matter anymore. Secrets aren't really a thing anymore. Bro, don't look at the treasure chest. That's mine. Mine. I don't want to wind up fucking... Okay, what was that one that just popped up? Was it the one I just grabbed? I think so. So there's probably one down there in that field of dragons. Nope. Alright, I think that's all of them. I'll scoop up by... No, that's where I came from, so it's definitely not there. Yeah, that's all of them. So, we're done with the hardest part. That tower area is the only place that can really get you killed if you're level 20 plus. Since I'm level 20, everything one level below me does not fuck with me. Case in point. Is this a silver chest? Doesn't look like it's up there. Yeah, we'll go for that one. No, you know, I think I'll save leveling this up for later tonight. Maybe in my own time. So I think we'll switch over to Kingdom Hearts right now. As soon as I get all these chests. Doll head, what the fuck? So much junk. Nothing there. Alright, let's check this chest. Alright, we're getting close. We just have this part of the map to do. The beach, the water cave, and the caves. I still got 3. Oh my god, wait. We've checked all these, and I haven't found a single silver chest except for that one. So my last 2 silver chests have to be these, one of these 3, or 2 of these 3. Fuck. Of course, they had to be in the hardest places to get. Well, the first one's not so bad. Okay, so that bronze chest is what the hell's an Aether Cab? Demi materia, demi materia, demi materia. 26 of these fucking things. Sure, that's like 26k, but come on. I find 1 fluorescent light bulb, neon fluorescent light bulb, 2 million. I find 1 carrot, 3.5 million. I can't believe I haven't found a single one. The moment that I want to sell them instead of use them, it feels kind of a waste. I could have just kept doing pot fates all this time and made more money. Wait a second. I gotta go up there. Okay, that confirms it. My last 2 chests are the hardest, second hardest silver chest to get, and another very dangerous one to get. The easy one was not it. I kind of like the silver chocobo armor with this gold lion armor. That kind of looks cool. Oh, these fucking heck dice. Okay, so these are the only thing in the game that's like an old school MMO or like Xenoblade Chronicles 1. They can only sense you by sound. So if you just walk slowly by them, they won't see you. This is how Eureka was. They had a shit ton of enemies that could see you only by sound, or like hear you by sound. sorry, let me rephrase that. That just sounds moronic. Enemies that can only hear you, detect you by hearing, detect you by sight, detect you by, like, actions. Like, if you use an action around them, they'd, like, sense your magic or some shit. I forgot the explanation was. That was very interesting. There was, like, blocked pathways that had sleeping dragons around them that would fucking instantly kill you. So you had to slowly walk by them like this, and I thought that was so cool. This is the only place that does that. Huh. Wonder why there's ether crystals under here, like Bahamut's lair. Oh, great. Man, this was fun at first because I was like getting a lot of good shit, but it's like the more I play of a Forked Crystal. Oh, God, dude. Back up there. Hey, I'm trying to jump down, bro. Stay up there. It's like the more I play of the Occult Crescent, the less rewards that I get over time. Like I'm being punished for playing the content. And they're like, oh yeah, give them a lot of rewards at first to get them hooked, and then start giving them less, like in a mobile game. I don't know if that's actually how it is, but that's how it feels. Because I was getting way more carrots, way more neon lights and stuff. So if you don't want me playing your fucking MMO, I could gladly oblige you if you really feel that way. Here's the last little stretch. I like teleporting for this last bit because, yeah, I don't want to fall down. That place where we got the silver chest with the ghosts, we could fall down here and continue, but then the ghost could sometimes could detect you and fuck your day up. Or when you land, there's a bunch of like little Hydra monsters that can also fuck your day up. I just don't want to deal with that. Oh, by the way, here's a Final Fantasy V reference. It's called the Guild Turtle in that game, but he's cool. I think it's if I remember correctly, it's a turtle that you can only beat by throwing coins at it or something. And they gave you a lot of coins for beating it. Or Gil, I should say. Pretty sure I checked that one, but I'll go walk by this real quick just to be sure.
I'm enchanted by your presence.
Yeah, I thought so. Like, this map is beautiful, and it would be so much better if they just let you level here. Like, that looks really cool. Whoops. And someday I'll go into Eureka. I'm trying to get my little brother to go into it, but we'll see about that. It's literally based off of the Final Fantasy III area, but it's got a lot of Final Fantasy XI-isms in it and 11 bosses. Because back then they were interested in mixing Final Fantasy lore together But ever since like Endwalker, they've been just doing like straight up Final Fantasy characters in this game now, which is kind of annoying. Or Final Fantasy one-to-one ripped from other Final Fantasy ideas put into this game, which is boring. I liked it when they put thought into it, and it's like, oh, it's the Crystal Tower, but it has Final Fantasy IV stuff in it, and blah 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 blah. Like mixing them properly. Alright, last little dangerous bit here. Damn, dude, not a single freaking carrot. I also thought they'd do this place more justice, because they have put a lot of Final Fantasy V references in this game. I mean, you go to the Phantom Ship Graveyard from Final Fantasy V as a dungeon for the start of Stormblood. And then the first raid tier is all Final Fantasy V bosses. And then they had Red Mage, which it's most iconically from 5, and it's based off the 5 iteration where it does dual cast. You know, I've seen a bunch of bands live, like Gorillaz and stuff, but my favorite band I ever saw live was this band, Dance with the Dead. That feels like a big waste of time. I didn't get anything that was worth much money at all. I didn't get a single freaking carrot. Yep, got every treasure chest. Let's see, what did I get at the end of the day? Oh, an emote for 4,000 gil, an emote for 50,000, an emote for 30,000. When I first started, I was picking up certain emotes that were selling for like 1,000,000 gil on the player shop. Like all the time, and the neon lights and carrots, I was picking that up all the time. So it really feels like the more you play this, like the more you get punished for it. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's really Aetherspun Gold. It's super rare, and you only get 10 silver pieces for it. Man, the conversion rates here suck. At least I cleaned up my inventory a little bit. Yeah, I'm totally like fucking dejected, man. I feel awful. That sucks. This place just sucks. I really hope Northbourne's better. Alright, some literal housekeeping, and then I think we'll go play Kingdom Hearts. Do some art a little later. Because I want to fight Roxas while I still am like full of gusto, you know? Oh, time to switch back to normal armor. It needs work, but I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. I can't dye it red, but... Oh, whoops. There we go. Hey, money. What's this? Secretary? I'd like to see what that is. Oh, thanks. Bringing me outdated gear that's not even good for you. Uh, 25. Yeah. I do like this. Oh, not that one. I like the top where you have an undershirt. Jesus. Woof. Yeah, besides that, I don't really get anything that sells well. Oh, wait, I could sell these occult coffers. Oh, whoops. No, I don't want to sell for 10k. I wish I could sell these for 10k each. Ah! That was a roundabout ass way of doing it, but I did it. Fuck it. Trying to be fair about the pricing, but if no one's gonna buy it anytime soon, I might as well just wait for it to pay out. Oh, fuck! Oh, that motherfucker. Me and this asshole have been fighting each other. He keeps undercutting me by 1 gel. I'm like, fine. You wanna do this? We'll fight fire with fire. So I kept undercutting him by like 50k every time. And someone finally bought his for 200k. So now that his is bought for 200k, I'll bump this back up to 600k or whatever. What's the average sell for it? About 500k, 400k. So I won in the long run. He got his sold quicker for less. But yeah, I'm not gonna play around, man. Homie, don't play around. I do like how that orange shines. Okay, now just clean out some inventory. I think this is a better idea than the loot box thing we were trying to get away with. because they weren't actually doing like loot boxes or whatever, but they had like little randomized. What the hell? What the hell is going on? They have like little wait, oh wait, he sells for a decent amount. What the fuck? They used to have that like gotcha boxes. They were completely free. You just earned them from playing Eureka, the Eureka Zone. By doing anything really. But they were essentially still like gotcha loot boxes. Yoshi really wants to turn this into a gotcha, I can tell. We keep talking about adding auto pathing and a bunch of shit to this game. If he adds auto pathing to this game, I might just be done, no matter what they do with the battle system. Because I'm not playing a video game to have it play itself. And if your game is so boring to where going from point A to point B is so fucking insufferable you have to have auto lock, then I don't want to play it. Make those points in between more fun instead of coming up with, well, let's just auto path from objective to objective. Fuck that. People keep wanting to go for the easier route with this shit, and it's not going to work in the long run. It's just going to become less and less and less of a game. You just gotta have to bite the bullet and just recognize that a lot of his game needs working on and fix those really big issues. Which he's got more budget for finally, thankfully. Because the game could only get stuff to improve and change once it starts flopping. I hate how AAA big companies do shit. Don't need to change it if it's working. So instead of, I know Yoshi P and nobody on the development team are watching my stream. I'm not a big streamer, not yet. But if any of them were, I implore them, do not add auto-pathing and things like that to your game. Make the in-between of those moments more entertaining instead of looking for the easy way out, which that's what this essentially is. It's easier to make auto-pathing for your characters to go from point A to B than to actually make the instances between those fun. For sure. Yeah, that was well-needed inventory cleaning. Oh, I thought this was an EXP earring. I don't give a fuck about this then. What? No, I said sword. Okay, let's see what this new housing item is. Well, it's not new, but it's new to me. Ooh. I like that. Doesn't really fit in down here though. Okay, he already primed one. How's the airship going? How's our submarine looking? Yeah, I definitely have to cut back on later tonight now. Yeah, maybe like right here. I'm gonna have to find a chair for it now, though. Honestly, I don't really like this thing. It's too fucking bulky. Let's store that. This makes a lot more sense for going to have.
Happiness. Warmth. I didn't know such feelings were possible.
Is there a window I could put?
Presence that has soothed me so.
It's on hand. No, not here. Yeah, let's check in here. Ooh. Whoops, no, 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 no. No! Give me. I want to see which one I like the most. How would that look? Let's see. That's like a bathroom window. So we're definitely doing this one. We have to take this light. Okay, there we go. What the hell? Oh wait, that's bothering me. That's not perfectly centered. What the hell? There we go. There, I like that more. Made this freaking room 4 years ago and haven't touched it really much since. I could get rid of these bookshelves. Why not? Oh! Oh yeah, when I was lamenting the fact that Paladin was so bad, so I made like a little tribute case for it. That's kind of funny. Okay, so that's why we have that there. Back you go. Yeah, that kind of works. That's a little accent to it. That's kind of nice. Yep. Yeah, why not? Let's put the bathroom window right here. Oh no, maybe right here. Yeah. I was just touching things up, alright. Hey. I didn't know that. Yeah, whatever. That does look a lot nicer now, though. Because, like, having all the books in here kind of made it feel like it wasn't a room. Now it feels like an unfinished room. Alright. So, I think with that, I think I'm going to switch to Kingdom Hearts. Because I got jack and shit for getting all those chests. And I don't feel like farming another 2 hours to max out that job. I don't know what possessed me to farm all that last week. I have no idea. Let me just put this shit away and we'll go over to Kingdom Hearts. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, sorry, sending a message. Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm starting to get burnt out of Final Fantasy 14 again. So I'm thinking once I get all of Occult Crescent done and get all my +2 armor, I'm only gonna log on to do the endgame rating stuff with my brother when he decides he wants to do it. And I'm just gonna take a break until the Northhorn's unlocked. Unless like Salamander needs help with stuff. But I've been advertising like I want to get people into endgame. I want to teach people how to play, like do more stuff in the game and be comfortable with endgame. And people just seem to be too scared. I don't know how I got Salamander onboarded, but hey, I have one accomplishment. I mean, shit, dude, by himself went and did the new extreme without me, and he just started doing extreme, so that's pretty dope. And you know, I was thinking about it. Maybe I'm gonna wait to update my PNG avatar until after we beat Kingdom Hearts 2 fully. Like once that's done and all the bosses are down and it's 100%, that the playthrough dedicated to my sister will be done. And the avatar I've been using almost from the start didn't change. I mean, it's gonna be the same guy, he's gonna look similar, but it's just gonna be updated art, better technical art skill on my part. I really don't like how I drew the eyes for this one. And I, for some reason, had a weird issue with digital art back then where I kept drawing faces tilted up like this. I don't know why. It looks fine, but I just know I could do better. And this isn't me complaining, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Oh shit! Let's get our proper Keyblade. And it was kind of on purpose, because I was thinking about the idea, but then I tried making his face more like looking forward and angling it. Like having more of a presence with my PNG avatar, having him more on the screen, bigger. But then I kind of just drew it at an angle, and by the time I realized it, because I spent all my birthday 2 years ago almost, like, yeah, I think 32nd or 33rd birthday. I spent the entire day doing this, and I was just like an emotional wreck because I was still doing it with my sister. I mean, I still am dealing with the loss of my sister, but you know, it's different now. I at the end of all the editing and making like a secondary face for it, like the eyes open, eyes closed, mouth open with eyes open, mouth open with eyes closed, I realized, oh wait, shit, he's leaning upwards. That was my original intent. I guess we could go with this, so I just did it. And it worked out, because it looks like I'm looking up at the screen, right? But it was also just a limitation I had. For some reason, I kept drawing things looking upward like that. His face is kind of at a weird angle, too, where he's not looking, like, straight up. He's kind of, like, looking towards the camera a little bit, if that makes sense, in terms of, like, perspective. Oh, let's fix this. So it was kind of intentional, kind of not. My original idea was to, the fuck did I just move? Just flat out replace Sora, and then I found there were some limitations with that. So I was gonna like have my model right here, and then have the bar around it. But then I'm like, oh wait, Sora's hair is gonna be popping out everywhere. That looks weird. So why don't I just copy and paste and redraw all this and everything? But that had complications too, because it wouldn't react in real time unless I had like some program that would detect the HP value of the in-game and correspond it with the animation of the HP bar completing. And then at that point it would be an animation trying to catch up, and a lot of shit can happen. If you don't have a good animation program, a lot of shit can get lost in translation and get jumbled up, and I could just lose focus with it. And what would happen would be like, it would have a delay eventually, and then it would fuck up, and then get slower and slower and slower with the program that I use for animating. Well, for the PNG animations. I said fuck it. But no, it does work out, honestly. Just get the blood in the brain flowing a little better. I mean, it doesn't look bad, right? It looks good, and that was one of my original intents, so not bad. I just noticed a lot of little annoying things with this PNG avatar. I didn't while I was kind of like cloud-minded. I don't know how to put it. Like if I take this and zoom in, you can see a lot of like white line artifacting outside of my hair, especially when I go over the mini-map. And like some lines cross over weird, and my nose looks like it's super flat. My beard could be a little better. My neck looks super thick. But yeah, once I redesign the new one, I'm also gonna make emotes for it too, where I could just hit a button and it'll switch between the same character but doing different stuff. So I could be a little bit more emotive and a little bit more reactive, interact with chat more. I want to make a new scene that is for when I'm drawing and have a back shot of my character looking over the picture. And I also want, when we're watching stuff, I was thinking about doing this a couple ways. I don't know if you know what Mystery Science Theater 3000 is, but it's like a silhouette of characters sitting in a bunch of theater seats, but it just shows their shadows. I was thinking of doing that and revamping that. Maybe I'll do that for like the Evangelion watch along, and all, like if we watch like movies and shows together that are okay to watch on stream. I'll do stuff like for big, like for like actual shows. I'll leave the other one out the way it is, but I'll make a PNG avatar of my character looking at the TV with you guys, and then I'll have like emotes of him looking back and stuff. Ooh, wait a minute. Uh-oh, we might be going back to Final Fantasy. I just read something. A rare opportunity. Yeah, let me reply to this. Oh shit, okay. Sorry, we're going back from... I'm sorry, we're going from Kingdom Hearts to go back to Final Fantasy. Fuck, how do I close this quick? Damn, what terrible timing. So... a very rare event where there's a rapid fire prog for that Forked Tower place is up. So it's basically you could go in there without any knowledge whatsoever, and you're just gonna be fucking around with a bunch of dickheads. I have not been able to get to the Forked Tower once since I started playing this thing. And it's the only way to upgrade my armor. And I think it'll be fun to do on stream because it's a lot like a old school MMO or old Final Fantasy gameplay where you're dungeon crawling. So let me fix stream real quick. But then we'll go back to Kingdom Hearts, I promise. Oh, I'll have to re-equip Fenrir and this is what happens when you do things spur of the moment. Oh. I think it'll be fun. If it's boring, you can talk shit about it later. Not that you ever do that, but you have permission to if you ever wanted to. Yeah, if I decided to keep playing, but man, I was getting bored of just mindlessly grinding those fates. The other zone that's based off of Final Fantasy 12 and Vagrant Story and Tactics, the other exploration zone, they had you do fates in a line in a train without having to teleport back and forth and run to them like I was. So you just ran from one to the other. They told a story as you did them. You got really involved with the characters and the story happening. Oh, shit. Forgot I had to switch data centers. Here, I'm gonna call my brother real quick. Hold on. Because he's been wanting to do this too, so I'm gonna see if he's up for it. Hey bro, what you doing? Oh, okay. Um there's a Okay, alright, never mind then. There's a rapid fire any prog for the Forked Tower going up right now, and wanted to see if you wanted to join in. No, that's totally understandable. That yeah. We'll get to it when we get to it. All right, sorry to bug you, little guy. Oh, like how I wanted to watch an anime with you, huh? Yeah, it's literally the same fucking day I told you about that anime, and you're like, "Oh, I watched it, but I didn't finish it. I'll watch it some other time." Like, I'll watch it with you, and you watch it without me. I wanted you to finish the episode with you. I hope you know everybody on stream's hearing this right now. They know. They know, bro. All right. Well, set up mom's computer. Tell her I love her, and I love you too, little guy. Oh, bye bye. Okay, he's not joining. I'm helping my mom. No, I'm glad he is. He's been saying he'd set up her computer for a long time, and now he is. Now she has her own computer, and that's great. It's great. Okay, let's see. Party Finder. I love and hate the Party Finder. You know what's weird? We are actually in the world I used to call home. I used to live on this data center. This is where I started. What's this? If you must, okay, please check in every 5 minutes. Text. One captain each parties with ABST slot needed volunteer captain. Captains get strap boards. Join E and ask. Discord is optional, but very helpful for first timers. That won't call out. I am a lion knight. What's his fucking name? Hello, I'm under the water. Please help. Hello, I'm Lion Man. It's hard to get. I do like how their alts lets them bitch slap with their shield. If there's one criticism I have with modern Paladin is that he fights too much with sword and magic instead of sword and shield like Paladins used to. I like that aspect. That's kind of cool. Yeah, true. This is one of the oldest helmets in the game. You could tell because look at all the pixelation. They're gonna update the textures eventually, but yeah, it was designed by the guy who does the art for the Tactics series of games, like Final Fantasy Tactics and 12. He left to work on Grand Blue Fantasy. This armor used to be super hard to get, but now you can just go walk up and grab it. It's kind of the same reason why I got the Ornstein armor in Dark Souls. I love gold liney looking armor, even though he's more of like a dragon. I think he's a lion, right? Oh, I don't want to be a simple marauder. I am lion. Dark Souls 1, I kinda, even though he's kind of a shitty boss, I really like Gwyn. The final story boss. Because like the one-on-one human fights, you know, I'm a Kingdom Hearts guy. That's a soft spot in my heart, but I honestly do really like the Ornstein and Schmo fight. I think it's a really great fight. Oh, Seat the Scaleless? Yeah, I like it too, because that's when you got the Moonlight Greatsword, and when I cut off his tail, I'm like, oh, you know, pog face. Oh yeah, I forgot. My friend gave me a mod to make this town's night theme, Twilight Town. We're never too far from Kingdom Hearts 2. Oddly, it kind of works with this town. This town used to be really interesting in 1.0. It was all one singular big intertwined map, but they split it into 2 different maps because it was too much for the PS3 to handle at the time. I remember cutting off, I was so annoyed with the Red Dragon at the start of DS1, I just kept taking pot shots at him with a bow and arrow to see if I could kill him, and it worked. Didn't work in any future Dark Souls games, but anyway. And when I shot off his tail, I'm like, a dragon weapon? What? I got a weapon for breaking his tail off? What is this, Monster Hunter? So I did that to every dragon I fought from then on, to great success. And then I got my favorite weapon in all Souls games is the Moonlight Greatsword. Pretty basic bitch, but you know, I like beam swords. I like lightsaber-y swords. In fact, the story that I made for Gawain, this character you're looking at, the story he's based off of, it starts off as like a low fantasy to more high fantasy, but it turns out that all the elves and stuff and all life on that planet originated from space, and it starts going into more sci-fi. And his sword for most of the story is a beam sword that has a sword handle, like a normal sword broadsword handle, that can clip into have a sword clip into, like a blade, to be a normal sword, because it runs out of juice and it has to recover its juice, and then he can disengage the actual metal blade to have a beam sword for a little bit. So I've always just been really partial to beam swords like that because of Star Ocean. It was originally it's funny because it was a story that was inspired by Twilight Princess, Legend of Zelda. Because that was coming out when I was in high school, and that really sparked my imagination. But then I started writing the story for Star Ocean 2, and created a teacher for a character in Star Ocean 2, which was pretty cringe, honestly, and he was Gawain, an old man named Gawain. And I wrote so much story for him that he just became his own character, and his story was more interesting, so I made it my own story, totally disconnected from Star Ocean. It's still got a little bit of a flavor of Star Ocean in it. Secret passage in the poison swamp down to actually on the dragon. Yeah, I remember doing that too. When you go down there, you look at the sky and it goes. Or if you kept looking up at the sky and then back down, it would go like. Not Gawain, one of the four writers of Dying. I don't know what that is. I never actually heard of that. I'm curious where that's from. The Gawain that I took the name from is Gawain of the Knights of the Round Table, the Green Knight, cousin of King Arthur. His story is all about getting a green axe from basically like an undead knight that came and challenged King Arthur at a banquet. Huh. Yeah, I think a lot of... Oh wait. Oh, Fire Emblem. That's what it was. I was trying to think about what Fire Emblem was. Yeah, Ike. Isn't Ike the guy with the giant sword in Smash Brothers? And he jumps up in the air and goes, Ether! Ike, would you like coffee or tea? Ether! Okay, yeah. I know roughly who he is. I don't play the Fire Emblem games much. I played one of them on 3DS and kind of hated it. But that's for different reasons outside the game. And a little bit of the game itself, because the soft locked me from beating it, but that's a different story. Oh, neat. Okay. I think I seen some art for Grial a long time ago. Wait, if you're more comfortable with Viper, why did you join it and then switch to a tank, dude? I came up with the name of Gawain for the story when I was like 14, 15. I wasn't too much into the Arthurian legends, like I didn't really know much about them until Sonic and the Black Knight came out, and then I was super infatuated by it. Knuckles the Echidna was named Gawain for some reason. And it's kind of funny because Knuckles is red and I made Gawain's hair red. The reason why I made Gawain's hair red was because, like, you know, so many characters in anime and stuff have like blue or black or whatever hair. No, I never seen any red-haired main characters in anime, so I made his hair red. But now there's story significance why that's the reason. And then I got into Arthurian legends, and over time I built up my story to be more than just like a hodgepodge of a bunch of fan-made things from video games. I think his original design was also based off of, I was playing Tales of the World, Radiant Mythology 1 and 3 at the time, which are like all the Tales of games, like put together in kind of like a Smash Brothers or Dissidia style game, but it plays like an RPG still. You just make your own character and you get to make your own classes and stuff. It's pretty cool. I think that's the first instance of me making Gawain there, but there's another character named Gawain in Radiata stories, which the Tales of games, I don't know if you know this or even if you know what Tales of are, but Tales of, like Tales of Fantasia, Symphonia, Vesperia, all those games are made by the same people who originally made Star Ocean. They were the same team at first, but then they were kind of being fucked over by Namco, so they left to Enix to make Star Ocean, and that's why Tales of Fantasia and Star Ocean 1 have a very similar plot. Except one's more sci-fi, one's more fantasy, Nordic mythology. The Tales of games are pretty good. They're pretty damn good. Symphonia and Vesperia are the best they have to offer. Symphonia is kind of a harder sell because it's an older game. They're really good. And if you like Star Ocean, if you ever played Star Ocean, they're very similar in a lot of ways. One's just more sci-fi and one's more fantasy. The guys who made Star Ocean, the reason I bring that up is the guys who made Star Ocean, they made a game called Radiata Stories on PS2. Radiata Stories is a crazy, fucking crazy ass game where there's like 100 something characters you can recruit into your party, and they all have in-depth backstories. It blows Final Fantasy VI out the water. They all have in-depth backstories. You learn about them. Their programming where they go around the town all day tells more stories about their characters and who they are. They go on missions and have relationships with other people around town. It's incredible. But that game is what inspired the initial armor design for Gawain, where it's like this cloth trench coat with short sleeves but has armor pauldrons and a chest plate. And there's a character in there that is like his teacher, the main character, Jack Russell's teacher, you know, like a dog. kind of. He's like his supervisor as he becomes a knight. That guy's father is named Gawain. I didn't know that for a long time, but he's a lot like Old Man Gawain, so I think subconsciously I designed a very similar character, just not like a little dwarf midget man. He was like a full-sized lion man, but they were both lion themed, which was kind of funny. Unlimited Saga. No, I've heard of the Saga games from Square, like Frontier Saga. Those games are basically made by the guy who made Final Fantasy II. Ah, okay. I wouldn't be surprised because there's not many games named Saga. Sorry, I went on a little ramble there because there's like a lot that went into me designing Gawain. When I was a kid. And it just going down memory lane like that was kind of fun. Oh, that's a metal eye patch. I don't know much about the Saga games, like, at all. But knowing that they're made by the guy who made Final Fantasy II and they continue the same kind of, like, level system and stuff, but, like, better, it's very intriguing. That's something I appreciate about old Final Fantasy. When they came up with concepts that didn't work, they would always try to make that into its own new series of games, or, like, a new game in general. Like, the idea of Final Fantasy VII being in a real ass New York and trying to solve a murder mystery while also trying to take down the giant electric company that's absorbing too many resources from the planet. That was reworked into Parasite Eve, like some of those concepts. So like after Final Fantasy II didn't do so hot, they gave that guy his own game series of Saga to work on those concepts even further. So that's what I miss about old Square. They used to take risks and experiment and stuff, but now they just don't give a shit. There we go. I don't even know anything about them, honestly. While waiting for this party to fill, I might go look up a gameplay video of Saga, because I'm just getting more curious. Let's see. I got one Saga game for free on PSN, which I think you would have that too. I think it's just in their remaster collections or whatever. Ew. I don't really like how the remasters look. What the hell? Well, let's look at gameplay. Very charming retro graphics. I'm not digging the art style change, the sprites to make them more clear, modern displays. Let me fucking pause and put this on the TV, bro. Maybe I shouldn't tell him I'm streaming. Okay. All right, to the viewing room, because it's taking a little bit to fill anyway. Right, station. So this is the remaster that's on PlayStation right now. I kind of hate how it looks. It looks like Play-Doh, or like AI kind of smushed the sprite pixels together. Oh, yeah, I added video share. It's 1,000 channel points, but that's because I know my other friend who joins the stream, Gojira X Dan, he would abuse the shit out of that. So, if there's a video you ever want to redeem and just show on stream, you can. It's limited at 3 minutes. But yeah. It kind of, changing the pixel art to whatever this is kind of takes away from the charm of those. I mean, look at those designs. That looks crisp, man. I love that art. That looks cool. That kind of looks like Robo from Chrono Trigger. That's what I thought at first. But that kind of looks like Yoshitaka Amano style, but with like a 90s anime flair thrown in. Like, maybe a little 70s. Like, this guy looks like he's straight out of Gundam with his face. Oh, shit. Ooh, dude, I like this. What? That's it? Oh, okay, the song's still playing. I went to Final Fantasy for a second and the music just stopped playing until I tabbed back out of it. What the hell? I mean, the violin's good, but that guitar, man, that guitar fucking slaps. It's got the piano going? What the hell? This is like retro square goodness, man. Well, looks like we're gonna have to watch this on stream later. I played the worst JRPG series of all time. That's quite a bold claim and maybe clickbait. Don't play the series. Dude, there are very, very few games I would say not to play. I would tell anybody to play anything and come up with your own thoughts on whatever it is that you played. I would never try to force people not to play games. This is crazy. I'm definitely watching this later. Why did it skip to 19 minutes? But that song is very good. I could see why.
So after doing some mild research, I decided to go with Amelia for Saga Frontier 1. Apparently she gets access to other towns much earlier than other characters.
Whoa, what the hell? That looks awesome! I think this guy's fucking smoking crack. I don't even know what this game is, but it looks awesome so far. How could it be, like, that bad? All the comments are fucking roasting him. Like, I'm not just going to swing the bat because this is a Square Enix game, but, like, come on, man. You can't just say, don't ever play these games without, like... If you make a strong statement like that, you're going to have a lot of people coming in there to contest you, so you asked for this. Composer for Final Fantasy XIII's battle theme. I forget his name off the top of my head. I wouldn't be surprised, because that sounds like something he would make. I think it might be the same guy who worked on the Final Fantasy X soundtrack with Nobuo Uematsu. Yeah, look at this. I found out I can jump. You never press the 2 available buttons. Man, bought a bicycle and complained that it's not a car. Yeah, press X to down. Yep, I agree. I watched the worst review of JRPGs of all time. Yeah, it's kind of valid. Oh, I've been playing JRPGs for 30 years. I didn't know what to do. I had to fight monsters over and over. I had to talk to townsfolk. Oh shit! Like a fucking JRPG. Oh no, man. So sorry they didn't hold your hand through the story. I mean, shit. Just this game looks so charming. I am kind of going to bat for it immediately, which is a little disingenuous. But at the same time, like, just seeing that one clip alone and hearing the music from this series, it can't be the worst. I have played some dog shit JRPGs in my time, and so far this does not seem like it's one of them. And if anything, this review is making me want to play Frontier Saga. Okay, looks like we're mostly filling up. This might be fun. Apparently you just have to beat bosses to get rewards to upgrade your armor to +2. Is that Yakuza 2 Kiwami? Is that what you're talking about? I think I'm reading that right. I'm sorry, abbreviations with games sometimes throw me off when I'm unfamiliar with the series. Oh, okay. I thought it was an abbreviation for like Yakuza 2 Kiwami. Y2K postmodern RPG. Ooh, okay. Okay, we're keeping this video up because I really want to hear what this guy has to say. Oh, he is fucking ratioed. 120k views, and he's got 2,000 likes. I need to get that plugin that lets you see dislikes again. Like, holy shit, dude. I don't think this video was well received. I can't wait to watch it. This guy's getting fucking roasted, man. What? He shits on the entire series and finishes by basically saying, "At least you tried," to the main producer. This is one of the I would say so too. This guy who's totally detached from the video game development. Like, at least you tried. I'm a reviewer. I know everything. That kind of mentality. Oh, that's so annoying. Pretentious ass. Let's see. YouTube.com. A postmodern art release date trailer. What the fuck is this?
Rated M for mature.
7 years ago, huh?
I swear, every time I catch the news, there's a new tragedy. It's like people are going out of their way to find new ways to die.
It's the 90s. People really are losing all sense of moral fiber.
What the hell was that? All people are losing sense of moral fiber. That was like the most fake accent. Holy shit. Hold on.
594. I had a kid brother, you know. He went missing in 19...
Yeah, I'm gonna let that load for a second. Something weird's happening. You know what? I'm gonna make... Let's see. Oh wait, no, they have this in YouTube. What am I doing? We'll add this to the watch later. Here, I'm gonna teleport to the town that these guys are going to real quick. For this thing we're doing in Final Fantasy XIV. Goth girl spotted. Oh shit, looks like we're going in. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch that video in a minute. It looks like we're popping in. No. I was just teleporting to the town we were gonna go to start the instance and then continue watching this video, but we readied up in that time, so I'll watch later and we'll close these windows. My computer's struggling right now, it seems. Welcome to the Rapid Napalm Forked Tower. Blood mistakes. Do you best and ask your captains for help. Symbol, rules, marks. Okay. All right, let me set the thing back to. We're going back to the game room. There we go. Sorry about that. A lot of shit happened really quick. All right, rapid setup markers. Symbols. A, B, C, D, E, F. Parties 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Party duties. Control, dispel, res, debuffs. Advance, sweep, float, confuse, battle, stop. Kill. All 1 MT. one main tank and one target involved. Mark your side by other res. Okay. Rapid demon tablet. So this is the fog point. Power summons. Ah! What's going on? Okay. I see. So it only has so much it can save in that raid planner. So we have wait, is this a folder in the folder? I don't think so. Tower summons, 8 comets, finds stack, 2 backers. Well, I guess I'll just put it right there. This should be fun. I've never done this before. I've done things like this, but I've never done this. Let's turn up the sound. Ah, fuck. Okay, back into the mindless zone of boredom. Hopefully we get to do something fun now. I think we filled most of this instance with just our party. In fact, I think we created this instance, if I'm not mistaken. I think once you queue in with a big enough alliance, you just create a new instance. Oh, wait. That's the one we were missing. Oh, I actually partied with this Basia guy like the other day. This one would be so cool if it was a little bit more like Bosha or Eureka. Instead, it's like in a weird middle ground. There you go, the entry. Ah, why did... Why isn't it not posting? Oh, because we're not an alliance. Okay, 6, I guess. My cat 4. Oh, they're okay. They're calling out captains. Okay, never mind. I guess I'll just put in a cipher and see if that works. Oh, I lied. I have 75 ciphers. Not a goth girl. Kinda. I don't know. Always on the lookout for goth girls. Interesting. Oh, I don't know what the fuck we're doing. I guess we're supposed to go... That makes sense. I think we have to clear stuff until the sky turns sanguine red. Yeah, look at them. Dinosaurs roaming the earth. That's the thing about Final Fantasy, is that like after Final Fantasy, I think 5? Final Fantasy 5, 6, 7, 8, I think a little bit of 9 are really into dinosaurs, like really into dinosaurs. In fact, one of the first really strong enemies in 8 is a Tyrannosaurus that can fuck your day up.
Yeah. Dinosaurs.
What the hell? What the hell? What was that? Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Same movie though, Jurassic Park. And then that little DNA guy is like, dinosaurs, they take DNA from fossilized mosquito. Uh-oh. Almost ran into a bunch of hostile enemies. Final Fantasy V has a shit ton of dinosaurs. There's even like, there's this weird part where you're climbing up a mountain in Final Fantasy V, and there's like a fossilized Tyrannosaurus that keeps chasing you, like with random battles. And I think if you beat him, it turns into a golem. Oh no, it was being attacked. No, was it? There was fossilized dinosaurs in there that were attacking the golem, and the golem was asking for help. And then if you killed the dinosaurs, the golem would join you as a summon. I think that's what it was. Final Fantasy V is like a pseudo MMO where it's kind of like a big playground where you just go around the world and collect things to add to your arsenal of things to play around with. Whether like between all the different jobs that you have. Final Fantasy V is so good. I love 5. 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 10, kinda 9 are like the best Final Fantasy. Oh, Tactics are the best Final Fantasies to me. I love them. And Chrono Trigger, the unofficial one. Sanguine red, the Forked Tower begins to appear over the horizon. Nope, we don't give a fuck. They really do move in herds. Man, I need to get those pair of 6 wings because it matches with Nemo's story. Nemo is a character in Going Story that looks a lot like the PNG avatar I have right now. A little different. It's supposed to be a parallel between the two worlds. I was kind of debating whether I wanted to make this angel named Gabriel in my story called Boombox Ballad related to Going Story, which is Stellar Rhapsody. If I wanted to make him the actual angel from Stellar Rhapsody and... Sorry, hold on. Sorry, they make Nemo into that angel, but I thought that might have been a little too much. Because he was originally from Earth in the first place. It wouldn't have made sense. Where's the tower? Excuse me. Oh, yeah, you see it over there? The more people who put sanguine ciphers into it, that tower in the distance behind those 2 bubbles slowly starts to become more and more visible. But those wings work very well for Nemo and Stellar Rhapsody, which is another character that I frequently play as. In fact, I was thinking of switching over to him as my main character for Final Fantasy, but I've been playing as Gawain for 13 years. I can't, and he's the main character of the story. I just wanted to change a pace because there's just so much history with this Gawain, all the shit that I've been through in this fucking game. It's always 13. It always has to go back to 13 and 7. Well, pushes up glasses. There's 14 reflections. We are on the source, the original world, and there's 13 other reflections of this planet. 13. Ding, ding, ding. There's also the Ascians. I talked about them before, but they're just like medieval Organization 13 members who wear black robes and walk into portals of darkness. Except their story's a lot more tragic. Oh, this is neat. I've never seen this before. I wish we could just walk over to the tower and walk in it without having to go through loading screens and shit, but... Oh, okay, I recognize this song. This is like when you're going through a dungeon or like the fire factory or anything with a crystal. There's the first boss, apparently. This is fucking cool. Ah, he's got the armor I've been looking for. That armor looks fucking cool, actually. It looks very Gawain-y. That looks fucking awesome. Fuck, we're doing the 24, man. That sucks. Whoa, what's with the guitar? That's fucking awesome. What the hell? Wait, what? I thought we'd go up here with 2. Yeah, I think all of Team 1 is up here. I think they got flipped. That armor looks so fucking cool. Oh, man. Okay. That's like almost exactly what Gawain would wear. Almost. Well, I'm in the party full of lions, so you know what that means. Maybe I'm a lion. The derpy ass smile. So we're gonna have people with the thief running through to check for traps, because there's traps all over the place, and they're gonna disarm them. And then they're also gonna try and find secret doors. Oh, we're already at the first boss, huh? What the hell are y'all doing? Okay, so that's really bad here. You can't just get res. They just got lucky with the res here. So in this zone, if you die and you're dead for 10 minutes, you just get kicked out. And you can't res with almost any other means. It's very... so stupid. Oh my god, that would have been so bad. Okay, alright, we're fine. Okay, so basically in these higher tier zones, like these 48-man dungeons and these exploration zones, if you die, you're dead. You have a chance to get revived by someone, like what they just did with me just now, but it's very limited resources and it's a chance thing. And if you're dead for 10 minutes, they just kick you the fuck out. Yes, wall of BDSM. You see those faces on the side? Oh shit, yeah, I should prepare. This version of this Final Fantasy V song is fucking awesome, though. I'm downloading this. And then the guitar starts ripping. So this is for... I mean, I don't really see what the hell else they're talking about. Let's bus. And the Final Fantasy music starts playing again. Oh, I see. Okay, so we gotta go to the other side of the wall before it crashes down. That's cool. I'm a warrior, motherfucker. I could just dash right back. Okay. Uh-oh. The chemists have the raise ability, and they've been getting pretty lucky, it seems. Oh, okay. No, whenever he does it, he's gonna slam down and push everybody. Oh, there's so many dead. Oh, I just got back! Okay, I gotta pay attention. This fucking strategy board's telling me jack shit.
Such devastation.
This was not my intent! Whoops. That's just me in a nutshell, bro. I cause chaos everywhere I go. Got the boss half down. That's pretty good. This is what I live for, man. This is what I love about Final Fantasy XIV, is going to fight like bosses and doing shit like this. This is awesome. For someone put the third ball off my face, thank you. Ugh. Look at all the dead people. You make a fucking horseshoe. I have enough for stacks. So whenever he goes up, he's always going to slam and knock us back. So we always have to make sure we're in the right spot. What the statue's doing? I think the whole team's dead. except for yep. Wow, that's really annoying. I mean, that's how DSR was as well, but Jesus. Yeah, once everybody fails, that's it. Oh, I lost some knowledge. And apparently, as we continue, there's going to be secret paths that go down, secret rooms, secret treasure, secret bosses. And you have to be like a thief class to find the traps to stop them from blowing your shit up. I mean, that was fun though. That's why I played this game. That's what I hope to see more of in the future. That's why I like the exploration zone. I like not knowing what the hell to do. I like figuring things out with a team of people trying to figure stuff out. It's so much fun. And then doing stuff like this, it's so different from the rest of this game. It's how like all old MMOs used to be throughout the entire experience. But it's relegated to certain content in this game because they're too scared of alienating the majority player base. This game is a majority, you go into the duty finder, you queue up for something, you collect your daily rewards, you get off. Let me back in, coach. Too bad we can't get a full party 48. What the hell is even that? What the hell is even that? Yeah, I don't get the aesthetic of this expansion. There's a lot of Brazilian stuff at the beginning, and then it goes into like South, like Western, like American stuff, and then it goes into cyberpunk shit, and then Mad Max looking shit, and then it mixes it all together like this. Not the helmet, but like it's got the cyberpunk robot body, but then it's got the Mad Max like fucking studded shoulders. gonna try that other chest piece that that guy was wearing. Benadryl Surcoat offending. Oh god, it's like fucking perfect. Oh, I'm salivating. What the hell? They let you dye the under part and then all the cloth with the metal at the same fucking time. Are you serious? That is so stupid. Why did you not separate the cloth from the metal? I thought that was the point of this new graphical update where you do dual dye channels. Like, come on. I mean, that looks so cool though, that metal red. But yeah, Gwen usually wears like red stuff with like gold or silver armor over top of it, but ooh, that looks like regular ass metal. That looks more metal than this one. This looks like some fucking stone shit. This looks like metal. Oh, god damn it, I'm gonna have to do the Vanadil shit. How does it look with my outfit though? Yeah. If I dyed that white. Yeah. If I dyed it white, bro. That looks pretty similar if I can make the cloth red. Actually a pretty big fan of how that looks. But this looks pretty good, and I draw his pauldrons very similar to this now anyway. Plus it's more form-fitting. What the hell? Hey, we making the right stream, hey. I got a lot of funny one of these. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna desert you. Holy shit, I didn't see what this was. Holy shit, dude. People are sharing shit like this. For fuck's sake. Oh my god. Your Mitlors? Yeah, some of them are. Some of them. I like this one a lot. I don't know if you've seen Smiling Friends. Look, Pip, I know it's our job to get this guy, to help this guy and everything, but I think this guy's a lost cause. And that's a DPS with a tank buster on him while the healers are talking it out. It's pretty peak, as the kids would say. This one's cursed. If you've seen Full Metal Alchemist, this one's fucking cursed. Let's do it together, bro. Be who we wanna be. Riding free, extreme, oh baby, can't you see? Context for this, there's two brothers that are in the Savage Raid tier that are two surfer bros that you fight them to Blink 182 music. Not really Blink 182, but it sounds enough. And people are shipping them like this, which is kind of weird, but it's too funny not to do. It's like, yeah, bro. It's so stupid. Oh, this is what I'm gonna send to my static when we start raiding again. We don't make mistakes, we just make happy little accidents. It's pissing me off, Robert. Damn Brad figuring it out so quickly. Hey, I was looking at... Oh, that was the end of the memes. And sometimes people can be pretty funny. It's kind of an evolution of macros. We used to have a bunch of macros. You don't need to see that one. I've had a lot of these for 13 years. 13. Oh shit. And I need to delete some of them. But I've had them for so long. I don't want to. But they are very immature. But I still have it to this day. I think I just showed the worst ones on accident. But yeah, we used to have macros like this all the time in Final Fantasy, and now those strategy boards are the new thing. So what the hell are they talking about? What the hell? People who play this game are a bunch of degenerates. I have nothing to do with them. You ignore my macros you just saw. Motherfucking pirate. Just a fucking pirate cat girl, what the hell? David Bowie asked pirate cat girl, what the hell? Uh-oh, somebody's not running up. Get in, Garuto! Hey, you take one of those guys from his team and you move him over to another party. Wait, is that a goth girl? Wait. Huh? Yeah, I said it. Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm watching it. I was just seeing if that was you. Like, I've been alone all day. Oh, really? Yeah, JoJo's not coming back. We're gonna go to. I'm working right now, okay? No, that is a dude. I thought that was a goth girl, but that was a goth dude in a dress. No thanks. Not for me. See, that's what the armor for this place looks like. And if I had to be a furry, I might as well be a cool, like, knight furry instead of this fucking thing. Even though the texture quality on it's pretty good. My helmet looks like fucking dog shit. It's a 13-year-old fucking helmet that hasn't been touched up. The armor still looks really good, though. It only came out 6 years ago. And eventually, they'll upgrade all of it to have the new metal stuff. Like this. They've been doing a huge graphical update this expansion. And, like, that looks okay, right? Kind of looks like my current armor. Oh, whoops. Look at that. Oh, fuck. Look at that. That's like real reflective-ass metal reflecting real shit around it. It's harder to tell on this one because it's not as shiny, but there's other metals that actually real-time reflect stuff around them. So eventually all the gear in this game is going to look like that. It's just going to take a hot minute. How does metallic red look? Did I already check? Okay, good. Oh, metallic red looks really fucking cool. Shit. Shit. Might actually run this. Shit. Might just get gloves to put on them. I think I'll mix these pants and boots, or at least the boots, with that chest piece we just saw. And then just get some gloves. Who's not ready even now? Ganon, you fucking... Well, we can always have that person from F team, one person from F team go over to D team. Okay, I'm the right class this time. I need to level my knowledge level up though. I'm kind of stupid now. I'm level 19 instead of level 20. Holy shit. You know what I should do? I should probably rename my stream to Forked Tower Runs for now. Why'd you teleport me here, bro? You know, this the floor looks fine when you look straight down on it, but when you look at it like this, you could just see the copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste. Yeah, after Forked Tower, methinks food break, and then we'll watch some videos. Time to kill us a cloister. I shall unga da bonga. Thunder seal. Yeah. Why am I Skeletor? Nobody knows. That's right, hurt me more, dog. Excellent. Ooh, 1 million damage. Hell yeah, that felt fucking great. Ooh, get behind. I think I'll get in front. It didn't even show the animation, that's fine. I fucked ton, that's all I can tell you, because me doing a million damage to him with like maybe 1%, so he has at least 100 million HP. We were having a problem with numbers before in Shadowbringer, so they did a number crunch of stats. And I think they're gonna be doing that again. Oh no, I need to get hit more. Hurt me more, dog. There's a specific reason I'm doing this. I'm getting as much vuln stacks as I can, so that when he does those big orb things again, I can really lay it into him. Perfect. No! So the whole thing with Berserker, this job, Phantom job, if I use this rage thing that makes me auto attack for like 15 seconds or whatever, depending how much damage I take during that, it'll power up this deadly blow attack. This job is one of the only jobs that has an invuln where I'm invincible and can't die. And it brings me to 1 HP, and if I go to 1 HP and take a shit ton of damage, I could do upwards of 2 million damage in one hit, which is unheard of in normal gameplay. I want to do it. Seems to be very skill-based, though. Like, I'm just trying to fuck around and do it, but you got, like, no enemies attacks to really see to pull off that. What, CJ from, like, GTA? Oh my god. Yeah, it was kind of lazy because they have like 14 or sorry, they have like 7 different races with 2 different genders and then sub races, blah blah blah. They kept complaining about animation for giving you wings, so they kind of just did this like magic ball on your back that gives you wings. I wish I could see this right now. I can only hear it. What the hell? I switched over to Twitch. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, it does look like exactly the same. What the fuck? We stole a GTA mod. Now we have to ban the person that made that mod. That's so fucking funny, dude. Prepare to mark 1. Wait, what the hell? What are you saying? Rapid bore number 2 discuss jobs and party. Double check your cipher offering. Low side and high side. Just make specialist 1 sweep. Ignore. I don't understand what any of this means. Specialist must yell side 1 more time. Prepare to mark number 1 your side sweeper. I don't know what any of that means. I don't understand anything they're fucking saying. It'd be a lot easier if I was in voice chat, but I don't really want to be in voice chat with a bunch of dickheads. I'd rather be streaming. And I mean dickheads in a playful way. I'm sure they're all great people. I'm sure. Joking aside, no, I didn't know if anybody was comfortable with me sharing their voice on stream as a streamer. And when I said that, people didn't really respond as if, yeah, like, we didn't really want to. Really. What is up with Final Fantasy XIV and making these jackets with these weird, like, half-shirt cape things like this? See where that belt falls off and there's, like, a shirt over their jacket or whatever, but it's still their jacket? They've been doing that for a long time. It bugs the hell out of me. Almost, Goth. Almost. I don't know what that is. What the hell is even that? I need to add that to the soundboard. That person got Super Saiyan aura. That's kind of funny. They got Super Saiyan aura because in Bosha you got something similar. In the last zone that they did this, if you got through fates enough without or like those fights that we just did without taking a single hit, you get a buff. If you did a couple of them in a row. This one, people were complaining, I never get the buff because I'm not good enough. I keep getting hit. So they just made it randomized. Woohoo! Now we get to hear this badass song again. Get out of there, pickle. Like, it sounds pretty good right now with that guitar. Ooh. And the organ and the guitar, I love it. Nobuo Uematsu is like his best when he's using guitar and organs in his music. So I know it's not him doing it right now, but he was a big fan of organs and rock. This sounds like something Nobuo Uematsu would make, like something straight out of the Advent Children. His gear isn't even fun. Like, I think on. Wait, what is this debuff? Stack of 3, what? Oh, yeah, okay, so this is the thing I was talking about. So after 3, you can't be resisted anymore. And I fell off that at the very beginning of the last one. So that was 1 stack at the very beginning. Not very good. Wait, so what are my actions as a knight? I haven't played this since last year. Reduce damage by 90%, Phantom Guard every 2 minutes. That's really fucking good. Pray, restore HP 500. Next to a crystal, gives the defense buff. I call it heal. I can heal people, and then grants you stacks of pledge to self-party members. Renders targets purpose to most attacks. That, I don't know what that do. I don't like berserking in this fight, but I don't know. If I know a fight, I like to berserk, because then I can do that crazy fucking damage. But I'm cool being a knight, because I'm already kind of a knight. And so with this, I'm like a double knight. So I'm like a knight knight. So I'm like a paladin knight. So, I'm a paladin knight. Oh, I see. So team 1 and 4 will be stacking for things. That's what I'm taking from this. So Pledge is basically a hollowed brown, which is an embalm that I can use. It absorbs 2 attacks. Interesting. And Guard is just 90% damage reduction, which is really fucking good. Except, oh man, I should play Warrior despite playing a Knight, because if I play Warrior, I can have a lot of knockback prevention and ignore a lot of those knockbacks from that tower. But with this, I have a lot of heal potential to help recover things. Because not only do I have the Occult Heal and Pray, I have Clemency from Paladin itself. I will not forget about bugs. Don't fall off this time. Eh. Falling in the water sure made me cold. Oh shit. "30 seconds. Oh, and the drawback lights come ruin, so if we keep messing up mechanics. Okay. So if you get enough of those stacks up to 3 times, you will just get automatically murdered. I see. Don't get it. Holy shit! That was really funny. It's the great wall. Oh, wait. Ooh. Very interesting. What the fuck are we doing? I don't know why I took it, because the other guy's lane tanking. Nice. wrong shit. Left, and then get another thing. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, I was gonna wait for the knockback thing to revive. So when we do that, we stack all the meteors together, I see, so that we can run to the other side. And I think we just beat Demon Tablet. Fucking cool. Oh, yeah, personal treasures again. Cool. There we go. The single knight was what I was looking for. That's what we upgrade our armor to +2 with. And we got the book for this guy, so we almost got this place filled out. That's a thing that they continued that I like. They have like little lore entries for this place. So there's 4 more bosses, or no, 3 more bosses and like an area to check out. Get all those, like they're all complete. Oh, cool. If I can get enough every time I do this by beating the tablet to get up to +2, that'd be sweet. I'd love to have +2 gear to make the farming a little easier for the last 2 jobs I got. Interesting. This is kind of like Final Fantasy V. Okay. Ooh. So the team split up. It's just like Final Fantasy V. I love this dungeon. That's awesome. So we have to split up and help each other as we crawl up the tower. See that thing that they're pulsing under their feet is a trap detection to see if there's anything dangerous that we can explode, like a mine. Okay. Uh-oh. That was close. Okay. Oh, that's right. I could just fucking stun. Is that a Final Fantasy I ass goblin? That's a Final Fantasy I ass goblin. Oh yeah, and then there's the orb that we would touch to help them in Final Fantasy V. That's so cool. I'm basically getting a remake of my favorite part of Final Fantasy V. Oh, did they disarm the trap? Okay. Okay, didn't do anything I thought I could with that. Couldn't stun or silence. You got a magic ball chasing us, so I don't know. What was the locked door to a secret treasure? Awesome. What the fuck? Just insta-killed him. Chocolate? Chocolate? This is what it was like playing Ragnarok back in the day. Just a team of fuckos going down a dungeon trying to grab loot together. Ragnarok's still my favorite MMO, I think. Uh-oh. Chocolate? Chocolate? 3 chunks, holy fuck. I'm pretty sure that's enough to upgrade one piece, like already. Yeah, I think they said stay single line on the right side to avoid the orb. fucking 3, dude. Holy shit. Oh. Now, this was a lot of work to get to this point. I mean, going through hundreds of hours of story. A lot of it I didn't care for. For the main story, getting to level 100. Farming like 60 hours in this zone. But this zone is pretty fucking cool. I love this dungeon. Pump, pump. Ooh, okay, I think we have to have a geomancer levitate over that floor over there. Holy fuck. Man, I can't stun shit. Oh yeah, one of the geomancers went over there. Okay, so in Final Fantasy V, geomancers can use levitate to go over like trap rooms or elemental rooms. And in the Forked Tower, you needed to hit certain switches and stuff. That was pretty cool. Thief lady? Where's our thief? What the fuck? How did you... I'm not gonna question it. 2? 6 already? Alright. I haven't needed to fight any fucking bosses yet. Oh, they sure do. I mean, in this alone, depending on what weather it is, you get a different, your geomancy buff will turn into a different thing. Like, if it's sunlight, you'll get a big, powerful heal. If it's rain, you'll get a big heap and shield. But yeah, in Final Fantasy V, it was the same. And Final Fantasy Tactics also the same, and they also have some of the best magic in the game. Now I'm definitely playing 5. I'm gonna download it tonight. Oh, we can see where the other team are. That's so cool. Oh, do we have to wait for them to activate their lift so we can activate ours? This is exactly like 5. This is so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, they had to step on theirs so we could move together. This is what I've always wanted in this game. I've always wanted Forked Tower shit like this, and they finally implemented it. I just wish I had a better zone that prepped you for it. Oh, wait. Oh, I remember these little fuckos from 5. Oh, well, I did not want to do that. So we're dead stars? I don't know what that means. So we're demon tablet, hallways, dead stars. Okay. Markers, fire towers, and then rage. Okay. 2 parties per boss. So we're gonna take the green one, I think. Old memory slimes. Not again! They keep doing this since Shadowbringers. They have this like hot and cold mechanic that you have to like regulate your temperature to be neutral. And it looks like they're doing it again. I think what you doing? So it looks like there's going to be a big fire AoE, and you're going to have to go into the other puddle. Well, let's see. Hot and cold memory slimes, 4 hops. Get yours to 0. So I just probably have to count down. Before you had to do some like chessboard shit and like find where these chess pieces were going to go across a board. While these swords on the side were going to also ignite either fire or ice. And you'd have a stacking debuff, either 2 fire or 2 ice, or 1 fire or 1 ice. And you had to find out a way to get that to neutral by soaking only 1 fire AoE or 1 ice AoE or both fire AoEs, whatever. It was a headache. This just seems like they're gonna be rotating little jumpy dudes. Like 2 big slimes are gonna go on each side of the arena and jump in a circle. Apparently this is a lot of people's... They have problems clogging this point. And... Oh, shit! There's more to it. Okay, snowballs. Oh, shit. Dash, proximity stack, knockback. Ooh, dash, 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 perks. Dash, 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 knockback, fuck stack. Fuck. 1, 2, 3... Oof. Fire towers, 1, 2, 3. So we'll be on the bottom right. Enrage, Windwork, spread out. Okay. And then there's going to be 2 things in between, and then the rapid locks. Magitar? Oh, right, there was a magical Minotaur at the top of the Forked Tower. So, like in Final Fantasy V, the Forked Tower was basically this. But one side was full of magic enemies, and one was physical enemies, and at the top was a magical Minotaur that you would fight. And I think when you beat it, you unlocked Phoenix, and it was an optional dungeon. It was completely optional, so it was hard as fuck. So, well, that's for later. I should focus on this. So, point busters and stacks out with L and R. Okay, so the party will be moving to the right side of the boss, and then the tanks with the buster will be going left. And then we have to do the ice cold shit, and then snowballs happen, and it's gonna be, looks like the 2 tanks are taking the 2 hits, so dash dash, and then they dash with a knockback, and then a proximity stack. I don't know if those proc stacks are... What the hell? RB, OR, REO, hot, ESN, swin, U, swin, okay. East, south, east, north, southwest, west, north, east, south, west, north, okay. And then red, blue. I don't know what O stands for. Orange? But... No, sorry, I'm reading the chat there. Because someone posted something and I just... I don't know how to read it. It says RB, which I'm guessing is red blue, then OR, which I'm guessing is the blue one. I don't know wait, the green one. Why isn't it called G? And then they're saying east, south, east, north for east end. And then SWWN SWIN is south, west, west, north. It's probably the positioning of when the orbs are going to jump. The slimes with the temperature debuff is going to jump. Because we got to regulate our temperature, it seems like, in a second. I'm glad there's still a lot of fantasy-looking characters in this game, because ever since they had casual attire, they added casual streetwear and like cyberpunk features attire. How this game looks has changed dramatically, and I don't know if I'm a fan. Oh, fucking got fucking PTSD there, man. What the hell? Come.
Dodge this and guard. Meet your fate. Out of my way. I tired of it. It ends here. Over here. Lost your way.
Really? Why did they think NSYNC was a good idea for this? Why Gizmo?
Time to descend, heartless angel. Come,
Descent, heartless angel.
prepare yourself. Show me what you've got. The planet and I, to be one. I shall lead you to the promised land. What?
I shall lead you to the promised land.
Try on. Can you take the pain? I am the chosen one. I shall be reborn.
I shall be reborn.
No, it can't be. The planet, it's fading. Come.
That's what I remember. Come. Because he would do the fucking fireball shit and it would kill me every time. Come.
Open your eyes. Path is to the power.
Out of the 3 voice actors for Sephiroth, that is absolutely the worst one. I somewhat understand what I'm supposed to do, so I'm just gonna wing it, and if I die, I die. I have 2 more revives, so if I can at least... If I die one more time, that's finito. But I did get some chocolate, so that's good. I don't understand what we're doing. I don't know why they had a NSYNC boy band member voice Sephiroth. There's a lot of voice lines in that I did not recognize at first, like talking about going to the promised land. That's a big plot point in Final Fantasy VII. That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, might as well pop some food. I'm assuming we're attacking the green one like my team is, but I'm gonna see what my team goes to. Okay, so I need to get hit 3 times. So here, there, here. I think. No! This isn't good. Oh, I'm dead. That was so silly. That is rough. Oh, thank you. Whoever did that, you're a saint. Delta attack? What are you, the Mega Sisters? And I died again. I don't know why. Oh well. Oh, I think I have one more revive. What? Why are people just offing themselves? What happened? Oh, that's why. That's brutal. You fuck up one mechanic and it's all over? Jesus. Jump run between them. Through the wall. Well, that was really cool. We got to the second out of 3 bosses. So if we beat that, there's one more hallway and then a boss. It's so hard to get into those though because I'm gonna be honest, people are such fucking cowards, man. No, I'm just kidding. People are really scared of going into that because of the death restriction. they don't want to fuck up, and then have people point fingers at them. So I need 6 fixatives. How much is it? What? No fucking way. You need 6x fixatives and they cost 10 each? The fuck do you mean? Why does this cost 99 sanguine? It sells for 10k gil. I could just get away with selling these for $500,000, but oh, that's the one I've been selling because I've been finding it in treasure chests. Oh, crap. Saw a bunch of the other bullshit. Oh my god. So I don't even have enough to buy one damn thing. Yeah, I'll level up to 22 real quick. Hi, honey. Oh shit, I think that's already going without me. Yeah. Where is your brother? We gotta go look for Mr. Pick. So once I hit level 20 again, which will be like a couple fates, not big. I'm gonna go take a little break, grab some food, and I'll come back and we can watch some stuff. I also gotta find my little boy cat. Kind of wandered off. Oh, my party music. Knowledge. I need more knowledge. I'm too stupid. Ah, I'm gonna cook the job stone. Well, I'm glad that I did it still, and I got some sanguine orbs or whatever. You're gonna need 60 for one piece of armor. 60. I get it though, because if you go through the tower normally, you could get upwards of like 20 per run. But that's still like 3 runs of beating this tower just to get one upgrade. Oh, fuck, I don't know if I'm down for that, because it's so hard to get into this and it takes so long. We've been in that for like, what, 2 hours? I mean, not entirely, but just to get a party that can beat the first boss. I don't know if I'm down with that. I mean, I'm down with it to clear it for the first time. Yeah, exactly. Fuck. I think I'll clear it for the first time, and then I'm not going to even care about upgrading the armor. Because that was genuinely a lot of fun, but I don't think I'm going to grind it. Should be about 2 more fates. I wouldn't recommend anybody play this, like start this game, do 100 hours worth of hundreds of hours of main story, leveling up to 100, and then 60 hours of this, grinding this in one zone just to play that one spot, but that is a lot of fun. And if anybody's already at this spot, I would highly recommend doing it. It's not bad. The battle music and that tower music that are remixes the Final Fantasy V stuff just sounds so good, dude. Oh, wait. Chest? Yeah, it's gonna be definitely like more and more fate and all good. Oh, look at that. Clear materia. Big fucking whoop. I could do this fate and then do the pot fate that's right next to it and then call it. Maybe the pot will give me something worthwhile afterwards. I doubt it. Because all the accessories basically give you one special attribute which affect your skills in this zone. And all the armor pieces give you +2. +3 if you have the +2 armor. Say that 3 times fast. What's up? Come on, hit me more, dog. Let's see what damage that does. 600,000! I love this class. Alright. Thank you for party start for hitting me with axes. What? I don't even know what they just meant there. I'm too stupid, man. Well, you know what? Thanks to you, Crisps, I'm always gonna think that those fucking wings are just CJ's wings. Supposed to catch the damn train, CJ. I think it starts right here. Maybe it's this. Oh, maybe, yeah, it's down here. Oh, I bet. Especially with what you were telling me about. Why can't I move that? Or whatever. How you're telling me about them releasing just cracked PlayStation 2s out the gate. I bet everybody was getting Grand Theft Auto. It is like the most popular game in the fucking world. And it has been, like, for forever. Everybody loves Grand Theft Auto. Hey, all good games. I played all of those. My little sister really liked Crash Nitro Kart, like a lot. In fact, I got the game case right here. I'm looking at it right now. Wait, what is it? Well, she loved that one, but I have Crash Bandicoot 1. Oh, maybe the third game? I don't know. But regardless, she loved that Nitro racing game on PS2. We played this weird ass action game that was Jack Skellington and Nightmare Before Christmas game. That was actually really good, but it was really bizarre because you don't think about Jack Skellington in action. I only played RE4, the original one, once, and it was on the Wii, my friend's Wii, Coach Eric Stan. I played it on his fucking Wii, and it was not the best. DMC3. Man, I'm struggling between DMC3 and DMC5 being my favorite DMC because they're so good. I like the atmosphere and story of the first one better and how the characters are portrayed, but the fifth one is just so refined and just so fucking good, man. Yeah, it was. You're right. The first one was GameCube, and then it was the PS2 port. Because that game was like the most ported game in history, and then Skyrim's right behind it. Oh, yeah, I'm positive. Woohoo! We got some pot. Gonna have some pot now. Holy shit, where do I put this? I'll just replace it with return for now. Far, far to the east. The Zebu? No, is that the Brazilian knockoff console you're talking about? The bootleg? PS2 Zebu? That's funny, dude. What the hell? Oh, it's in the building. The Poly Station. That's great. Oh wait, that was it. And I got absolute dick. I love this map. I love feeling like I'm not making any progress after hours and hours of gameplay. It was the NES, not even the SNES, it was the NES called the Poly Station. Upon entering the tower, blood intruders are met with this grim stone guardian, a variant of the demon walls that defended ancient Empire. As the techniques for producing these soulkin artisans crafted ever more intricate automata. That's a lot of word vomit, of which this specimen is a fine example. Magical, blah 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 blah. Okay, not really anything interesting that I wanted to know, but alright. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy V is the originator of Black Chocobo. That's right. And just having different colored Chocobo. It wasn't until Final Fantasy Tactics and 7 introduced different color chocobos, like black chocobos could fly in Tactics. In fact, Tactics was heavily based on Final Fantasy V's combat system.
Resident Evil 4 foi lançado originalmente em 2005 e é um jogo de terror e ação icônico, mas o lançamento para o console Zibo foi uma jornada inusitada. Desenvolvido pela Capcom em parceria com a Tectoy, o jogo foi adaptado para o Zibo em 2009. Curiosidade divertida: Resident Evil 4 no Zibo era uma versão simplificada do jogo original, com gráficos mais simples devido à baixa capacidade do console. E trouxe também uma novidade: Ganados Azuis. Isso mesmo, você se sente em um game de terror no planeta do filme Avatar. Assim, devido à baixa popularidade e restrições técnicas, o Resident Evil 4 para Zibo se tornou um jogo obscuro e curioso da franquia.
That is crazy. What the hell, dude? The Zibo. It can play Resident Evil 4. Buy today. Oh, whoops. Nope. Close that. Okay, I got back out of this. That's crazy. You know, I was kind of sheltered with gaming stuff because when, I guess I was just disconnected. I was really disconnected from everything when I was a teenager. I just glued myself to video games and rejected everything else. But, I didn't understand what the hell was happening when I saw Final Mix videos of Kingdom Hearts 2 on YouTube. And people were going to the Lingering Will portal, which I'm like, there's no portal in my game because I was playing vanilla Kingdom Hearts 2 in 2005 or 6 or whatever. I think it was 5 at first. I played it all the way. I was in love with that game. I played it from winter of 2005 all the way into like summer of 2007, like nonstop. But yeah. Sorry, that was a little weird tangent. But yeah, I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. Like, what is that portal? And then people would go into that portal and fight like 2 Sephiroths at the same time. And that's just how sheltered I was. Like, I didn't know what modding was. I didn't know what like bootleg consoles and stuff were at the time. The closest thing I knew about bootleg consoles was like, you know, those like joysticks that plug into a TV. That's the closest. I'm trying to think. Because it's just I'm probably just getting the timeline messed up. Let me look real quick. Let's see. Kingdom Hearts 2 US release. Oh, yeah. Kingdom Hearts 2 was released in March 2006. 2005 for Japan. Okay, so I got it in December 2000. That makes a lot more sense because I have specific memories. Flirting with this girl for a long time. Anyway, really heavily in the summer of 2007. That's why I remember. But I got this in in December of 2006 and played it all the way to the summer of 2007, and that makes a lot more sense. So yeah, I was just getting the dates confused because it's only been 20 years, dude. Oh god, I'm turning to dust right before my own guys. Oh my god. Kingdom Hearts 2 retrospective. Oh, yeah. We'll save this too. Okay. Okay, look, buddy. It's different for me. It's different with you because you're almost the age I was when I was playing Kingdom Hearts 2. In 2006 and 7, I was 15 and 16. So you're pretty damn close to that age. A couple of years off, like 4 years, 5 years, whatever. Add your age to my age. There's a difference. I'm gonna go cry now, look for my cat. I'll be back. I'll put on some fucking music or something. Then we'll watch some videos. Forget about this. The golden years are behind me. He is right. Time is a cruel prison. Let's see. Oh wait, did you? Oh, I bet you've seen this. I want to show you this before I go. Grab some food and find my cat. To the viewing room.
They've been laughing since I can remember, but they're not going to laugh anymore. Yuck.
I don't know why that one gets me. But young Xehanort's voice actor doing that is just great. I don't like the gamer's joint though. Kind of pretentious. But whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna put this on. Wait, well, okay. No, I won't get copyrighted. No, you know what? Let's play this one. That was Silent Hill 3 with some Silent Hill 2 and 3 music thrown in there, but it was like an ambient remix. I don't know if you ever played it, but Legend of Dragoon, that was my very first RPG I ever played. And this is the music from it. Its music is fantastic, its designs are great, it has wonderful pre-rendered backgrounds. It was deemed by its director to be a Final Fantasy killer, and ever since then that guy dropped out of the gaming industry completely and left to never make a sequel again, which is a bummer because it didn't sell well. And that's because the English translation is garbage. The translation outside of Japanese for that game was so bad people didn't really understand it. It also had an action combat, so like action-ish combat system with its turn-based. So it was normal turn-based. You would have attack, magic, and items. That was your three options. But to use magic, you'd use items and throw the item at the enemy, and then it would ask you to do a button mashing fest to build up the multiplier from like 75% as high as you could get it. And the highest I ever got it was like 320, and that hurt my arm so fucking bad. But that's how you use magic. And then attacking, when you use a normal attack in that game, you don't just watch your character run up and attack. It's kind of like a rhythm-based like timing thing. Like if you ever saw Shadow Hearts, it's in rhythm with the character's attacks, and you have to press the button as they're hitting. And so you're fully involved with the combat the entire time. So though combat is very simple, it is very engaging. Oh man. If you haven't played Chrono Trigger since then, you should go back and play. That is one of my all-time favorite games of all time. Of all time, of all the times. Yeah, let me show you this real quick, and then I'll leave it on this video. Let's play some music. This game was so fucking cool. But narratively, it's really weak because the translation is awful. that was a bad. It's kind of related. I've never played Final Fantasy 13 2. I have seen it. I watched my friend and old roommate play it, Gojira Dan. Even though I played like 2 minutes of it.
Yes! Double slash! Yes!
But I never played it myself, though its combat and gameplay is far above 13, though 13's story and character telling is much better. For the most part. Oh, this person's got the peak team right here. This is my team. Kongol, Dart, and Rose. This game is like S tier in every sense, except for the translation is garbage. And then even with that, the story, even with a good translation, I feel would be like it'd be like a B. But with the translation, it's like an F because you can hardly understand shit. But the premise is really cool. But they do so they do stupid stuff like there's the moon that never sets. What do you call it? The moon that never sets. And then the moon that never sets has bestowed its power on the moon child. Moon child, blah, blah, blah. And they just keep going with that naming scheme for everything. It's just a really poor translation. It's really boring. So, sorry. I want to show you this real quick. I'm fucking starving. So, when you click attack in this game, you equip different additions or different attacks before battle. Depending on what you choose, you'll get more damage or more SP. SP fills your Dragoon gauge, which is a different thing entirely, but it's a balancing act between the two. When you hit attack, this blue square pops up on screen, and it tells you to press X with this little winding...
Yes!
Yeah, like that. The little winding square that lines up with it to time it.
Yes!
As you go through the game, you get more difficult additions.
Volcano!
And they're all in rhythm with the character's attacks.
Yes! Burning rush!
Darts is kind of easy, but they're very fast and rhythmic.
Go!
Yeah, kind of.
Crash dance! Yes! Go! Madness Hero!
Madness Hero is my favorite because it's just so fast and crazy.
Go! 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 Moon strike!
Strike! The most powerful additions would be ones that didn't give you a lot of SP.
Go! Go! Blazing Dynamo!
But the best additions in the game were like
Whip smack!
90% the best damage, 90% the best SP gain you could get.
Die! More and more!
Rose's, just you use the rapier, I don't know how to say that.
Hard blade.
Hers were just fast and chaotic. She was like the most advanced character to play. Because the timing would be all over the place, where Darts is all very rhythmic and the slow pace. And then Asco is just an asshole. That guy who just punched right there. The timing for his shit is bizarre fucking cuckoo bullshit.
Flurry of sticks! Take that! Summon 4 gods!
Yep. Yeah. That was a big inspiration. Unfortunately, this game did poorly because of that translation, like I said, but these guys went on to make other games with Squaresoft developers that left to make Kudelka. They didn't work on the Kudelka game. They worked on Shadow Hearts, which Shadow Hearts are a sequel to Kudelka, because the original director of Kudelka left after that came out, because he wanted to make it more of a Resident Evil kind of thing, but his team wanted to make it traditional turn-based, so he left the project because they made the whole project suffer. Claire Obscure, everybody loved it at first. And I played a little bit of it. I have it, but I have not played all of it because I'm kind of waiting for my roommate to play more of it, and our schedules don't sync up, so I'm still at the beginning of the game. But it is very good. Its combat is very engaging and interesting. Its story grips you the moment you start it. The voice acting is amazing. It looks incredible, but it's still stylized, so it's not overly realistic. It's a fantastic game. The reason why people hate it, they used AI appropriately. They used AI as a placeholder to put like posters and shit in the background. And they forgot to take it out. Because, with art, sometimes you're just trying to make something, and so you're putting placeholders there so you can get the vibe for it to create the scenery around it or whatever, or create the scenario. And so you have placeholders just to get the vibe down, and they put AI shit on the walls and shit just to get the feel for it as they created the level. And then when the game came out, they forgot to remove that and put it with the actual assets they created. It was just a technical error. And since people are so against AI, they're hounding that game now because they think people don't understand the difference between using AI as a tool and using generative AI to supplement art. These guys were using it as a tool to progress their game development because they're a small team, an indie team, and they use it smart without compromising their artistic integrity. That's what AI is good at. That's what it should be used for. The Xenoblade Chronicles team, the Monolith Soft, it took them like 5 years to make Xenoblade Chronicles 2. It took them like 3 to 4 years to make Xenoblade Chronicles X. It took them like 5 years to make Xenoblade, or like 3 to 4 years to make Xenoblade 1. But that was on the Wii and stuff. So as they got better and better hardware, it took longer and longer to make this shit. And so by the time they got to the Switch and they were making Xenoblade Chronicles 3, that is the most well-formed open world that they made. And they used AI to cut the development time by years by creating assets and letting AI auto-place it around this. Because the director, Tetsuya Takahashi, is he's also Tetsuya Nomura's kind of teacher in a way, because he taught him when he joined Square Enix, because they both work for Square Enix. Anyway, sorry, my mind waters like that. He is a level designer. He is great with geography and architecture. He's a master at level design. And so they came up with a blueprint of the map that they wanted and used AI to generate assets in those spots to get the feel and look for it. And then they went through with a fine-tooth comb to weed it all out and make it to their specification and their liking. Because AI is just taking out all the grunt work that people don't want to do or takes too much time. Like tree placement. Like that's all they were really doing was putting a shit ton of trees down at once so they can refine it, focus it, and make it the way they wanted. And that's the appropriate way to use AI. Using AI to generate art and steal art from other artists, that's fucked up. That's not okay. Using AI to fake music or just create things by using other people's things, not a good idea. But using it as a tool so you can get to the things you want to make quicker, it is very powerful for doing that. And with this industry, we kind of need something like that if we're going to keep up with how things have been going. I would like to have everything be handmade, but games are taking, going from the PS2 to PS3 era of games are going from 2 years of development to on average 6 years of development. And this opens up the road for indie developers. If they use it wisely and ethically, they like the Claire Obscure people did. Which, yes, by the way, I did see your message earlier. A rare W for the French. It can allow smaller teams to punch well above their weight class and compete with these AAA slop titles that we've been dealing with for the last 15 years. this small team of 30 people who did a little bit of outsourcing and used some AI for asset placement were able to go toe to toe with some of the greats out there like Square Enix, and they blew them out of the water in most regards. It's less straining on the creators, and if used right, it's totally fine by my viewpoint. And granted, I'm an artist. I make everything that I do by hand. I don't want to use AI myself, but I am totally fine with people using it in the right way for the right reasons. But people don't know how to differentiate it from generation to tool to asset use. Having it just like place shit for you, that's totally fine. Creating stuff out of thin air and using that as your own work is not okay. And they didn't do that. Anyway, that's a little rant there. Finish watching this video. It's pretty short. But, yeah, this combat is very similar to Claire Obscure. It doesn't get as crazy as this as far as I've seen, to where you're doing like quick button combo inputs really fast. But you do have to really time shit. Like, they just showed me how to jump in that game during combat to jump over attacks that go under your feet. Then you can either parry or hold the parry button to guard, and the guard will reduce your damage, but you won't get the you won't get resource generation for the resources your characters use to attack. It also plays like an older Final Fantasy, because there's like when you leave a zone, it opens up a world map where the world kind of shrinks and you're kind of giant walking along this giant like zone, or sorry, this little zone. It's an open world. Yeah, I mean, it's basically that, but it's I gotta play more of it because apparently it gets kind of intense a little later. And I'm playing it on the hardest difficulty, so if I miss, I die. If I don't parry properly, I die. It's kind of brutal.
Take that, FFXIV! Take that, Omni-Sweep!
Combo's super simple. He only has like very few inputs, but they're very quick. And they get you ready to do like a big wind-up attack. Catch you off guard sometimes. Oh, Chris.
Harpoon!
Lavitz and Albert. They're the same character basically in combat.
Spinning King!
Spinning King. They're difficult because their shit's all over the place. They could wind up and keep you guessing or like waiting for the prompt, or they could be super fast and make you like button mash really fast. Like that.
Gust of wind to dance!
Gust of wind to dance. It's fucking stuck in my brain for the end time.
Blossom Storm!
Blossom Storm!
Double snap!
I really haven't played much of Maru.
Hammer spin!
I played this game back in 2023. And it was fun to play. Not as hard as I remember it being as a kid. I played this when I was like 7. No, I had to play it when I was 8 because it came out in 1999. But it was a lot of fun playing it, just the story was pretty bad. I had to be pretty generous with what was actually happening. Oh, there's my boy.
Harpoon! Spinning King!
Cloud Typhoon!
Gust of wind dance.
When I was like 9-ish, 8, 9-ish, and my friend got this, my best friend at the time, we would pretend that we were the characters from this game acting out the actions when we were playing it. Oh yeah, Shauna and Miranda, they just literally do like a fucking bow shot. And that's a crit. Oh, that's the special items they can use. Special arrows. And then you could turn into Dragoon form to do additions, which are all basically the same, but their animations are different. But they act the same. It goes into a clock wheel that goes like bam, 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 bam. And if you hit all 5, you do like a perfect. It's a very fun game. They worked on Shadow Hearts later on, and I've yet to play those games, but I think for Halloween we might play some of them. Definitely Parasite Eve and Kudelka, and maybe some Shadow Hearts. Anyway, I'm gonna leave this music from this game playing. I think its music is great. I'll be back and we'll watch some stuff. Whoops. No! 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 Come back! Okay, sorry about that. Play that damn video. Homie, don't play that way. Okay. Be back. Okay, sorry. I'm back. It took way longer than I wanted because my cats are crazy. Whew. Alright, let's change the title. Title. I love this song. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. There we go. Alrighty. Just chatting for a little bit. I wish it would just play pull up a playlist instead of like taking me to this area. Man, I'll eventually watch this 1.x stuff. I added this 4 years ago. Don't know why this is on watch later. 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 I haven't even listened to him in years. That's an old as fuck video. I'll leave it on there. Oh my god, when that video was fucking fresh. I wonder where Ethis Asher is. Hope he's doing okay. He wasn't doing so hot before. Okay, I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, I was watching a lot of YMS a couple years ago. Cooking stuff. I'm not a fan of that video, but whatever. That was for depressing things. I don't remember what that's for. Don't remember what that's for. Man, I have a lot of fucking videos I don't remember adding. Okay, I'll keep that on. I'll keep that on because I'm trying to learn how to play the Shinobu flute. These three, and then... Oh, yeah, this new Seer video. That's right. Who's yelling at me? I have so many, as you just saw, I have so many videos. I don't know why, dude. Well, here's a funny video, real quick.
That was undeniable proof that we totally owned you, lamers.
The Heartless obey me now, Sora. Now I have nothing to fear.
You're stupid!
Because I'm you. No, I'm me. I'm me, he says.
Kyrie.
Yep. Yeah. Why I can't introduce Kingdom Hearts to my friends. Can you hear the audio, by the way? Because, like, it's turned down on my end. So I want to make sure you can hear it okay. Whoops, that was me. Kyrie's inside me?
Kyrie's inside me?
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
Say, fellas, did somebody say the door to darkness? Just casual conversation.
Who are you?
I'm what's left. Or maybe I'm all there ever was.
I meant your name.
You won't need a home anymore where you're going.
What?
Why? You're the real sham.
Fair enough.
That is so funny. I never really thought about it. Why was Terra looking around like that, bro? He just realized, wait, where did all this darkness come from?
You could say I am the biggest nobody of them all.
Oh my god.
They'll pay for this.
I knew when I met you. You and Kyrie smell the same.
Oh,
smell like tuna.
Got it? Means hot.
No. Shion. Who else will I have ice cream with?
Mickey! It's Riku! They put bugs in him!
What?
Time to achieve vengeance.
Ben, are you okay?
Me? I'm already half Xehanort.
That's nuts!
That's nuts!
So, what did you want to talk about?
No, wait, pause. No, that song's very sad. Nope.
That was undeniable proof that...
Okay. Yeah, it's water. Sorry, that's what came to my head when I read water. I'm truly gone, bro. Yeah, I want to see this real quick.
Rated M for mature.
Because this was something else earlier.
I swear, every time I catch the news, there's a new tragedy. It's like people are going out of their way to find new ways to die.
It's the 90s. People really are losing all sense of moral fiber.
Five Nights Forked.
I had a kid brother, you know. He went missing in 1985. Never came back.
Don't try and connect everything together like there is some giant cosmic plan.
Ow! Wow. You guys realize how messed up all this is?
What if people can sense the end is coming?
Would be. I absolutely hate it. And therefore, at this time, I decided to just continue the run.
No, wait, hold
so
on. Wait,
I went towards
we'll come back to this video. We'll come back to it. Hold on. What the fuck was that?
Rated M for mature.
Look. Pause, please. Okay. Crisps. I'm sorry for millennials. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I could get those vibes immediately. Earthbound, liberal, art major. This all started with my generation, like, really went in full effect, and I'm sorry for millennials. If you know what Boondocks is, I am the Uncle Ruckus of millennials. My generation like to roleplay as rebels and as artistes. And act like their growing up was the greatest thing ever, and everybody needs to pay attention to them. I'm curious to see what it's about, but it's everything that I hate about millennials. Just from what I could see here. Oh boy. Okay, let's see. What's this video? Oh, good. The 2-hour dissection of everything I hate about millennials. It's great. It's wonderful. Okay, we're gonna save this for later. I need to like prepare for this. I need to mentally prepare for that. Oh my god. Like seriously, my generation is so fucking annoying, dude. Let's take that out the watch list. We were part of like one of the greatest golden eras of media in general, because we were going from barely having VHS tapes and static radio television to all the shit we had in the 2000s and what we have now. We are the most like privileged generation, and also the people who made stuff that we enjoyed when we grew up were from people who actually went through like conflicts, like people who went through the bombings in Japan, like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people who lived through the Cold War and stuff and were creating art based off their experiences and stuff. People who had actual like life experiences making art. And everybody from my generation, the worst thing we ever had happen to us, which was like in America, was, you know, the big 9 of the 11s. But that was so disconnected from everybody. I know everybody in my class at the time when it happened didn't really care. Because we were kids, we didn't understand. As we got older, we understood, but... Good. Brazil sounds like a pretty fucking cool place right now, honestly. Because, man, America is just so... I mean, I love being in America. I love my country. But the people in the current generation right now piss me the fuck off. And I want to get far away from them. All they want to do is pretend that they're rebels. And they had such a hard upbringing. Or they're so detached from reality that they're I'm not going to get into politics and stuff, but basically the left and right, I don't agree with either one of them, and they're just so... They draw you in the best that they can. I hate it. Yeah, you guys had actual shit to deal with, it sounds like. Everybody in my high school was talking about Y2K and not Y2K, the Mayan calendar in 2012 rolling around and the world ending and hoping it happened. And when it didn't, they were bummed. I can't stand them, man. They're so annoying. Like all the great art we enjoy, like Lord of the Rings, that was created by someone who actually was in World War, I think it was 1 and 2, or 1 at least. He actually went through World War 1, and his stories are based off his experiences. Not 1 for 1, but you could tell they come from something real. And a lot of the 80s stuff, a lot of 70s, 80s, and 90s anime were heavily dealing with, like, the fallout from the nuclear bombs that were dropped on them and what that did to them. And through a lot of those pains and those real life experiences, those people made some genuinely fantastic art that could still be felt to this day. My generation in America, we're making shit like Steven Universe and video games like this. Or like that new game that came out, Mixtape. It's just... people LARPing like they have actual problems. They want to be victims. It's just so fucking annoying, dude. I'm gonna go into a big giant fucking rant if we don't move on. No, we don't need WW3. No. What I'm saying though is that a lot of the great pieces of artwork that we have through a lot of different mediums come from a genuine place of either pain or a lot of emotions that people want to communicate. And through all the things that I love the most, like a lot of Studio Ghibli work and everything. I mean, Studio Ghibli made Nausicaa: The Valley of the Wind, which was a metaphor for the nuclear bombings that happened and how he dealt with that when he was younger and what it could lead to. And that spawned Final Fantasy. They loved that so much. After Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2 was very much a Studio Ghibli inspired thing. The Chocobos are based off the chickens from that movie, for instance. And it just all in my opinion, from all the things that I've seen, it's like for media, it either comes from outsiders, like outsider art, that really want to try their best to communicate something that's on a very personal level, or it's something from immense pain or trauma or something real and tangible or some kind of life experience, good or bad, that they went through. Whereas just everybody in America right now, like all the millennials, are just LARPing like they had a difficult childhood. Which, some of them did. I mean, I didn't have I had actually, for the most part, I had a great childhood, for the most part. It's just, like, my dad's side being involved and health issues aside. But besides that, I had a loving mom and I had a stable place of living for a long time. I had a roof over my head. Like, I had my siblings. I had a pretty damn good childhood. These people had both their parents, like most of these people have both their parents in their lives, and the worst thing that ever happened is that daddy didn't buy them a car when they turned 16 or something like that. And that was most of the people I met in high school were assholes like that, honestly. But I'm not trying to grandize things and say like you can only make art from such a deep place of pain. It's just like the greatest things I have noticed have been from places of immense pain like that. Yeah, that still sucks though. I'm glad you're okay. I mean, I'm assuming you're okay since you're here talking to me now, but yeah, a lot of Americans, middle class and above, and even some people in poverty, because I grew up super poor. I grew up in like the ghetto, and even then I still had like video games and stuff, and again, roof over my head, I was able to eat and stuff. We have it pretty good here. Yeah, I'm trying to think. When I was 16, I had some kind of seizure that just happened out of nowhere. I wonder if that's something like that. I think the doctor said it was I don't know. That's totally not here or there. It just made me think about it. But yeah, seriously, yeah, sometimes you just roll poorly in Spawn RNG and shit will happen to you, but you're okay. You're here now. I'm glad you had a good childhood. Like, I think most people in the world, in like first world areas like America and Canada and stuff, most parts of Europe, we're still in our infancy of getting into this new generation of development for the human race, where we no longer have to fight over resources for things anymore like we used to. We don't have to fight or discriminate against other people for this or that or whatever. We're starting to get out of this mentality of religious and ethic differences. Starting to. We were. It kind of took backpedal in America because people thinking that they're fighting against racism, even though they're most racist, but that's a different topic. And I just think we don't know how to deal with not being in conflict because, I mean, we're essentially animals. All humans are just animals. We've evolved from whatever we were before. We learned to survive all this time so we can keep the species going. And that's not really like, we don't have to fight for that anymore. And we don't know how to cope with that. So when we're in a place of stability and we don't really have anything to like have conflict with, a lot of people I noticed, like a lot of these liberals and everything, will latch on to whatever they can to act like the victim, to see it, make it so their life was like had more meaning to it or something. Like their life is more valid because they aren't happy with their lives because they're not really either doing anything with it, or whatever the reason is. They're just unhappy with something about their lives. But most people I know who say they have had bad childhoods and act the victim, they've had pretty fucking good lives. Like, I wish I had a dad growing up. And I had a pretty fucking good childhood. So if they had both of that, they had both their parents and they were both loving and took care of them, got them into the school without having to, without them having to pay it themselves and work it off themselves and all that shit. And they were showing a lot of love and care from their family. They're fucking fine. Just because they weren't the rebels that they thought they were. And a lot of it is also a lot of people belittling, like, example, the biscuit stuff I talked about, where they belittle people's success and stuff. People like to do that online in general. They like to downplay other people's life or experiences to justify their own life and everything, and it pisses me off. I'm getting into the rant I was talking about. Let's
video. I remember being thoroughly unimpressed with Saga Frontier 1 back in the day, and my only memory of Saga Frontier 2 is renting it for a weekend, getting lost.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, if you have anything to input on that, I'd be happy to hear it, but I need to chill out because, like, there's just been shit that's been eating at the back of my head for a long time, and I need to find a way to clearly communicate it. But just a lot of crybabies in America that cry wolf a lot. I was thinking of watching this video or Sears' new video, because I'm really interested to see what this guy has to say to get roasted so hard. Yeah, sure, okay. Yeah, we could always watch Sears' thing later, too. It's not like he's going anywhere. After that playthrough, I think he's going to be taking a break till 7. Wait, Final Fantasy Legend? No, Final Fantasy Legend, I thought those became the Tales... No, not the Tales of... the Secret of Mana games and everything. The blah blah Mana games. Legend 2, 3, Saga... Saga Frontiers, Series 2, Unlimited Saga. Oh, he already made his Final Fantasy VI video. He was having such a hard time with Final Fantasy V's playthrough that he went ahead and did Final Fantasy VI challenge run and an Earthbound challenge run and another challenge run, and then went back to 5. Yeah, let's go just check it out real quick. Just so I'm not being an asshole and lying to you. Yes, I agree. Blindfolded, yes. Deaf, yes. No menu, yes. No attacking, yes. Pacifist, yes. No blinking. I know you have blindfold on as well, but you can't blink as well. Am I not subscribed to him? That's crazy. I know I subscribed to him. That's why the video started randomly playing while I was streaming earlier. Unless it's this one and I can't see it right now. No, that's Red Letter Media. Crazy.
Storage chest. Press left mouse button to open.
The fuck is this?
All right. Tell me if that's working. I'm already really pissed.
All right. Yeah, why am I not subscribed? I swear I subscribed to him. His video just randomly started fucking playing on my channel, apparently. All right. So, let's see. Final Fantasy II, and then he did Final Fantasy III, then he did Final Fantasy IV, and then instead of doing 5, he did Mario Party 2, Torchlight video, this video, Final Fantasy VI, another Earthbound video, whatever this is, the Diablo 2 video, and then he made Final Fantasy V. Let's see, when was the last video he made for? 9 months ago? It took him 9 months to figure... Oh, wait, no, wait, sorry. It's 5 months. It took him 5 months to figure out this run. That is hilarious. No running, no spending, no menu. Oh, what, for... Earthbound? Oh, Final Fantasy VII. Oh, he hasn't done Final Fantasy VII yet. Final Fantasy V was his most recent one. He did 6, though. I'm weirdly enamored by this guy's channel. I don't watch most of his stuff, but the stuff that I do watch, I really like. Mostly the Final Fantasy videos. Shit, there's something else I was gonna look up. Oh, yeah. Let's see what Google AI has to tell me. I don't know if I typed that right. Oh, wait, what? I can't fucking read because my chat's in the way. Hold on. Ashitoko, the director of Saga series, played a critical role in Final Fantasy II as a battle planner and system designer. Oh, so the battle director created the Saga franchise. Oh, but wait, Final Fantasy Legend... I thought Final Fantasy Legend became the Mana series. Interesting. I did play that game back in the day. I did play Final Fantasy Legends, and it was such a fucking stupid game. I'm not gonna lie. It was like the most asinine RPG I've ever played because they thought Americans were too stupid to play JRPGs. Okay, let's go back to this video. Let's see what this is all about.
I played the worst JRPG series of all time. And in this video, I'll be showing you every little annoying moment, mind-boggling design choice, as well as one game that might be the single worst JRPG ever made. And the series that I'm talking about is the Saga series. Now, I'm sure plenty of you disagree with this, but after having played every game in the series over the course of a few months, I can confidently say that I've never, in my 30 years of playing JRPGs, played a collection of games this bad. And by the end of this video, I think you'll agree with me. So let's begin with where it all started with the Final Fantasy Legend Trilogy on Game Boy. Now, if you're wondering, why are you playing 3 Final Fantasy games? I thought you were playing the Saga games. Well, the first 3 Saga games were rebranded as Final Fantasy games for the West, as Square felt like they might have more appeal this way. As much as you want to gift wrap a turd, at the end of the day, it's still a turd. So let's start with Final Fantasy Legend 1. To begin, there's very little story setup, and then just throw you into the world with very little explanation. I'm used to tutorials, but there is no guidance here. You're just in this level like, okay, figure it out. You know, I talked to this guy, he says something about a guild. I don't get it. The first door I go to is locked. There's item shops that I can't buy anything from because I don't have any money. And then another guy said there's a town to the southeast. So that's where I decided to go.
Okay, already, just like the comment said, he's telling me he is not. Oh my god. Sorry. He doesn't seem like he plays RPGs on the regular. It seems like he plays modern RPGs, like the AAA Assassin's Creed kind of games where they handhold you through the entire experience. Just from the outset, that's what it seems like. I don't know though. We'll see. But that's like the basics, man. Is talking to townsfolk, older JRPGs, especially older ones from the 90s and before, wanted you to engage with the world and talk with people around you instead of talking to set NPC. And oh no, I don't have money at the beginning of a game. Yeah, that happens a lot. Oh man, that's silly.
Along the way, I get into some combat, and it's about as basic and as archaic as it gets. Attacks have uses to them like in Pokemon, but they don't refill after you rest at an inn. And there's no XP either.
This might be a different game I was thinking of, because the Final Fantasy Legend I played on the Game Boy, there was a different Final Fantasy that played like a Legend of Zelda game that became the Mana series.
The way you level up is really strange. You have to buy upgrade items from stores, and these can be really expensive. So I eventually get to this town, and there's a shield missing from the statue, and I went to a nearby castle, but they won't give me the shield, so I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now. I'm totally lost, and so I looked up a guide. By the way, I'm only like 10 minutes into this game, and I already have to look up a guide. It turns out that you can add 3 other party members, so that makes it so much more easy, but that's 3 more mouths to feed when I go to buy.
It sounds a lot like the complaints for Dark Souls when it first came out, to be honest.
Items to level them up. Now, I can revive characters at this heart building. However, when I want to restore HP at the inn, I have to spend 1 gold for every HP that I recover. That's insane. It's not like other RPGs where it's like a flat fee. So this is really wild already. Not to mention this game is a total grind fest. There's so many random battles. It's just not that fun so far. So I upgraded a few characters. I went to the first dungeon, and interestingly, monsters can change into the other monsters if they eat meat. So some characters that you can have in your party are monsters, and if they eat other monster meat, well, they can become something else. And these mutants seem to get random stat increases and abilities. Now, there are harder enemies in this dungeon, but it's not too bad. I beat the Sword King, I guess, and then I died on my way out. Yeah, I think I'm done with this game. Like I said, there's no guidance, basically no story, and it's incredibly grindy. And I get it, what should I expect from a Game Boy RPG that released in 1990? But nonetheless, it's so archaic and just not fun at all. Next, we'll move on to Final Fantasy.
He didn't even play it all the way? He played the beginning 10 minutes of... Oh my god. I'm gonna watch the rest of the video.
Legend 2. At the beginning, there's this big long text scroll, something about magi and symbols of power. At the beginning, I can create a character. Now, what's nice is there is some setup and there is some context for what I'm supposed to do. At the beginning, my father leaves when I'm a young child, but then as time goes on, I want to find my father. Now, as I go on my adventure, I can bring 3 characters with me, and what's nice is so far, it's not obtuse, it's kind of straightforward. Now, I do have 1 piece of magi from my father, and apparently if I search for more, I'll find him along the way somewhere. So I leave town to go on my adventure, and our teacher, this Squidman guy, joins us. Now, in combat...
Yeah, so far 30 years my fucking ass. It's so archaic, but I've been playing these for 30 years. Motherfucker, I've been playing JRPGs for 25 goddamn years. I've been playing RPGs from the early 80s, like Final Fantasy I, all the way up to 99 with like Legend of Dragoon or shit, what was that series called? There's a lot of weird JRPGs that came out on the PS1. This is just standard shit, honestly. This is like standard stuff. And he couldn't get past the first dungeon. You're gonna die in an RPG at the beginning. Final Fantasy I is 1986 in Japan. In fact, this is the 40th anniversary of Final Fantasy. But I mean, I just mean like games in the earlier 90s to now. Like I've also played like I don't like to admit it, but I played Ultima. The first one from like 1975. These older RPGs are hard. They don't expect you to just win. You have to figure out how to play them. And if you die, you just have to reload your save and continue. That's what all these games are like. But he's like, oh no, this doesn't hold my hand and give me a shit ton of power-ups from the beginning. I don't like it. Oh, I didn't know Megami Tensei was that old. I thought it was like a 90s game. Well, shit. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. That's cool, though.
That weapons have uses and they break, and you'll need to buy new equipment. But having this guest character, this Squid Man teacher, to help supplement...
It has a novel? It's a novel made by the game company that makes them, or was it just something that they made, like... Or is it, like, the guy who made it, who, like, writes those games or whatever, made a novel for it, and he also writes the games? That is so weird. I gotta look into the history of that game series. Because in 2020, I became a huge fan of Twin Peaks. And there are so many Twin Peaks things in Persona 3 and 4 and even 5. Like, it was a novel that they turned into a show and then got inspired by Twin Peaks and made it fucking JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Okay. Oh, okay. It was called Megami Tensei, and there was Shin Megami. Oh yeah, isn't Shin like a side story technically in Japanese media when they call something Shin? Or like not the actual property technically kind of thing. They used to call a lot of OVAs Shin something. Oh, I'll look it up later.
Damage and healing is so nice. It makes everything much more forgiving. Again, so far, exploring is much more straightforward. It's hard to get lost. There's really only one place to go no matter where you look. Now, here's where things change up and kind of change permanently for the rest of the series. Stat increases here work like Final Fantasy II, where the more you use a weapon or the more you get attacked or things like that, you get these random level ups. So for example, you'll get only HP increases or only damage.
They're not random. They're based on what you do.
Damage increases, and then you'll randomly get new abilities as well. Now you can also buy stat increases like Final Fantasy Legend 1, but that doesn't seem to be the main way to strengthen your team. But mercifully, the game also revives any party members that have died in combat with 1 HP, a small touch that goes a long way to making the game less frustrating. Now after making my way through this cave to the other side, our teacher, the squid guy, leaves and now we're on our own. With a town in sight and well over 9,000 gold, I should be okay. So when I get to town, I think I see my dad. Nah, it's just a guy wearing a similar hat. And after asking around, someone told me about a shrine to the west, so that's where I went. There, I met a healer named Key who says they've seen my father but doesn't know exactly where, but they do mention something about relics where Magi might be. And then they give me this sort of cryptic clue. I need to go 4 steps to the east and 3 to the south from a big rock to the south. Now this is the right kind of vague. At least I have some clue as where I'm supposed to go. So I go to the rock, follow directions, and then I go to this new secret area. Very cool. I love this kind of vagueness. Now in the dungeon I explored and then I found 4 Magi, and I can equip them, and I assume they gave me some kind of stat increases, but it's pretty unclear. Menus were very primitive in the Game Boy days, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what stat changes happen. So when I went back to Key and told her what happened, I'm going to this new character Azura's base, and so Key will join me as a guest character. Now on my way to Azura's base, Key left and then a character called Mass joined me. So we seem to have these random guest characters that come and go all the time. So I go to Azura's base.
Kind of like Final Fantasy II. That's interesting.
Barely beat him, and then I'm starting to get a feeling for what this game is going to be like, so I kind of just leave it there. Final Fantasy Legend 2 is so much better than 1. It's still vague at times, but way more guidance, more forgiving by reviving fallen enemies, and I get much more money. Not to mention the constant flow of guest characters that help supplement the damage and healing. Again, I gotta admit, these retro style JRPGs aren't really my thing, but if you enjoy them, then Final Fantasy
I've been playing JRPGs for 30 years, he says, but they're not my thing, he says.
Legend 2 might be one to check out. And now we're on to the last game of the trilogy, Final Fantasy Legend 3. In the intro, they mentioned that the world's been flooded and monsters come with this water that's flooded the world. And so you're a group of young heroes and you get sent back in time to prevent the flood from happening, and then the world can be brought back from ruin. And then what's really wild is as I'm leaving, there's a character named Faye in the game, which is trippy because I named one of my characters in Final Fantasy Legend 2 Faye. It's a very, very weird coincidence. At first I thought maybe the data transferred over, but I don't think that's the case. Unfortunately, this game falls back into the design philosophy of not telling you where to go or what to do. So I fumble around what I think is my ship, and eventually I land outside this temple near a town. And there are some new twists in combat, and there's some interesting character progression. Here, it's much more of a traditional RPG where you get experience points to level up. And what's weird is enemies drop meat or parts, and if any of your characters consume them, they transform them regardless if they're a mutant or not. And so main characters change into all kinds of beasts, and one even turned into a robot, which is pretty cool. Here, spells also use up MP instead.
Maybe he should talk to sorry. Maybe he should talk to people in the town more to figure out what's going on in the world, like, you know, older Final Fantasies.
Of just being used and then breaking, and weapons seem to work the same way as well, but they don't break. Eventually I made it to this nearby town and got stuck pretty fast. There was nowhere to go, and there were constantly pits in my way. Every time I would try to just walk over them, I would fall down back to the first floor, and I thought I was going nuts when I found out I can jump. Now I know these games don't exactly have tutorials, but letting me know I could jump when I couldn't jump in the other 2 games would have been really nice to know. Now
try hitting the buttons. That's like the first thing I do when I play a game. I hit every button to see what I can do. That's like game 101, man.
After making my way through the tower, I eventually got a spell called Float. It turns out this ability is something I can use on the overworld, which allows me to explore even more places that I couldn't before. After flying around for a while, I stumbled upon this town in a cave, I think. I met this gal who gave me this ability to travel to the past. So now we have an already directionless game, and now we're adding time travel on top of that? Man, I'm screwed. So I end up flying around aimlessly for like,
oh no, adventure. Oh no, I have to interact with the world. I don't have someone who just tells me what to do and then I do the objective.
20 or 30 minutes, and then I just gave up. The directionless nature of this game comboed with time travel, meaning you basically have to explore the same area mindlessly twice, was pissing me off to no end, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I applaud the developers for
Sen also sprawls from SMT as a spin-off, thanks to SMT as a spin-off. So that game is basically proto-personas. Yeah, that's what I've heard before. I've heard that's one of the things with that Pal World lawsuit going on right now, is that they have been doing creature character summoning since like the 80s or something. Yeah, they really like being in high school for those SMT games and Persona.
trying something ambitious on the Game Boy, but I think they flew too close to the sun with this idea. Of the 3 Final Fantasy Legend games, 2 is easily the best and most playable by today's standards, but fair warning, unless you're really into old school JRPGs like this, it still won't be that fun. Next, we move on to the Romancing Saga trilogy. Now, I need to explain this trilogy and how I'm going to tackle them. So, Romancing Saga 2 and 3 got these beautiful remasters to modern consoles. However, Romancing Saga 1 never did. It did, however, get a remake on the PlayStation 2, which got its own remaster subtitled Minstrel Song in 2022. That said, there's a fan translation of the original Super Famicom version, courtesy of Transdimension and DDS Translation, so I'll be tackling that one first and then tackling the remake for comparison's sake. So, Romancing Saga opens up with this exposition about 3 gods battling it out for dominance. Eventually, a human hero was called upon to use 10 gemstones.
Oh yeah, it does. It absolutely does. That's why people were laughing at Pokemon when they tried to patent creature summoning in their lawsuit against Palworld. Because, excuse me. Because the, Shin Megami Tensei, they've been doing creature summoning since like the 80s, and they even said so in the patent. And in fact, the U.S. Patent Office, the head dude there had to reject, or not reject, but they had to reverse their patent that was accepted and then flip it around. Pokemon came out in 96. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I think my friend told me about that before. Huh. Well, when I was in high school, I really liked that.
And sacrifice themselves to steal these gods away. Shot in the dark, we're gonna have to find those gemstones, aren't we? Now, after the intro, you're shown a character select screen with an option of 8 characters, 4 male and 4 female. Here begins the series' storytelling roots of multiple main characters that all cross paths at various points through the game. If you love the Octopath Traveler series, here's where its history originated from. Now, there's really not much context, but I went with Hawk the Pirate because, well, I like pirates. And after starting the game, no direction, no setup, nothing. I'm just on a ship in the middle of the ocean. After fighting some sea monsters and plundering some treasure from traveling ships, I eventually found my way to the pirate coast.
I hope this guy never plays Dark Souls, because I feel we're going to have another video just like that.
Where apparently there was a meeting that's been waiting for me. A pirate captain talks about being more savage and killing ship passengers to instill more fear. Brutal, but hey, I'm down for it. After sailing around for a while, I came back to the captain, and now apparently I'm a traitor. He tells all the pirates in the room to attack me, and when I say all of them, I mean all of them. Of course, I can't beat them all, so I die, game over, and start over. Thankfully, I wasn't that far yet, so I get back to the same spot, and I just can't escape. There's just way too many enemies, and their movement patterns are so erratic that I can't avoid them. Not even 30 minutes into the game, and it's already impossible. I'm sure this bodes well. Now, there's 7 other characters, so maybe I just chose poorly. So I went with Gray. I ended up in a city called Bruel, and I have to choose which character I want to stick with. Now, I decided to stick with a girl who wants to go to a town called Estamir. The only problem is I don't have enough money to take a ship there, so I guess I'll go around and try to fight some monsters or get some side jobs. I leave town and head to an area called Loben. I go everywhere, talk to everybody, and nothing. This game is just starting to piss me off. All right, one last try. Let's try Albert. All right, his story is at least a little more straightforward. Team up with my sister to fight some monsters in a cave to the east. All right, a clear goal. I love it. Guys, what the hell? Look at how many enemies there are. And it's not like they're easy one-man fights. Sometimes there's 6 or more enemies. I've really tried to be careful and maneuver my way around and just get to whatever was at the end of this cave, but I couldn't do it. I am totally baffled how a game this poorly designed could be released as the 4th entry in a series and also a year after a game like Final Fantasy IV. I mean this with every fiber of my being. I don't know how anyone had the patience to finish this game. It's just completely unfun. Thankfully, it got a remake on the PlayStation 2. By then, Final Fantasy X had already been out for 4 years, so surely there was some kind of quality standard eternally at Square, right? Right? So once again, the game gives you the choice between the same 8 characters. For the sake of seeing how things have changed, let me go with Hawk again. So right off the bat, I have to say the game looks pretty great for a PlayStation 2 title. Sure, the character proportions are a bit odd, but the actual art direction is nice, and the music is pretty fantastic as well. Unfortunately, it still drops you into the middle of the ocean with no direction as to where you're supposed to go or what you're supposed to do. Thankfully, I have an idea of what I'm supposed to do if the original game is going to be any helpful guide. One thing I noticed about combat is that the game refills your life after every fight. That's so nice. If I have to deal with that onslaught of pirates like the original game, this will be my...
I actually don't like that. That's what Final Fantasy 13 does, and it's a real strong strike against Final Fantasy 13 because then the stuff in between. That's why I love Final Fantasy 2. The stuff in between dungeons or battles, like the dungeon gameplay and everything, becomes less because now you don't have to prep in between battle. So I'm not a fan of that.
Saving grace. So right away, I made my way through the caves, docked at the pirate coast, and I'm probably supposed to attend the meeting, so let's go do that. Sure enough, there's the meeting and he tells me to be more brutal and kill people on the ships we board. So after going around and fighting some more in the open sea, I come back to the pirate hideout. By the way, great map, right? As I expected, I get called a traitor and the whole room of pirates attacks me. This is just as ridiculous as the original game. It took me the better part of like 15 to 20 minutes just to get out of this room, even with the game sped up with the remastered version. But because the game refills your life after each fight, it was just a matter of time. Now I'm in uncharted waters, as this is further than I've ever gotten the original, which admittedly isn't that far. Then sadly my ship sinks and I'm marooned at this town called Gundago. And after exploring around enough, I'm noticing this new...
I'm sorry, if you're gonna bring out such heavy words and statements as I played the worst JRPG series of all time, and you don't even play them, he's not even trying to learn how to play them. He's like playing them for like 20 minutes and then giving up. He's meeting failure and then giving up instead of learning how the game wants you to play it. Final Fantasy II is extremely experimental, and it seems like these Saga games are too. You are not going to have a hand-holding JRPG experience. So to me, this already invalidates his critique of the game, saying it's the worst ever, when he hasn't even tried to learn how to play it in the first place. When I hear that from people, I will listen to them if they try to learn the game, and if they played it for more than an hour. This guy didn't even do that for a lot of these, it seems.
Stat called LP. Basically, every character has a set amount of LP, and when a character dies, they lose 1 LP. When they lose all their LP, they're gone for good. Brutal. I'm having an okay enough time, I guess. I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not really finding anything all that interesting or cool. Combat is inoffensive, if not a little mindless. I'm basically just mashing attack each fight. At some point, I found myself in a battle that I was clearly not prepared for and got wiped out. Thankfully, I didn't save that long ago, but I'm just bored and I don't know where I'm supposed to go. So let's try another character. Just to try someone new, I decided to go with Claudia. So she's a ranger who grew up in a forest, and for her party members, she gets a wolf and a bear. Sweet. So this witch lady tells me there's monsters at the entrance to the forest. Here's where one of the game's many fatal flaws comes into play. You can't control the camera, making exploring an already confusing area even more confusing. It's hard to tell where you can go or where you've been and where you're supposed to go. Eventually, I found...
Wait, what?
It's hard to play. You can't control the camera, making exploring an already confusing area even more confusing.
You have a compass, dude. You have a compass. I'm sorry they're just not telling you where to go and having, like... They want you to explore and play the game. They don't want you just to go to point A to point B. Have fun playing the game. These are the kind of RPG fans that piss me off when they're not handed everything on a silver platter. They say it's a bad game. Hey. This is why it's been pissing me off from the beginning. I know so many people, especially in high school, who are like this.
It's hard to tell where you can go or where you've been and where you're supposed to go. Eventually, I found the monster that I'm supposed to fight, and it was attacking this guy named Gion.
The name's Sean.
Now, after saving him, he says he's a guard in a nearby city. So I go visit him. He introduces me to one of the other playable characters, Gray. And guess what? They don't tell you anything about what you're supposed to do next. I'm just mindlessly exploring the town, talking to everyone, and I can't stand this game. I seriously don't get what's supposed to be fun about these games. I understand the appeal of something that's directionless but rewarding, something like, say, Elden Ring. But mindlessly talking to everyone just to be given your next objective isn't satisfying.
No fucking shot. Everything he complains about in this game is something directly Dark Souls, Demon Souls does. They don't tell you where to go. They gave you vague hints about things and what to do. They don't hold your hand. Leveling is obtuse. They don't give you anything at the beginning except for the clothes on your back and a starting item. I don't know why he is trashing this so bad. Maybe he has... Okay, later in the review, we hear him say, I rented the X game when I was a kid, and maybe he has some kind of... He's... I don't know how to put this. He has some sort of vindication against the series for some reason or the other, and I do not understand it. I love when RPGs do something weird and stupid, like Chrono Cross. It's not Chrono Trigger, but it is a weird, strange game that tries new things with the genre. I love when games do that. I don't like playing the same game over and over and over again. That's why I can't stand Pokemon.
Or rewarding. To me, it just feels like lazy, bad game design. Next up is romancing.
Are you going to elaborate on what's lazy, bad game design? Will you talk about how it's lazy, bad game design in this critique you have? What is lazy about it? Or is it that you're not engaging with the game and trying to learn how it's played? A lot of reviewers like this like to just slap labels on shit and just say bad, lazy, blah, 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 and not actually explain why. This is a Final Fantasy XIII enjoyer, I can tell.
Saga 2. This is much more than a remaster. It feels like a remake in the style of the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters. Menus are clean, text is easy to read. Very nice job on this visually. So I start off in a cave as the king with a few of my soldiers, but after getting back to the castle, it turns out that one of the characters was my son. So I brought him to toughen him up, I guess. But I also have an older brother that's more of a soldier, and this character is more of a diplomat. Now, after taking some...
Interesting. So this is what Final Fantasy could have looked like on the PS1. Well, not exactly this, because this is like the remaster, right? But this is potentially what Final Fantasy could have looked like if it continued and didn't go the Final Fantasy VII route.
Time to explore the town and getting to know the common folk, I go back to my dad and head out on yet another mission, with my brother left to watch over the town. While it can be mildly directionless, you're at least given some hints. Environments aren't that big. If I just talk to everyone, eventually I'll be given some kind of hint as to what I'm supposed to do next. One complaint I have, however, is that, again, there are just way too many enemies. Exploring dungeons...
The enemies, it's not even... Oh my god. They're not even random encounters. It's like Tales of Symphonia and the Tales of series. If you don't want a random encounter, you don't have to have one. I love games like this. I absolutely hate random encounters, and I love when you can see them on the open world. You can decide whether you want to fight them or not. And if there's something blocking a pathway and you have to fight it, that's usually good treasure, or it's something story related, and you're going to have a good time.
Feels like a never-ending gauntlet, and it gets tiring by the end. Combat is more or less the same, where you have abilities with uses, but these can be refreshed after resting. And we are back to the Final Fantasy II style progression, where you have random stat increases and you randomly learn new abilities.
Oh, are you playing Final Fantasy II right now? Like, is it the current Final Fantasy you're playing? Yeah, oh yeah, I was just curious. On my recent replay, as much as I love that game, I do have to say the random encounters go way overboard. Like, I was playing it at 14 or forward, sometimes 16 times speed, and there were just encounter after encounter after encounter. It's totally fine if you could see them, but like random encounters, yeah, I don't miss random encounters. I don't think they should ever bring random encounters back. Just place an enemy on the map that I can run around or use an item to avoid, and then if I go into battle, it's the same thing as, you know, screen transition or whatever. Yeah, Final Fantasy II is pretty bad about that. I will say that. However, what this motherfucker is saying, you do not get random stat ups and random abilities. They're not random. They're dictated by the actions you take in battle and how enemies interact with your characters. It's not fucking random. It's so annoying.
after using a particular weapon for a while. It's not a bad system per se, it just feels unsatisfying to me. Now, eventually I defeat the boss.
Yeah, because people like this want the whole game handed to them on a silver platter. They want to get the big stat ups by getting one level that gives them like 50 fucking stats and everything. And then they're just so much more powerful than everything else around them all of a sudden. I actually don't like gaining levels in an RPG and then becoming so powerful I trounce over things that used to be difficult for me. Personally. So, in Final Fantasy VIII, they have a system that has the world level up with your characters. And I love shit like that. That means there's no recolor of mobs. It's just the same mobs throughout the entire game. They just level up with you. The world's just as strong as you are. So every single encounter is engaging. It's never just, well, I ran into this battle where I like totally can trounce these guys, so I'm just gonna mash X until it's over.
Head back into town only to find that my brother is having his final moments. At this point, let me just save you the play-by-play of every little moment and give you a more high-level overview of the game, mainly because I ended up playing this one for way longer than maybe every other game previously combined. This seems to sort of be a family lineage system. Notice that each save file has a year tied to it. Once you either find enough money or complete certain objectives, time moves forward and you can purchase things to further your kingdom. These can be things like an orchard, new armor, new weapons, and I also read something about some kind of magic academy. There doesn't seem to be one golden path. It seems like this game is sort of a series of side quests that you can do however you want. And to be totally honest with you, I was really enjoying the game. The flow of the game is something like this. You unlock access to a new town, you talk to everyone, and then you find a way to complete whatever this new objective is. I dug this. It felt rewarding to find the person and then figure out how to solve the problem. However, I eventually ran into this game's fatal flaw, and it's why I ultimately ended up getting stuck. Once again, the game has an LP system. Basically, when you die, you lose one LP, and if you lose all your LP, that character's gone forever, including the main character. However, Gerard never died in my game, but I did see walkthroughs with different kings.
Oh yeah, the Dreadnought dungeon. Yeah, that one's kind of, it's not super early, but it's pretty early. I remember seeing the Dreadnought launch on the PS1, and that was so fucking cool. Which version are you playing? Are you playing like the Pixel remaster? Okay. I still have not played those. Someday I'll play them. I played the GBA re-release that was a port of the PS1 version. Oh no, I get it. I played the GBA version on my phone because it was the most convenient. So I get it. I will say I find playing games with a controller in my hand, for me personally, it just brings the enjoyment, like increases the enjoyment that much more. I don't know why. Like, I don't like playing on my phone. I don't like playing with mouse and keyboard. It has to be like with a controller. I think that might be a mental thing.
So apparently you can keep going even if the main character dies. Where this becomes a problem is changing out party members. So in the game, it's capped at 5 characters per party, but you can't remove them. You have to wait until they lose all their LP, at least as far as I can tell. Now,
so you have to make a conscious decision on who you want to be in your party. This game sounds fucking awesome, honestly. It kind of sounds like Tactics, because in Tactics, when a character gets killed in battle, you have 3 turns before they turn into a crystal, and everybody besides the main character or story relevant character can turn into a crystal and just be lost forever. And this game seems like it does that, but there's like story relevance to it. And that's cool. This seems like a very experimental, weird series of games. This is like Final Fantasy II, the series. It's like a cousin to Final Fantasy, and I'm like really. This is making me want to play the game. So he failed at his job as a reviewer by saying I played the worst JRPG series of all time. No, I get that. I played a lot of games on keyboard for a long time too, because grew up super poor, so I was playing a lot of emulated games. Like I played Chrono Trigger on the Super Nintendo emulator. Did that with keyboard. So like playing a lot of older games, it does feel kind of weird not playing on a mouse and keyboard for me. So I think it is just like what you're used to playing as. Maybe I could change that over time, but I kind of just like having a controller. Eh.
That may not seem that bad on the surface, but many side quests require specific characters. For example, these martial art guys need me to kill.
I will say that I hate touch controls. For every game I've ever played, besides The World Ends With You, I hate touchscreen controls. Like, I hate them. It's so hard to tell what you're actually doing sometimes. There's no real feedback except for like the, the little vibration rumble or whatever. Because I like feeling the buttons and knowing what I'm hitting, or like feeling the keys on the keyboard. But with the touchscreen, it is like, oh, did I actually hit that? Nope. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. You know what I'm saying?
This slime, but it requires a magic user and I didn't have one. So I purposely killed off one of my characters, which just feels wrong, not to mention time consuming and annoying. However, the one I got stuck on was breaking into this castle. Now there's a guy at the pub that said maybe if I found the Thieves Guild, they could sneak me in. Now the quest to find the thief was one of the coolest things in the game. There was so much detective work, but eventually you finally find the Thieves Guild, and it was one of the coolest series of events I had seen in a
detective work? Are you talking about a stealth section? Because that's not detective work. Unless your footage is disconnected from what you're actually talking about.
Retro JRPG. However, I simply could not recruit the guy. I watched walkthroughs and I did exactly what they did, and the dialogue triggered for them and joined their party for the walkthroughs that I watched, but for me, the thief just wouldn't join my party. My only theory is that my party was full, and so it left him no space to join. And if that's the case, wow, that has to be one of the worst design flaws I have ever seen in a video game. It truly pained me to quit because I was really
But you already knew about this. This is one of the only games you actually fucking played for more than like 20 minutes, and you learned that party members can't join you if you have 5. So why were you expecting differently with this guy? They want you to pick who you have carefully. I know it's a little obtuse and everything, but like it's different. It doesn't mean it's bad. And this seems like it's your fault, honestly. I really have a bone to pick with this guy, seems. I haven't agreed with him like almost on anything.
Digging it, but
because he's being disingenuous again by saying, oh, getting random stat ups, random skills, because he just doesn't understand the system. He seems like a very casual RPG player. I bet he hasn't played an SMT game or I can't remember its fucking name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Here, hold on. I gotta look it up real quick. Suikoden, I think that's what it's called. Another really strange game where you could just like party with like 120 different characters. Kind of like that Radiata Stories. I like those weird games that aren't perfect masterpieces. I like a flawed game that tries something new more than a flawless gem that is safe. Like something that's dirty and raw than something that's refined and boring.
But if I was going to be constantly forced to painstakingly kill off characters just to progress, there was no way I was going to do that. Next up is Romancing Saga 3, arguably the most popular of the trilogy. Here we're back to 8 characters and you can choose one to start. I'll choose...
Those look like Final Fantasy VI sprites. That's kind of cute. Yeah, what I'm learning here is that I missed so many good role-playing games by being like, oh man. There was like a good like 7 years of my teen years where, I mean, part of it was I was just playing Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and I was poor and I was all the Final Fantasies. I just kept playing those like 1,000 times. But there was a point in my life where Halo just came out and that's all my friends wanted to play for years, like Halo, Call of Duty and all that. And I hate shooters. I'm not a shooter type of guy. but I played it with them anyway. Because what am I going to do? Not hang out with my friends or sit in a corner while they play games together? So yeah, I got into those, and I missed out on a lot of RPGs. I want to go back and play Parasite Eve, Vagrant Story, all the Shin Megami Tensei games, and Persona games. Except for 5. I played 5 and I didn't like Persona 5. Maybe try Fire Emblem again, but I didn't like the one I played on 3DS like a lot. I didn't like. But who knows? Maybe it was just the wrong time for me to play the game. Need to finish Suikoden, and there's a few Tales of games I haven't finished. Would love to go finish some of those Tales of games. Like, I just played Tales of the Abyss for the first time, I think like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago with my friends. We played on Parsec. That was a lot of fun. A little wonky, but it was fun.
Ellen for no real particular reason. So the game starts off with a storm, and a lot of these characters are huddled in an inn, stuck with the storm. Shortly after, however, a woman barges in demanding a horse. It turns out she's Lady Monica, the sister of a nearby marquis. So we all wait out the storm and decide to help her.
That's oh, I gotta play the Phantasy Star games too, the console RPGs. Fire Emblem 1, is that like a Nintendo game? Well, I'm sorry, let me be specific. I know it's made by Nintendo, but I mean like the original Nintendo console. Yeah, Famicom. Yeah. Okay, you knew what I was talking about.
In the morning. Now visually it's very similar to Romancing Saga 2. It looks really nice and plays great too, if not a little bit annoying with the same quirks of the random level ups. Now once I reach her brother, she tells me
they're not random
of a potential betrayal, and we now need to seek the aid of a nearby lord for the upcoming battle. I appreciate that the game is at least clear with where I'm supposed to go and what I'm supposed to do. So I reach the lord. He tells us of a treasure in a cave to kind of kill some time. Again, very straightforward. Thank you. And the battles feel tiresome. I can avoid them because you can see the enemies on the map.
This looks like Final Fantasy VI.
It's always a big group
on the
of
PS1,
enemies.
which
now
is kind of
eventually
sick.
The Lord and the Marquis team up and everything's hunky-dory. So with our mission done, the party kind of scatters to the wind. I could see where this sort of thing would be interesting, and I could see where playing different playthroughs could be interesting to see where everybody goes. Next, I decide to board a ship and travel north, but along the way, I noticed there's this NPC that has bright pink hair, and it caught my eye, and it turns out I can recruit her. Now, to be honest, she's pretty weak, but considering my party at this point dropped down to 2 characters, every little bit helps. But to be honest, by this point, I was kind of getting bored. It was getting grindy. The story wasn't all that interesting, and I kind of just decided to put the game down. Personally, I liked Romancing Saga 2 way better.
Do you have the attention span of a squirrel? I've been playing these games for months, and I'll tell you they're the worst games ever, though I barely play them. Like, what the hell? The story wasn't that interesting, and it was getting grindy, so I got bored and just stopped playing it. Just like, then your input on this game doesn't matter to me, because you don't have any valuable insight to give me because you didn't play the game. Oh, I played. He's like a video game reviewer, like an actual like video game reviewer. They play like RPGs for 30 minutes and say it's a shitty game if it doesn't have X, Y, and Z. He sounds just like one of those critiques in like IGN or some shit. He plays the game for like a fraction of the time, and he's like, "Oh well, I'm too busy, or I got too bored, so I just have to move on. Doesn't have enough quality of life. It's a bad game. It's too different." Fire Emblem 3 was the first game on the SNES and considered a direct sequel. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I will try to get into those games at some point. I gotta go through the backlog of the golden era of Square Enix games first. And it looks like these games are also getting piled up there. So I think it's going to be Shin Megami Tensei and then this Saga series. Because I love Final Fantasy II a lot. And the Saga series just seems like it's just more of that. which excites me, even though it doesn't have some of the Final Fantasy isms I like having Ultima spell and some of the weapons and everything, but that's okay. I wonder what have they made any modern Saga games? I'm gonna have to check this too. I heard that the guy who worked on this battle system worked on Final Fantasy XIII's battle system, which would make sense because Final Fantasy XIII has a good battle system. It's just the only good thing about it.
Better with the progression of time and building your kingdom, but Romancing Saga 1 is definitely the worst of the three. If you like retro-style JRPGs, you might dig Romancing Saga 3. It's solid, but nothing amazing. Next, we move on to the pair of games I've been dreading since the beginning of this video, Saga Frontier 1 and 2. Now, these are the few games...
The art for those covers looks insane. I love how those look.
I've been dreading since the beginning of this video, Saga Frontier...
The art looks so fucking cool. I love this. The samurai on the left looks dope, but then the knight on the right looks awesome, and I love the characters in the background. I just love 90s animation, or 90s art style like this. It looks so cool.
Tier 1 and 2. Now, these are the few games that I've actually played before this video. I remember being thoroughly unimpressed with Saga.
Oh, this is where the video started because I think it's where it's the most watched. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's the most played by far. For these two segments. And then the last one. Phew.
Saga Frontier 1 back in the day, and my only memory of Saga Frontier 2 is renting it for a weekend, getting
Yo! Okay, this game kind of look ugly.
Frontier 1 back in the day, and my only
but this game looks incredible. I love this art style. It kind of looks like Final Fantasy Tactics a little bit.
Memory of Saga Frontier 2 is renting it for a weekend, getting lost really early on, and then just never coming back.
Yeah, you know what? It kind of does look like that, doesn't it? That looks awesome.
Here's hoping things are different this time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this? This is a modern ass fucking house. What the hell? It's a fire hydrant, street lamp, and that looks like a 90s ass house.
Around. So after doing some mild research, I decided to go with Amelia for Saga Frontier 1. Apparently she gets access to other towns much earlier than other characters, which should make things easier.
That looks so cool. Like they're changing up the gameplay a little bit. Oh, unless I don't know if that's actually a shooter thing or if it's just your character's he hasn't showed combat gameplay for a while, which is kind of crazy. Also this art is dope. Very Amano, but more refined and not so painty.
So the brief setup for her is apparently her husband was murdered by someone named Joker. No, not that Joker. And she took the fall for it, and now she's out to find Joker. Simple but compelling story. I like it. So the game begins with Amelia in jail, and then it shows a few flashbacks of...
This is obviously the PlayStation remake of this game because it looks a little awkward with the sprites. They look a little too clean. Also, I love RPGs that are set in modern day. I don't know why. I just love that shit. So this already huge bonus points for me. It's kind of why I want to play Arc the Lad series of games. Because apparently you start in 90s. You start in a 90s city, Japanese city looking area, and then the world goes to shit and has World War III, and then you go into post-apocalyptic future or something. Dude, I completely agree with you. I love 2D sprites and 3D environments. That's why I love Ragnarok Online. That's why I love Xenogears. Those are Xenogears as I think peak sprites with 3D backgrounds. It is such a that's how I want to make my first game with my brother once we get that rolling. I want to make I want to make it 2D sprites with a lot of animations and a 3D environment. Now you're talking my language there. Okay, SMT1 is 2D sprites with a 3D background. That's my jam, dude. Okay. We're gonna have to look that up after this.
Of finding her husband at her home, but then the killer escaping, as well as her being interrogated by the police. Shortly after, it cuts back to her in the prison cafeteria with one of the guards announcing that they're holding some kind of escape event. Essentially, they're letting the inmates get out if they can get to this one part of the jail by the time.
Yeah, this is definitely the remake on PlayStation 5 or 4 or whatever on PSN, because these look like pre-rendered backgrounds, but kind of like AI slopified. They're too clean.
But it's pretty dangerous. One of the other fellow inmates notices that Amelia is new and suggests that they team up together, as she's confident that her and her other friend can get out. So they quickly team up, and one of the series' fatal flaws rears its ugly head almost immediately: confusing level design. I mean, just stop and look at this screen. There's like 5 ways you could go, and none of them are obvious. So
who cares if it's obvious? It's not supposed to be. I'm sorry you've been playing games that have just been fucking breadcrumbing you to the objective the entire time. You're supposed to play video games. You're supposed to play video games. I'm sorry you can't get to the next objective and get your new shiny reward for doing the story, next part of the story. I'm sorry. I will always like games that give you options for gameplay or direction on where to go.
After fumbling my way through this maze of sewers, vents, and garbage chutes, I eventually made it to this boss guarding the exit. Of course, it kicks my butt first try, but after equipping more healing items, I beat him and find my way out. Now, some quick thoughts on the combat. It's pretty much the same. It's turn-based combat, but there's really nothing special for the most part. I can do some team-up moves if I use the same abilities, but again, these trigger pretty randomly, and I could never really count on them. Again,
maybe because you're not learning the game systems and how it works, so you could better utilize those systems to your advantage instead of just going willy-nilly and thinking, I already know what to do. This guy's... Oh, God.
Depending on which weapon you use, you can get new abilities with that weapon if you use it over and over again, and you also get random stat level ups and random new abilities. Now,
they're not random! Did you not notice that when you use the attack, it brought up your strength? Do you not notice when you cast magic, it brings your magic up? Do you not notice these things? They are not random. They are based directly on what you do and what the enemies interact with your characters with. Holy shit. That's the last time I'm going to say that, but holy fuck.
I'm playing the remaster, so thankfully I can speed through combat. And
I knew it! It's playing the fucking remaster.
Ahead of time if the fast forward speed gets you a little nauseous while watching. Now, after defeating this scorpion centipede thing and making my way to the exit, the guard...
Yes! That is me right now. I'm trying not to walk out that door, but I don't want to wake up my roommates right now, but I don't know if you heard that. I did my best, okay? I did my best. Kiryu desk lamp, okay? I did my best.
Upholds his promise and lets the 3 of us out. And not knowing what to do next, Amelia finds her way back at her old home, only to be ambushed by Joker. Thankfully, a random guy is nearby to help you and even rescues you. He then brings you to his hideout where your former inmate friends, Annie and Lisa...
I was thinking of playing the PlayStation remake of this, because then I could sit down on my couch and play it with a controller, but this version of the game looks really ugly. Like, the backgrounds look beautiful for the most part, because they're just the pre-renders that are upscaled, probably with AI, but the character models look so off.
Are there hanging out. This guy named Rufus tells me that they're essentially vigilantes doing the dirty work that the police can't or won't. He also wants to stop Joker and ask for your help. And after taking some time to think about it, Amelia agrees and is immediately thrown into the deep end with a mission: attend a fighting tournament that Joker will be attending and attempt to ambush him. Man, I gotta say, so far this is fairly straightforward. The game isn't unclear as what I'm supposed to do. Yet. Now, after competing in the tournament, we spot Joker and chase after him. He escapes through this secret door in one room, and after fumbling around for a while, I just couldn't figure out what I was supposed to do. It turns out there's a switch on this pot that opens up a staircase. That isn't clear at all. In fact, I wasn't even sure I could interact with it, as it's...
Do you not see this right here, dude? Do you not see this? The clear cutout in the floor of where the staircase comes up? Does that not give you a hint?
part of the pre-rendered background. Anyway, long story short, he escapes and we need to come up with a new plan. So our next brilliant one is that Joker is supposedly going to be at this seedy casino, so Amelia will disguise herself as a bunny girl to see if she can track him down. Luckily she does and follows him to this sort of like private pole dancing room place, and I try to catch him again, but once again he escapes. And now I find myself in a massive base of some kind and need to escape. Immediately I run into these two girls.
This guy is like me when I was like 8-9 years old playing Final Fantasy VIII and couldn't find my way because I didn't look at the clear directions that the game was giving me, and I got stuck on it for like 2 months. I'm not even joking. I brought it to my friend's birthday party, and I'm like, guys, I can't figure out what to do. Can you guys help me? And we're all fucking confused. But it was just so simple. There was a fucking arrow that showed you exactly where to go. This guy is me when I was 8 years old playing RPGs.
Girls, and we get attacked by a unicorn. It wipes us out and I need to reload my save. Thankfully I wasn't that far back, so I give it a second try, but when I get to that same spot I couldn't find them, so I
the art style for like enemies and stuff, like the art style itself is very strong, that even with the weird, I don't know, it's kind of like bubbly like visual style, like effects they use to make the sprites. The art style still comes through really strong, and I really like it.
Explore around on my own, and that was a bad idea. The boss is basically impossible if you do it on your own. You need to recruit those two characters. So I reload my save again and round up those girls as well as this red-haired character. Then I proceed to grind a lot. And I tried the boss again with a full party, and I still couldn't withstand its brutal attacks. So I grinded for...
Oh geez, maybe it's like this game doesn't want you to just endlessly grind, and maybe use the tools at your disposal because it's not a straightforward RPG. Crazy.
For another hour or so, tried again, and I just can't beat this thing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do or how else I could have prepared better, but I'm just not going to sit here and bash my head against a wall for hours grinding. Overall, Saga Frontier wasn't nearly as bad.
This is the casual RPG fan that annoyed the fuck out of me in high school and middle school. Like, video games were a niche back then, but when you did find someone to play them and they said they played an RPG, I got so excited, and then they were this guy. They barely play games, they get frustrated, they don't touch it anymore, they don't try to engage themselves with the combat system, they don't try to learn it, they just complain, and then say the game's bad. That's why people hate Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy II ain't perfect, but it is a good game. It's obvious that if you grinded a lot and you didn't have any luck with an extra character going up against the boss, there's something else you're missing there. And so maybe instead of bashing your head against the wall and just grinding, because that's what you've learned from doing other RPGs where you just grind your levels and overpower things, maybe they want you to tackle it in another way, like Final Fantasy II does. Sometimes to its detriment, but still, they make you think about encounters more than attack. Oh, and something I should warn you about, Crisps, in Final Fantasy II, not warn, but a little advice. Make sure you grab the ancient sword in the tunnel where you fight an Adamantoise. That's all I'll say. That ancient sword is usable until like the end of the game,
as I remembered, but I'm still not a fan of its leveling system, confusing level designs, and just the massive trial and error process you have to go through, not to mention those crazy difficulties.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah, that sword is awesome. Makes a joke of Adamantoise, and it works on like almost every single enemy to the end of the game. It works on the final boss. You can curse the final boss with that sword. It's a higher chance than a level 16 curse spell with high magic.
Spikes. Also, it is not a looker. I feel like it looks horrible by any standard. That said, it does have a kind of interesting story, some cool moments like the fighting tournament, and also you can change your character's outfits, which is pretty cool. Also very rare for the PlayStation 1. Once again,
because you're playing the remaster for one, dude. The remaster does not look like the PS1, but better, dude.
Again, it was just very poorly designed. Next up is Saga Frontier 2.
What?
rare for the PlayStation 1. Once again, it was just very poorly designed. Next up is Saga Frontier 2.
Can you elaborate what was poorly designed about it instead of just saying game challenged me, it bad?
Now, this is one of the few games in this video that doesn't have a port to modern hardware, so I'm going to play it on original hardware. So apologies if the footage doesn't quite look that good. Now, right away, what grabs you are...
Okay, that tells me everything I need to know. Because it's not on modern hardware, he's worried about it not looking good. Like, what the hell? This game looks incredible. Just because it's not on modern hardware with, like, fucking perfect textures. I mean... What I would have done is that I would have captured the footage from my PS1 or whatever, if I was so lucky to have that, or if I'm playing it on an emulator, and then I would get a CRT filter, so it would take all those blocky pixels everywhere and smooth them out. This game looks fucking incredible, and if I saw this when I was playing on PS1, I would have fucking bought this game and loved this. Like, I would play the shit out of it. Dude, I wouldn't doubt it. I need to look at the people who made that game and see what they've been doing. I think they got absorbed into the Kingdom Hearts team for, like, the Osaka team. I'm not sure.
The visuals.
Because the same people who made the GBA Chain of Memories, they went to make The World Ends With You and then The World Ends With You Neo.
Saga Frontier is easily the best looking game in the franchise and still holds up well to this day. It has a sort of storybook quality to it. There's just something about the hand-drawn, watercolor look of the background with pixel characters that looks so incredible. Now, as for the story, it
very much looks like Final Fantasy Tactics, but it's a little different, but it's very similar to Tactics.
Like we're going to go back to the Romancing Saga 2 design philosophy of following one character here named Gustav.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I think that 358 out of 2 days would have benefited greatly if it was a GBA title or like a sprite game. I think that would have been a lot better because the game itself wasn't bad, but it was running at like 20 frames on the 3DS.
Over the years, who eventually becomes a ruler. In fact, we follow him right from his birth all the way up until he's much older. But one of the first big story moments is he goes to his coming of age ceremony. However, he fails to produce anima, a sort of energy in this world, while holding a sword, and the king thinks he's an illegitimate son. So you and your mom are cast out of the kingdom. Years pass and Gustav has become a bit of a troublemaker as he feels like he's burdened his mom and also just feels...
Wait. Okay, so this is like a anthology series like Final Fantasy, because the last saga, Frontier Saga, the last one, it was like modern day, right? With the TV and everything, and they had cars. I like that aesthetic a lot. I fuck with that aesthetic a lot. Oh, man.
Useless. He doesn't have a lot of friends outside of one boy named Flynn who also can't produce anima. So starting out, the game is very light on gameplay. You can kind of move your character around, but it's very focused on story and pretty hard to get lost. Eventually, Gustav learns to be a blacksmith.
Isn't that what you like though? Or are you going to complain about that?
And practices with a sword since he can't produce magic. Eventually, you do get into some combat as Gustav as he wants to test his skills and explore a nearby cave. Combat hasn't changed that much. It's turn-based where you randomly learn new abilities and get random stat level ups.
I said I wouldn't say it again, but we know that's not the case.
Weapons do have uses before needing to be repaired. However, it seems like you can kind of heal freely. Overall, combat is much more forgiving though and easier than past entries. But man, the design of the dungeons hasn't gotten any better as it's really
anger and hate
now,
are supreme.
Story,
I understand, Zemnis, now. We are one and the same. Like, people say the same thing about, like, even Seer was saying the same thing about Final Fantasy II. Where he's like, this is shitty dungeon design, going into damn random empty rooms, blah, 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 whatever. That is to create opportunities for battle and to get your imagination going. To like, oh, what could possibly behind this door? So, I will say Final Fantasy II, it's mostly empty rooms with high enemy rate rooms that are kind of bullshit. But that's why it's there. And I'm glad it's there than not being there instead of being like Final Fantasy 13, where it's an empty fucking hallway, Or if there's a branch in the path, you're like, oh shit, where does this go? And then you go on the branch in the path, and it's like 10 steps to a new item, and then you go back to the main path. I much have this misdirection of what could possibly be there and not be your objective to enhance the experience than having a hallway.
Stuff eventually weasels his way into a position of power in a smaller part of the country, and it gets really...
This reminds me, though, that's a little off topic. I'm trying to remember... there was this game I saw as a kid when I went to my dad's friend's place or whatever, and his kid was playing a game. There was this 2D sprite, 3D background game with giant mechs in it that was not Xenogears. That was a turn-based game that looked really fucking cool, and I think it was on a Sega console, and I really wanted to play it, and I could never figure out what it was. To this day, I have no idea what game it is, but it looked cool as fuck, and I want to play it so bad. I'm glad I just remembered that by going through this. I don't know why, it just sparked in my memory. And dude, this looks gorgeous. What the hell? This is a PS1 game that looks like this? This is great. Yeah, I think it's pretty niche. It's probably some kind of Sega JRPG that was brushed under the rug. I'm not sure. I don't remember what console it was. I don't even know if it was Sega or not. For sure. I just feel like Sega games have that kind of feel to them, you know? Like you could tell this was made by Sega or whatever. So like I get that feeling from it, but I'm not quite sure. Man, I gotta search for that game.
Interesting. You see how he deals with various characters and how his part of the country changes and grows. There's also these new large scale-ish battles. Basically, it's just a series of regular battles, but it kind of gives it more of an epic scale. Now, I gotta be honest, I was actually starting to enjoy this game. It had an incredible art style, amazing music, a pretty compelling story, bite-sized story segments that were really digestible, but I came to an impasse once again. Eventually, one of the story segments switches to playing another character, and for a while, there was this side story for a character named Will Knights available that I kept putting off because I didn't know who that character was. That was my biggest mistake. Eventually, you're forced to play as him. When you begin, you recruit a few characters and then you explore some nearby ruins. These ruins are maybe the most confusing dungeon I've ever been in a JRPG. I got lost for hours. And what's annoying is I needed to do that side quest that I kept putting off before to do something. When I tried looking up other people's walk,
he couldn't even go and boot up the game to just get some more footage of that dungeon. Oh boy.
Walkthroughs, they all did that side quest, so their setup looked way different than mine and I couldn't even follow them. So once again, I'm forced to quit because I have no idea where I'm supposed to go and there's nothing that can help me. Funnily enough, a friend of mine who played the game said they quit at the exact same spot, so I was happy to know that I wasn't alone. This bummed me out because I wanted to keep playing, but sadly,
sadly, you stopped yourself from playing this game and now you get to miss out and that's your fault.
Wasn't going to happen. And now, my friends, this brings us to the worst game in the entire series.
Oh, the worst game in the entire series where you sent me that song from, it looks like, earlier. That incredible fucking song with the acoustic guitar. Let's see how much of a bad game this one is.
And maybe the single worst
if he can get past the first 10 minutes. Let's assume that he does.
JRPG I've ever played in my life, Unlimited Saga. This was a PlayStation 2 game and the 9th game in the series, so you'd think they would have figured it out by now, but instead they made one of the most hilariously barebone games I've ever played. Let's dive on in. Oh, look at that. It came with a preview of Final barebone games I've ever played. Let's dive on.
That art style looks familiar. Is that from the Final Fantasy XI artist? Or 9? That looks very familiar. I love the designs. I really fuck with that Frontier Saga 1 art style, where it's like very 70s and 90s anime. And it's also in the modern, it has a modern aesthetic.
On in. Oh, look at that. It came with a preview of Final Fantasy X too. That was kind of them. Now, like many of the other games, you have a choice between a variety of characters. I went with Ventus because, I don't know. Now,
Ventus mentioned? What?
The other games, you have a choice between a variety of characters.
Not my Ventus, bro.
I went with Ventus because I don't know. Now, Ventus is a carrier, basically a delivery man, and he's tasked with delivering a letter to this guy's daughter in another town. I will say that the character portrait art is really nice. It has a unique style to it, but that's about the only positive thing I'm going to say about this game, so don't get used to it. Now, after you leave town...
So, you won't even say the music's good. Okay. This guy just seems like he's being disingenuous as well.
You're met with this screen. Now, take a minute and really look at it. What do you think you're supposed to do? The game doesn't tell you anything, so you're left to figure it out on your own. I assumed that I accidentally opened the menu, so I'm pressing every button trying to close it, but nothing works. I'm so confused. After fiddling around in the menus for so long, I guess that triggered a fight, and this is somehow one of the worst first battles you could ever expect in a game. I'm attacking with my spear, the only weapon I have equipped, and I'm doing a variety of attacks with it, and they all just keep missing. I don't get it. Eventually, I switched to a fist attack and it knocked down these enemies, but they almost killed me because I kept missing with the main weapon I have equipped. So after fiddling around on the first screen for literally 10 plus minutes, I finally tried using the analog stick.
Oh, wow. He's played it for 10 minutes so far. I'm impressed.
And get this, what you're looking at is the world map. No, I'm not kidding. You hop along like a piece on a board game, barely animating. You just mindlessly hop from tile to tile, fighting battles, stepping on spikes you can't avoid, and running into dead ends. It's a blast. I eventually made it to the Carriers Guild, was met with a bit of story, and then I'm off on my next task. I'll spare you the details and just say that what I just showed you is all the game has to offer. This totally boring map to explore, decent turn-based combat that has all the same quirks the series is known for, and totally uninteresting storytelling. I really don't understand what they were even going for with this game. It's like Square Enix told the team, yeah, your budget for this game is like 100 grand. Good luck. It was not well received in the...
Hold on. What was this game called again? Unlimited Saga. You played it for like fucking 10 minutes and gave up again. I gotta look up the development history for this because this seems like it just wants to be a pure dungeon crawler. Like it's not actually trying to tell a story, at least from the get-go, from how he describes it. But that's from his point of view, and I have no fucking idea. I don't trust this guy a fucking lick.
West at all, currently sitting at a 45 on Metacritic. It was so bad, in fact, that outside of the Romancing Saga 1 remake in 2005, it basically killed the franchise with 14 years between its next release in 2016. That's really bad. And while the last two games in the series aren't as bad, I feel like they should have just ended the series there. And at the beginning of this video, I said it might be the worst JRPG I've ever played. No, it definitely is. And I've been playing JRPGs for a really long time, so to come...
Yeah, and as you keep saying again and again, but you keep falling into pits that even most newcomers to JRPGs who've been playing them for like even getting through their first JRPG would understand. Talk to people. You learn the game's battle system, you learn how it wants you to play it, and then you continue. You don't just bash your head and grind things endlessly and then expect to just get things handed to you.
Across a new worst JRPG is really something. All right, next up we have Saga Scarlet Grace. Here I'll be playing...
That was his big scathing review. He talked about it for 2 seconds, said he didn't know how to play it, didn't try to learn how to play it, and then he just moved on and just said, oh, look at these statistics. This confirms my point. Tee.
The remastered Ambitions version. Originally, this was a Japanese-only Vita exclusive, talking about sending a game out to die. Now, the initial...
So the guy who makes this, he's a battle system designer, right? The Saga series was always made by a dude who makes battle systems. He seems like he's more interested in pushing the combat systems forward more than telling a story, which is fine. I do think RPGs need to have good story, but I do like when they push the gameplay past what it used to be and try new things. And then those new things, they can see what worked and didn't, add them to new games, refine the things that needed to be refined, and then make new stuff out of those things, which it looks like, even through this guy's, I'm going to be completely fair, half-assed review, I can still see them trying to refine those ideas with each iteration. Just because this guy doesn't understand how the level system works does not mean that they are random. Just because the battle system isn't letting him smash attack and get through every encounter does not mean that it wants you to grind and is going to give you everything that you want. Some RPGs, older ones, actually want you to engage and play the game to figure out how they're played. And I've said that like 50 times during this. But like, you have to engage yourself with the system and how the game's played before you can really give it a critique. I mean, you don't have to play the entire game, but more than like 20 minutes. More than an hour. More than I just got bored and gave up. That is so pretentious.
Initial impression is pretty positive. This cinematic opening has some nice stained glass looks, and it's setting up the world. But then it gets weird. Before starting the game, it asks all kinds.
This guy just seems like he wants to develop battle system, and I respect that. I really do. That looks like some Final Fantasy effects, visual effects from like the Final Fantasy X and so on team. That's really nice. Yeah, the visual effects in Final Fantasy XIV could be pretty boring, and 16 they were pretty fucking boring. The visual effects designer for like the Final Fantasy, I think it was like 4 through 10, or no, 4 through 12. The people who worked on the visual effects for Final Fantasy, they fucking brilliant work. This guy...
kinds of weird philosophical questions like, what do I think about ships and what do I think about fireworks? It's like, okay. I think this is supposed to help recommend me a starting protagonist, but of the four, I decided to just go with Taria.
That's an interesting
Taria is a
style.
ceramist or a potter. All her pottery is starting to warp and she feels like it's her fault. So she decides to leave her shop to her apprentice and go on a journey of self-discovery. Lucky for her, as soon as she leaves town, a massive phoenix appears and she theorizes this could be the origin of her problems. So right away, Scarlet Grace has a brand new unique art style. It looks really beautiful, honestly. Kind of like a pop-up storybook vibe. Like as you explore the world, pieces just sort of pop up. It looks really cool. Thankfully, it seems like we've got a little bit more of a higher budget game here than Unlimited Saga. Now, oddly, you think I could just walk up to the Phoenix and that'd be how I would progress in the game, but apparently I need some more party members first. So I go to a nearby town and recruit a team of 6 characters. Like, okay, wow, this game is just one convenient situation after the other. So now that I have a team, let's head back to the Phoenix. Oh my...
He complains when the game's not holding his hand, and now he's complaining that it's too convenient?
My god, a tutorial? What is this? Are we playing a Saga game? So this battle system is a complete rehaul and frankly, one of the more interesting turn-based battle systems I've ever played. It works like this. You start out with a limited number of star points on your first turn. Character abilities require a certain amount of star points, so you're initially pretty limited, and some abilities even require a few turns to charge up. Then, in each subsequent turn, you add more star points and then you can do more attacks.
That's interesting. That's basically what Claire Obscure's battle system is, like on the base level of it. That's crazy.
Or do higher level attacks. For normal trash enemies, this can be a little tedious, but with boss battles, this is incredible. It forces you to be really strategic and thoughtful. So for example, you could do your charge moves in the first round since you can't really do much damage anyway. The other thing is I like knowing the attack order, and it shows you here, which really helps when determining what abilities you want to choose. In fact, some of your attacks can even delay enemy attacks, adding further strategy. As far as leveling goes, there's a lot of the same annoying carryover with random stat increases and new abilities, but they seem more frequent and just a little bit less annoying. Also, the main character, at least with Taria here, gets something called...
This motherfucker played through like 10 different Saga games. And he's even played Final Fantasy II. And he hasn't realized how that level system works. There's just no helping this guy.
Called Flux after each battle.
I know I'm being pretty harsh, but man, it just strikes me at a deeper level because of my experience with people like this. I'm usually not so negative about people like this, especially people who are actually creating videos and stuff. But there's a lot of people online lately who are kind of in it for the clout, it seems. And this title, I mean, the way he typed it out, I played the worst RPG. Oh, what's this? Oh, is that Fire Emblem? That art style looks really cool, dude. Whoa, that animation is crazy. That was fucking cool. What the shit? Huh. Damn, dude. That's the Berwick saga for Fire Emblem, right? That looked really fucking cool. Jeez. Those animations for the battle sprites were incredible. They were so fluid and they're all sprite based. I'm gonna have to start making a fucking backlog of games I have to play thanks to you. Thanks.
Which can
Thank
level
you.
up current abilities. And when leveled up, they can cost less and do more damage. And after fighting the Phoenix, it flies away and we chase after it. And in a nutshell, that's kind of the general game loop. We follow the Phoenix, but usually there's some...
Oh, is it so it's not really Fire Emblem, but it is like a Fire Emblem style game? Okay. I'm down with that.
Something blocking you from getting to the Phoenix, like some kind of enemy, mist, a rock, a town, something. So we need to figure out how to get past it, get to the Phoenix, it flies away, rinse and repeat. This game is much more about maintaining your team than deep story. As the game goes on, you'll find different materials, and this is what you'll use to upgrade.
Yeah, it's kind of like this whole series is more about the gameplay itself than the actual story, and the story is just supplemental. Not all games are the same. That's very interesting. Okay, that is definitely something I'm putting in the backlog. Because I love games that are like a little divisive, like what the fuck? Except for Final Fantasy 15.
Your equipment. Really, you have to be here for the battle system, which thankfully is pretty great, but honestly, there's really not much more to this game besides that. There are some little puzzles and side quests here and there, but really it's all about the combat. Thankfully though, the game does have a great art style on the overworld. To be honest, I ended up playing this for quite a while, like close to 10 hours or so, but at one point I felt like I had seen enough and just decided to move on. Overall,
did he not complete a single game? Even one he was having fun with, he did not complete a single fucking game on this list.
it's not amazing, but pretty dang solid. If you just want to grind in a great battle system, you might dig Saga Scarlet Grace. Now finally, this brings us to the recently released Saga Emerald Beyond. Now, full transparency, I only played the demo with this one because basically it starts at the very beginning and then it carries over to the full game. So I thought if I enjoyed the game, I'd just buy the game.
Oh, is there a new Saga game released?
Game afterwards, but spoiler alert, I didn't finish the demo. So
you can't even finish the demo? Oh my god, dude. I'm having trouble with this one. A modern RPG, and he couldn't even finish the demo. Like, it's just the way he types this title, the worst JRPG of all time, it just seems like he's going for fucking clout, dude. Yeah, holy shit, only 2 years ago? And he couldn't finish the demo. The demo!
I played on Nintendo Switch, which only allowed me to play as Amaya Aisling, a witch in training. It's kind of a cool story setup though. She lost her witch powers and she needs to get them back, and she disguises herself as a high school student named Yumeha Izumi, and she's aided by her talking cat. Now, I just gotta say right off the bat, the budget for this game is hilariously low. Let me break down the general flow of this game from what I played of the demo. So there are these green, or emerald I guess, portals that appear, which are the main story scenarios and the main story battles. Now there are other portals that serve as side quests around the town, and for my character here, it was just collecting different kinds of cats. Super boring. And basically it was all on this one small...
That seems like peak gameplay to me, bro. You don't like cats? This motherfucker doesn't like cats.
Town map. I could explore this map in maybe a minute or less. It's not that big. And again, I never played beyond the demo, so maybe it expands more. Maybe there's a lot more in the full game, and I think there is because I watched some reviews for it, but from what I played, this is all there is so far. But with Amiya, there's this stupid story formula that gets old really quick. Basically, she'll hang out with her friend Ren, some bad guy appears, she runs away as Izumi, and then magically appears as Amiya the witch, fights off the enemy, then Izumi returns just in time and
I think what they're trying to do, because Square Enix has been trying to, like, 2022 was the first time we got a Star Ocean game in over 6 years, and we got a Valkyrie profile game in a long time. It seems like they're trying to test the waters with a lot of old IPs that they own by putting out these lesser titles, like these lower known titles, and seeing if people are interested. But with Square Enix, they're not giving them time or budget or resources to make them, because they're not Final Fantasy or a live service game of some kind. But this game still looks gorgeous. I want to see the combat.
And is constantly like, where did you go? You just missed the witch again. And this gets repeated at least 3 or 4 times. And it's like, Ren, how dumb are you? She's the witch. Thankfully, the combat from Scarlet Grace carries over and it's pretty solid. However, it does have some weird user interface stuff with it, and it seems just a little more confusing than it needs to be. Now, again, looks cool. I'm not sure if it's just a small map, so there's not as much to explore compared to Scarlet Grace, the boring story, or I don't know what it is, but I was just not into this game at all. Also, it seems ultra linear, which seems like a weird complaint considering I was saying I was always getting lost in these other games. There's just very little room to do extra stuff.
He's just, for some reason, he hates these games. And I can't tell why from what he said earlier, like he rented it as a kid or whatever. He didn't elaborate. Maybe it pissed him off as a kid or something. But he just hates this series. And almost at every turn, he has something bad to say about it. Even when it's linear like he likes and forward like he likes, he just doesn't like it. No, I think these games aren't meant for him. He likes Final Fantasy XIII, where you walk through an empty hallway and it's very clear what you have to do, and everything is holding your hand. There's no side objectives to do until the end of the game, but that's a different story. Very casual RPG player. And that's fine, but you can't say this is the worst JRPG series of all time. You could say this is my least favorite RPG series I've ever played. It seems like everything past the Legend games, like the Legend games seem like they're okay, but the Romance Saga and the Saga Frontier, and even parts of the Unlimited Saga, but mostly the Saga Frontier games, those look incredible. Absolutely incredible. And I am just, personally, I am floored that the leveling system that I love so much from Final Fantasy II has endured to this day as other games where I thought it died.
Like find random party members. So I played for maybe 2 hours or however long the demo went for. I didn't quite finish it, but I was just incredibly bored. Now, to my surprise, it has a 75 on OpenCritic. I'm not sure what to make of that. Did only hardcore fans review this game, or does it get better later on? I'm not totally sure, but it certainly doesn't leave a good first impression. Now, if I were to rank them all, it would look something like this with
well, let's see. Huh. Saga Frontier. It's 5. I mean, I knew he was going to put Unlimited Saga at the very bottom because he made such a big stink about it. I'm going to give my own little review to this
Saga
guy's
Frontier
review at the end.
easily sitting at the top and Unlimited Saga easily sitting at the bottom. Now, despite calling this the worst JRPG series of all time, and I really meant that, I want to tip my cap to the series creator, Akatoshi Kawazu. He's been with Square Enix pretty much as long as I've been alive, having worked on the first 2 Final Fantasies, creating the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles subseries, and basically worked on every Saga game. And what I'm about to say might sound like a backhanded compliment, but I mean this sincerely. Despite Saga never really being popular, especially in the West, he believed in it. He's been working on the series for over 30 years, and no matter how low the review scores got or how cut back the budgets
Oh, I love art like that. Hold on.
Working on the series for over 30 years, and no matter how low the reviews,
that's like almost peak 90s aesthetic. The one on the right, the demon on the left's kind of cool, but the lady on the right, I love the face and how it's drawn and everything. It looks awesome.
Scores got or how cut back the budgets became, he had a vision and kept pushing forward. I really admire that. It can't be easy to put your heart and soul into something for that long and only have a relatively small audience. So to Kawazu-san, I commend you for all your hard work and perseverance, even if your games really aren't for me. Now, this is what I consider to be the worst JRPG series of all time, but to see what I think are the absolute best JRPG series, watch this video.
Of course he puts Persona on there. Oh my god. That's like a very modern day take, is that like, oh, I love turn-based RPGs, so Persona 4 and 5 are my favorite RPGs of all time. Oh. Okay. If I simmer things down a little bit and I don't play things up for comedic effect like I have been throughout this whole thing, I'm going to be completely honest and blunt with how I view this guy and his review. One of my favorite things to say, because I feel like this is relevant for a lot of modern day content creators, he feels incredibly disingenuous with this entire review, just like the last guy we watched. He doesn't go into why he dislikes these things or why they're bad. He hardly engaged with the series. He hardly engaged with the systems. He claims and tries to use it as validation for his opinions by saying, oh, I've been playing games for the RPGs for 30 years. I've been playing JRPGs for 30 years. But he doesn't talk about which JRPGs he's played or what he has to reference these off of to compare or contrast them with. He just says, this is this is bad and I don't like it. He clearly doesn't understand, even after playing, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 in a demo, 11 games in a demo. He still doesn't understand. Well, 12 games in a demo because he's played Final Fantasy II, right? So he clearly doesn't understand how the leveling system works after all that time. He is clearly just someone who plays an RPG, hits attack, and expects to just win battles and then continue to enjoy a story. He's not actually engaging himself with the systems. He doesn't explain himself or anything about it, and I can't take him at face value. I don't take him seriously at all. And honestly, the dunking he's getting in his comments is warranted. I don't think you should, but I think it's warranted. At the end, he basically said, well, it's like that one comment sent, well, at least you tried. You know, that's so pretentious. That's such a millennial thing to say. He just played like about 20 minutes to an hour of every game, some of them for like 10 hours when he liked it, but didn't even finish it. He didn't finish all of them, and even then he didn't engage with them. He got bored because he just kept hitting attack with all of them, so that's probably why it felt more grindy to him, because he would just attack. That's what I did with Final Fantasy II, and it took forever to beat it when I was a kid. But as soon as I learned how to engage myself with the systems, like I did this last playthrough, I had a lot of fun with it, and things went by a lot faster. These are games that want to push the battle systems forward. They care about gameplay first, and they respect your intelligence. Just from this, seeing his footage in these reviews, it just seems like it's Final Fantasy II continued, like its design philosophy continued into another 11 games. I'm a little shaky on Unlimited Saga because it does look a little interesting with the open world and then the slot machine thing. But then this battle system for Scarlet Grace is basically the exact battle system for Clair Obscure 33, Expedition 33. You build up resources. You start off with a certain amount of resources, and then it lets you either do ranged attacks where you can aim at enemy weak points or spend them on skills, and then you build up other resources over time to use stronger skills. It's almost identical. It just, dude, this one here, this Romance Saga 3 is such a beautiful game. What the heck? Or is that Romance Saga 3? No, that's Saga Frontier 2. Sorry, he had footage from that later game, so it confused me. Saga Frontier 2 is such a fucking beautiful game. Why is my player so freaking slow? Hello?
But one of...
Okay, there we go. Yeah, this game is freaking gorgeous, man. I think I'd be fine skipping the first 3 Legend games. Maybe going back to them eventually. But I want to play the Romance Saga and the Saga Frontier 1 and 2. For sure. And I'm definitely not playing the remaster because even the text box look ugly. Oh, that is so beautiful. This game kind of reminds me of Crystal Chronicles, which makes sense if he works on the Crystal Chronicles games. But yes, I do not have anything good to say about this reviewer. And I wish him the best in the future, and I hope he can someday maybe come back to these games and finish them and give them the respect that they so clearly deserve. Because it looks like, just from his comments that I'm reading right now, there's so much respect for these games that he just trounces on just because he didn't want to engage with them. So I'm going to thumbs this down. Oh, damn. This video is one of the worst I've seen on YouTube. Damn, these people are brutal. Holy fuck. This guy is just getting fucking roasted in his comments by almost everybody. There's hardly any positive comments on there. Wow, I'm unsubscribing, by the way. This is just funny reading all these comments, honestly. Oh, this is funny. I'm going to leave as polite review as I can. Whoops. I'm trying not to be as mean as possible, but this was just so. This was laughable. That's how you spell it. Okay. Okay. Politely rude. It's just like, also, just because a game's not super popular doesn't mean it's bad. It's obviously it was popular in Japan, and this guy really pushed for it for a long time, but sometimes those decisions just were beyond this. Like, sometimes things just happen, like everything that happened with Versus 13. This game looks so fucking cool. Yeah, these are all going on my to play list. Like everything from Romancing Saga to Frontier Saga or Saga Frontier 2. Because they don't look perfect and they look a little janky, but I like that. Remove. There we go. What was? Oh wait, are you talking about the video I'm looking at right now? No, I was just kind of looking over some of the preview images to look at some of the scenes because I really like this game, even though I don't like the remake's aesthetic. I like the setting and stuff a lot, and I just want to look at the art and stuff. Man, I don't know what happened. Oh, sorry. I took you way too literally. Oh, man. I wonder what happened with this game. This looks a lot like Crystal Chronicles, like a lot like Crystal Chronicles. And I wonder what happened, because I really wish they would continue with this game's style instead of going to... I mean, even though Scarlet Grace looks interesting... Right? Like... He didn't finish any of them. He didn't learn how to play any of them. He just hit attack and got upset when he couldn't get... Like, just brute force his way through things. Oh shit, my phone. That's really disappointing, because people like this, like people with this mindset, the white games like this didn't have more of a life. And it's also part of like the company itself probably got in the way, like with Versus 13 and stuff. Like, what was this, like 2005 or 6 when this one came out or whatever? That's when they were having development problems at Square, so they probably canceling a lot of projects to keep 13 afloat, which that was a big stinking pile. Oh, this game is beautiful. Like, I wouldn't mind having this as a wallpaper. Really quick, I want to look up this real quick, though. Dude really did a speed run of the first, like, 10 minutes of every single...
Saga Frontier.
Oh, fuck. Dude really did a speed run of all the Saga games in, like, 20 minutes and put it in one thing called a review, because he couldn't get enough footage for one game because he couldn't beat one game. That's why I like Madular. He got me into the frickin' Ultima series of games, which is a good and a bad thing.
Is rather...
I'm sorry, I don't want the commentary. Yeah, look at that. Oh, those those are basically the same as in the remake. It looks the same. They're just like upscaled, so they're not so sharp and pixelated. I would love to see what this looked like on a CRT, but even now, it doesn't look too bad. This is much more charming than the remake looks. I love pre-rendered backgrounds, man. I want to see combat. That is so cool that this guy continued making games where like you don't just have straight up level ups. Because I've mentioned this on stream, but I'm not a fan of traditional leveling where you just like, oh, that looks incredible. I love games like this. I don't like just getting a level and just getting a bunch of stats and a skill thrown at me. These games make you, like, every playthrough that you'll have with one of these games will be different. Because you'll develop differently depending on what you do. It kind of reminds me of, this game is beautiful. It's a mix of 3D environments for the open world, and then in towns it's pre-rendered backgrounds. In battles it's also 3D. This is what inspired my story with Gawain. In the first place. This and Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. These games are so fucking cool. I love this aesthetic. Wait, is this FF commentary?
Looks like we won.
Oh god, the voice acting is not very good though. Oh, and this game has 255 levels, just like the Tales of games, instead of just 100 levels. You know, I like traditional leveling if it's like this Gaia where you have 9,999 levels. Just so you're leveling up fast and constantly. Oh yeah, I don't know what it was about pixelated 2D games from the PS1 era, but they all just like so good. I don't know why. Like this is also this is how they were thinking of making Final Fantasy VII, basically. Pre-rendered backgrounds. Oh, there's Sakuraba. The same guy does the music for Star Ocean and for Tales of. I love pre-rendered backgrounds, man. Look how good that looks. And this game has like over 200 endings. Depending on which characters you bring to the end, and it's a classic. This is the only Star Ocean game that got the, I mean, it deserved way more, but it's the only one that got any popularity. Viewed as one of the all-time greats. Like, I like 2D games, and then like the sprites with the 3D backgrounds from the PS1 era of games, and also 2. But the PS2, I really like some PS2 looking games like Star Ocean 3 or Radiata Stories. Even though they're all 3D, I love how they look, especially Star Ocean 3. Man, I'm getting nostalgia just thinking about Star Ocean 3, and I just played that game a little bit ago. Oh fuck! I forgot. Has it already been 2 years? Oh my god. So, Star Ocean 3 is notorious for being one of the grindiest fucking games ever, but not on purpose. Like, you don't have to grind to get through the game. For optional content, like costumes, like you can get this character's costume for the main character of that game, you have to get battle trophies, which, by the way, this was the first game that ever used trophies. Ever. But they were all in-game. And once you collected enough trophies, you got outfits and stuff. Yeah, that's definitely part of it for sure. Like, 3D was a scary new venture to go into, so a lot of people steered clear to 3D when PS1 came around, but like, yeah, those people who have been making sprite art for like 10 years, sprite games, they were able to just let their imagination go with PS1 titles, and they were like partially like 3D in some sections for some things, and they're all just timeless if you ask me. I think they're all timeless. So sorry, yeah, this was a random tangent, but yeah, I played the fuck out of Star Ocean 3 as a kid, and I have like 1,000 hours in that game or some shit, and I almost have every trophy, which is playing multiple different difficulties and beating the game at level 1, beating the game with a fucking metal pipe and only a metal pipe, beating the final super boss with just a metal pipe as the main character and not getting hit. But anyway, I rebought the game. This game came out 2004. I rebought it in 2017 on the PlayStation Store when it got released. Don't get that version. It crashes randomly. Really annoying. But I did something I never did even in the original game, where I did the bunny races, which are just completely random. Horrible fucking mini game. And I kept doing them till I got the bunny trophy, because it's an accessory that you can equip that freezes enemies and lets you shatter them, kind of like Petrify in some other games. And it lets you level up super early in the arena in that game. It took way longer than just playing the game and grind. It's the same thing with Final Fantasy II. I could have just played the game and been fine. But I wanted to get that bunny trophy. I was just thinking about that. Sorry, it was a little random tangent there. No, I agree with you. Like, RE1 and MGS1 and Crash, they're all super impressive for the time because, 3D graphics were new, but they didn't age too well. Whereas Symphony of the Night, this game, Star Ocean, Chrono Trigger, a lot of those games aged much better because they were kind of like the end of what you could do with sprite art. They had a strong artistic style because of the limitations of what they had to work with. It made them create something timeless. Yeah, exactly. The more you go with realism and go into 3D graphics, the faster something's going to age. Because, we still don't have games that look completely human-like. And with, 10 years ago, we were like, oh, this game looks lifelike. This game looks so incredible. And then we look back at some of these games 10 years later and holy shit, this looks like ass. Like some of the old Call of Duty games. Even Resident Evil Remake 2 still looks pretty fucking good. But even then, we can still see its age a little bit. Yeah, they all had style. Anything that's stylized and has a strong visual communication to it will age infinitely better than just chasing realism, with all these Unreal 5 games that we have these days. See, that's just so charming. I love this game. They did a remake on PSP that added voice acting to everything and is really good. But then I'll show you. They recently released. They made a complete remake, which this art is very good, I will admit. That's a review. See, this is different because this is no longer created out of limitation. This is just chasing the past. But they remade the entire game in 3D. But kept the 2D sprites. It looks very awkward.
You inferior beings with your shallow, trivial thoughts.
So, everything according to plan then.
You are wasting your time. The universe is doomed to extinction regardless.
無慈悲で強大な
I suppose we can at least grant him the kindness of a quick and relatively painless death.
And you?
純然たる邪神
Ah, the 12 wise men.
それで
That
も
art style is so
僕らは立ち向
strong.
かう
Reina, you know, once we finish this, there's something I'd like to tell you after we get back to Expel.
Hold on. Okay, I have to play this game now. I did not know this. Claude. Sorry. He looks just like Cress from Tales of Fantasia because they're basically the same character and design because they're made by the same people. This guy is voiced by the original voice actor for Shinji in Evangelion. I have to play this now.
この思いのために
You think you can?
Ah, you came.
How about we celebrate it by beating you to death?
There's so many old voice actors in this game. Hold on.
Welcome, insects. I wish you could entertain me a little more.
If you want to pick a fight, you best choose your opponents more carefully.
I don't care how difficult it is. Stop trying to escape reality.
You've gotten a lot brattier than...
Ooh, ooh.
I don't care how difficult it is. Stop trying to escape reality.
There's DS. That was who I designed to be Gawain's teacher. Who I designed Gawain to be a teacher for. Because this is where the whole fan thing came from, the fan story I was making. Yeah, it's in the same vein as Octopath. They swapped out the pre-rendered graphics for like really high fidelity, small 3D models with 2D sprites.
You've gotten a lot brattier than I remember you, Reina.
Knowing your weaknesses is the first step towards becoming stronger, Claude.
大切な仲間のために
Okay, I'll go with you guys.
It's a full action combat system.
Hurry up and do it.
It's a little jank, but it's more RPG than action, but it's still action.
Well, I have someone important waiting for me.
Follow her, Claude.
We better survive this battle together or else you know
But see, this is the thing though, is that like the original's so charming because of the time it was made in, like those limitations make it charming. This is just trying to capture nostalgia. I will admit it does look nice,
I want you to
but
kill me.
they didn't update the sprite work at all. The sprites look a little jank.
全てを賭して
I'm not about to turn back just because of that. Because this is my life's work.
You're the only one who can go after her, you know.
Survival is a battle, and only the strong survive. Isn't that how it works?
行こう一億光年の旅路へ
I am going to crush these insects and revel in their anguish. We'll begin this prelude to Armageddon.
Not if I can help it. We've got the hopes of the entire universe riding on our shoulders.
Holy shit, okay. Because of the voice acting alone, I think I'm gonna have to play this game. Live Alive? I'm not familiar.
Let's go home.
この冒険は君の光になる
I think I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head at least.
スターオーシャンセカンドストーリー R
Second story R. This is the second time they've remade this game. It is kind of the only game that they have any critical value to in terms of the players because it was so hyped in the PS1 era. Even though I think Star Ocean 3 is better, but I still like Star Ocean 2 a lot, like a lot. They remade this game for the PSP and added voice acting to it, and then they remade the first game to look just like it, and gave it its combat system and everything, and added voice acting to it as well. And they called it Star Ocean 1 First Departure or something like that, and then Star Ocean 2 Second Story. But this is called the Second Story R. And they do have a remake like this for the first game. The first one is Star Ocean First Departure R, but it's just a remaster that was ported from, that's a port of the PSP version of the game. So that one looks and plays a hell of a lot more like the original Star Ocean 2, whereas this Star Ocean, they did the Octopath treatment to it. It sounds familiar. I'll have to look up Live Alive in a second here, but you know, it's been 2 years. I wonder if there's anything for Star Ocean 3 remake coming out, because if they made Star Ocean 3 with modern day graphics and all the gameplay and all the characters and everything is the same, that would be incredible. I love Star Ocean 3. No, that's fine. Star Ocean 3. This is some jank ass looking PS2 graphics. It's not high fidelity like all the other higher quality Square Enix games, but it was a AA title and it's one of my favorite games of all time. I mean, the first game is about an underdeveloped planet that still has, it's a planet of cat people that have a plague of people turning to stone going through the planet, and space travelers from Earth beam down and interact with the main cast and tell them we're going to find a cure for this. And then it mixes fantasy with sci-fi. The second game is where the son of one of that character who led that expedition mission to help that planet from the first game, his son gets teleported to a faraway planet that actually was, well, no, that is just a faraway planet that has a girl that came from like 67 billion years in the past or something and time traveled in the future, something crazy like that. And it's they're on an underdeveloped planet, but it's more of like 18th century with still some medieval swords and stuff going on, but it's more modern than the last game. And then eventually they leave that planet and they go to space. Unlike the first game was mostly on that planet, but this one they go to space and they fight the 12 wise men, which are going to destroy the entire universe. But then the third game goes fucking crazy because you're just a tourist with your dad, your mom and dad, and your girlfriend on this vacation planet. And then as you're traveling to go back home, you're attacked by some fucking random anti-Federation force, and you barely escape with your life and get sent to an underdeveloped planet that's a lot like the first game where it's like medieval and stuff. But then you escape when someone comes to the planet to find you and land on another planet that's slightly further than the last planet you were on. And then a lot of the game takes place there, like the whole first disc, because it was a 2-disc PS2 game. But then after you get off that planet, it turns out that your father experimented on you and your girlfriend, because your girlfriend's parents were also scientists. They experimented on those two to be able to warp space and time so they can go to the fourth dimension and stop the gods that created their world, which is actually just some VR MMO that people from the fourth dimension plug themselves into. And their world and all the people they know are just NPCs in this MMO, and they're trying to stop them from deleting their universe and get true freedom for their universe because they learned that they're shutting down the servers. And then you just speed up the process of the dude shutting down the servers anyway, and he shuts them down. And at the end of the game, you're just like, well, we think, therefore we are. So even though they deleted us, we're okay, and everything's the same.
Crazy.
It's fucking batshit insane, dude. It goes from mixing sci-fi and fantasy, very basic concept that works really well, into fourth dimensional travel. It's bonkers. And then the fourth game is a prequel to all the other games beforehand and goes back into the VR third dimension universe that we're part of, It goes to the first the first captain to ever leave Earth after World War III to establish contact with alien planets. And then they fucked up after that because they weren't directed by the same person anymore. The fifth game is a retelling of 1 and 3 mixed together, kind of like how JoJo's Bizarre Adventure mixed parts 1 and 2 for part 7, and then for part 8 mixed 3 and 4. And for the newest one, he's mixing parts 5 and 6. They did the same thing, so parts 1 and 3 are retold in 5, and then the 6th one that came out in 2022 retells 2 mixed with 4. But it's like the most jank AA game I've ever played. Anyway, sorry. I love these games to death. They're just crazy and weird and jank. This game, your character will die if their MP goes to 0. They'll have full HP, but if their MP goes to 0, they die. Why? I don't know. Let's see. I'll show a quick gameplay video. This game has a shit ton of puzzles and exploration as well, and the music is fantastic. Oh, and then even completing the map is gameplay, because when you complete the map and get 100%, you get an item for it. Sometimes it's a bunny that the more you collect of makes your overall run speed outside of battle faster. I am glad that I played this before Kingdom Hearts 2, though, because this game would have just been gone from my brain. What are you doing, sweetheart? There's voice acting in this game, but this is a bonus dungeon. This game is nuts. Not only does it have enough story to cover like a 70-hour narrative, but then once you beat the game, they have like, I think like 10 bonus dungeons to go through, and they're all pretty quality. Some of them are a little but most of them are pretty fucking quality. One of my favorite games of all time.
You're wasting my time. I won't hold anything back.
I love mixing sci-fi with fantasy as much as I love having like fantasy mixed with modern day stuff like The World Ends With You. Like, man, I want to make a game that looks like Xenogears but plays like Kingdom Hearts and has a leveling system like Final Fantasy II or the Saga series. That's the first game I'm gonna make. It'll be very experimental and messy, but I've never can figure out how to improve if you don't try. I was thinking about making it play something like this, but I don't like the battle transition screens and going to an arena. There are so many systems to this game, it's crazy. I think the game's combat peaked in this game, but
meet again someday.
The stuff you could... Oh my god, shut up. The stuff you could do outside of combat for Star Ocean 2 is insane. Like, everybody has a different talent. Like songwriting, or sorry, writing, crafting, cooking, a bunch of different skills. And they'll have like a secret talent to make them better at it, that you'll get if you keep doing a certain thing over and over again. Not every character can do everything the best. Certain characters are better for certain things. But then eventually you can do crazy stuff like this character can craft this emblem and make copies of it, and it instantly makes you go to level 100 if you go into the next battle or something. And you can use this songwriter to create a song that summons enemies right away. Something crazy like that. I forgot what it was, but it gets you to level 100 super fast. Oh, that's right. Until level 100, it brings your required EXP to the next level down to 1. Something like that. Oh, sorry, my little gizmo cat was begging for pets, so I couldn't push play.
Didn't I tell you? Just leave it to me.
Cliff Fitter, I just use Max Shockwave until everything's dead. I'll click on your video after one more thing I wanted to show. Get it off my chest. Oh, this guy's review on this game is pretty good. I watched it last year. Made by the same people. It's super charming. It was made at the end of the PS2's like lifespan. Come on, load. Why is the video lagging?
Sebastian. Sir? How's the mustache? Very fine, sir.
That's a great place to stop or start the video.
Attention! The Royal Radiata Knight.
I love the way this game looks. Where's the... I'll show you the opening cinematic, and I'm going to click on your video for the song. And then we should probably play some Kingdom Hearts, because I think it's been like 3 hours. I love how they draw dragons in this too. They're so unconventional. There was talks of Radiata Stories 2 coming out, but I forgot why. They just never made it. Man, this is what Triace needs to be doing. This cutscene is incredible. They need to stop trying to make AAA games and just focus on 2 AA titles. Alright, that's what I wanted to show. This game's fucking cool. This combat is very unorthodox and very simple, but it's how you build your party and command them that makes it interesting. I love this guy's design. This guy with this mustache. Ooh, that bass though. I dig the art style. Ah, so it's like a tactics game, kind of like well, Final Fantasy Tactics or Fire Emblem or Arc the Lad. I can't get over that bass, man. You know, I stand by, if you have a good soundtrack for your game, you'll at least get me to play it. Oh, hey, you were close, dude. It's Shimomura. So instead of the N, it'd be an M. But you basically got it down. I've never heard her make music like this before. She did all the Chrono... Well, not all of it, but she did a lot of Chrono Trigger's soundtrack with Matsuda. Oh, a lot like Chrono Trigger, you say? Okay, no, okay, now I can tell it's her with that violin just playing. She also did some tracks for Streets of Rage 4, which I still gotta play that game. You are victorious! Okay, now I'm feeling the Kingdom Hearts vibes from it a little bit. That bass, dude, what the hell? My three favorite music composers, and might sound a little biased, but it's Yoko Shimomura, Nobuo Uematsu, and Yoshinori Matsuda. Basically all people who started their jobs at Square, like all of them. Because Nobuo is just legendary. He works so fucking hard on those first 10 games. Not a bad track. Some of them aren't as good as others, but when he hits, he fucking nails it. Yoko Shimomura, she is the same. She's just as good as Nobuo. And her work on Chrono Trigger, her work on Kingdom Hearts, obviously. Everything I've ever heard from her is stellar. Yoshinori Matsuda. That guy did the music for for Final Fantasy Tactics, for Xenogears, for Vagrant Story, for a lot of the tracks for Chrono Trigger as well, and some tracks from Chrono Cross. And he does a lot of the music for the Xenoblade series and Xenosaga. That man is also a legend, and those are just my 3 favorite composers of all time. They all make stellar music. I wish there was a project where they could work together and just make something. That would be so cool. Vulnerable. Resistant. Dude looks like a revamped Final Fantasy I sprite model. Ah, the bass, bro. Oh man, I gotta shut up. That bass is just crazy. I love it. I'm a huge sucker for bass guitar like that, flat bass. This seems like a pretty fun game too. When the trumpets come in, this has so many different like instruments to it that should not work together, and then she just fucking nails it. Let's see. I want to see if this game looks as good as I remember it looking. Now, I think these games are going to be incredibly... Wait, what the fuck? Why do they have Realm Reborn on? Oh, someone's playing it on their PS3. Interesting. There was an Arc the Lad game in 2018? I could tell exactly what this one is right here. This middle to the right game with that lady, that's Arc the Lad Twilight of Spirits. Very interesting game. Only interesting because I used to be obsessed with it when I was 10 years old. It informed all my art decisions until I went full on with the Nomura style, but I like the dragon concept, so it was like Nomura styled characters that had like dragon scales and wings and shit. Anyway, I replayed that game in 2020 for the first time since 2002. Does not hold up well. Its story is nonsense. Nothing really happens. The characters are very vague and absent, we'll say. But it was still a good tactics game. It still played well. It's just I didn't care about what I was doing. Apparently you're like playing in... I don't know the story about the games beforehand, but in Arc the Lad Twilight of Spirits, it's after modern day civilization has fallen to World War III, and there's like ruins of civilization, like old buildings, destroyed cars and shit everywhere, just buried as ruins. and everything's gone to a more fantasy setting. There's ogres and stuff. I don't know if this game, like which game it is, but apparently you play right before like the nuke goes off. I don't think this is it. Oh, voice acting. I'm a sucker for the 90s aesthetic. Maybe it was 2. Yes, this is what I wanted. This is what I've always wanted. I just want to play RPGs that are based in the modern era. I think it's so cool fighting in like modern era cities and buildings and shit. I don't know why. Nothing personal, kid. Ooh, I like the trash talk in this game. The animations are really nice. Holy shit! Take the spear! Damn, you are strong. But I'm smart. I have security guards with guns. He who fights and runs away will fight to live another day. We will meet again, and next time I won't be so nice. Oh, that's so cool. The dirigible! Oh, we didn't see any, kid. We didn't see anything. You go ahead. That's so funny. But I'm smart. Cast ninjutsu. I'm running away. There's something so charming about these games, and so far the writing is better than Arc the Last Twilight of Spirits. Don't know if they're made by the same, like, writer. I have all these games ready to play. See, look, isn't that so cool? Just seeing the giant, like, city landscape in the background, and you're fighting with, like, fucking swords and magic and shit. This is what I wanted in Versus 13. This is all I wanted. This is literally all I fucking wanted. Was this so much to ask for? Aren't they beautiful? I thought that wolf had like a red reindeer nose, like Rudolph for a second. This game looks so cool. I think I'm just very strongly biased to this aesthetic. I was contemplating making the first game a tactics game like this. I'll show you one last thing before we go to Kingdom Hearts, but I wanted to show you Xenogears. It's like peak 2D sprites, 3D background for me. Foul Magular, this is my favorite review for this game. Fucking 3 hours, it doesn't even scratch the surface. Let's see. Oh, did I show you this opening? I think I did. And maybe I did. That's just like the aesthetic I'm going for. With the game that I'm going to be making. Yeah, I think I did too. I just love showing it off because it doesn't get the love it deserves. Remake gameplay trailer. Well, let me guess, it's just fucking AI. This looks like AI garbage. That doesn't look anything like frickin' Bart's. No, this is dumb. Anyway, oop. We'll get this queued for later.
And she just slams this guy like.
Oh, people. Okay. I get it. Here, let me queue that up. Oh yeah, I forgot to watch this guy's video. I'll add it to the watch list. We have so much shit to watch. Save. I gotta figure out a better thing to do with my. Why does Modern Nomura draw him with this fucking emo hair? Ugh. Yeah. I think there are just a tad bit too much. Not that I mind. I love these essays. But that last one, it was only 30 minutes, but it went on for like 2 hours because of all the shit I had to talk about that guy's review.
Y2K, a postmodern RPG, or simply Yeek. Does it need any introduction?
Yeek.
What the hell was that? Tell me what the hell is going on? What is all this about? What just happened? This is insane. What is a soul survivor? Did you guys see that? What the hell are the Frank and Popo doing here?
Wait, is that dialogue from the game? Or is it dialogue from something else? Because I've heard that in a Magular video before. Oh no.
That phone call was surely one of the strange.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, but minor story spoilers for Persona 3, 4, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, and Shut Up and Jam Jade? What? What? Sonic the Hedgehog? Okay, all right. I think you'd like that Madular guy because he does video essays and he makes funny ones, but they're very intellectual as well, and he goes into a lot of JRPG or just RPGs in general. I think his Ultimate Series retrospective is phenomenal, and he's not even done yet. Oh, he did post something that's kind of interesting, which I might check out. Due to a giant petition, they've reactivated the Ultima Online servers to play for free. So now you can go online and play Ultima Online, which apparently inspired like every MMO ever. So I'm kind of tempted to pop into that and check it out. Yeah, I thought so. Sorry, that was random. I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water. But then we're gonna finally watch this video. I'm sorry, I keep the people waiting. Sorry for the wait, my people. I have arrived. Oh, shit. I've still arrived. Yeah, even though it's raining outside, it's hot as fuck in my room because my computer makes everything heat up. So I grabbed a smidgen of ice cream again, just to cool down, and some water.
I've ever received. And no, I couldn't hear the music.
Yeah, probably.
What? What? Wait, what did I miss?
That phone call was surely one of the strangest I've ever received. And no, I couldn't hear the music.
What?
Yeah, probably. It's a 2019 RPG, possibly postmodern, inspired by Earthbound, Final Fantasy, Paper Mario, and surrealist Japanese literature. It has abnormal characters, strange enemies, mini-game-based battles, Elisa Lamb's death, reality-bending puzzles, and irreverent humor. To those who are unfamiliar, that contrast of inspirations may sound appealing or appalling. Well, for me, Y2K was one of the most unique, interesting, and thoroughly unenjoyable experiences I've had with a game and a novel. To those who've watched clips, know the egregiously annoying bits, and have maybe seen a critique or two, it may seem like an easy game to tear a new one. Well, yes and no. It's so consistently poor in so many ways that I could probably just write an unstructured laundry list of grievances, and I doubt many would fault me if that's all this video was. But I've had to restart this script a lot. Putting Yeek into words has been tricky, and not just because of how many words it's given me. Like many of my other videos, it will be on the longer end, so timestamps and such are in the description if you don't want to watch all of this in one go. It will be here when you got time, and I think too much Yeek at once can be unhealthy. My experience with Y2K didn't start when I opened the game, and they didn't end when I closed it. The confused mess of a reception it got was fascinating. It rapidly grew in...
Wait, what's it? What did it say?
It didn't end when I closed it. The confused mess of a reception it...
Postmodern game that falls under the weight of its own ambition. Huh? What the hell is Alex at Running Shine talking about? I think bro's confused. Fortunately, there's a fundamental problem, and his name is Alex. I don't care for rock, paper, shotgun. When I saw this was only $20, I thought maybe I stumbled upon a hidden gem. I hadn't. I hadn't. I wished Yick stayed hidden. Wow. Its merits are clouded by a plethora of bad design choices, uneven writing, and protagonists who nobody in their right mind would ever want to spend their time with. Holy shit. I want to like Yick, a postmodern RPG, a lot more than I did. Being set in 1999 doesn't mean we have to suffer through the worst of it. Whoa! Damn, bro, that's pretty scathing for indie RPG.
Got was fascinating. It rapidly grew in jokes around it. Tidbits. The confused...
I gotta pause the video every like 2 seconds.
It rapidly...
Lemonade, what's going on? Yikes! Vibrating with... Oh, what the fuck, Satori? What? Huh? What's going on?
Grew in jokes around it. Tidbits of dialogue so awkward that they could be quoted endlessly. Entire mishandled scenes to be shocked by. The title itself became Yeek, which drove home just how bungled it all was. It's rare for me to watch a lot of reviews and read articles on one title, both amateur and mainstream, but I was enthralled by how it seemed everyone who played Yeek was walking away with at least one new grievance. Anyone could look at Yeek, agree with others over its many issues, but still have something unique which annoyed them. The most critical were the people who thought they had Yeek pegged. Meanwhile, the more positive takes were giving it the benefit of the doubt or trying to place it in some larger context. But few could bring themselves to say they liked it. When I played Yeek for myself, it wasn't alone. Me and Noonan played through the entire thing together. Our time was spent mostly annoyed at the game, and steadily more at each other's throats as we tried to claw something out of it.
So this is like a metaphorical fight, isn't it?
It speeds up around there, it gets dodgy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Our feelings quickly split. He saw it as a game meant to disorient and mean nothing by design, drawing the player into questioning meaningless minutiae before throwing it away or contradicting established ideas in an attempt to deliberately irritate. I argued it was a bad game acting in earnest and had to mean something, however ill-explained. Over the course of our time playing, I got worn down while Noonan got more assured. I was trying to keep the story in mind so that I could prove it was trying, even consulting a screenshot LP between play sessions. Thanks Tim Rod for your incredible patience in transcribing Yeek. Playing Yeek felt like Yeek was playing me right back. Trying to understand what Yeek wants to say was like bashing my head against a brick wall. I'm glad I had someone else there to argue with rather than just the game alone. As credits rolled, I was thoroughly sick of Yeek. I didn't beat it. It beat me. This video isn't even here to pull back the win. It's just explaining how a time wizard magic.
Okay, I immediately have more respect for this guy than the last reviewer we watched, because even though this game's bad, he finished it. He finished it.
Tens of hours away and continues to do so. Since I have thought about Yeek a lot since finishing it, I wondered how I'd eventually approach it, and when I opened the footage to start note-taking months after finishing it, and well, months before this video is finished, I thought I had cooled off. But within minutes of reading dialogue, that frustration resurfaced like it had never left. That fire was still burning in me. Between that and the developers promising since January to release a combat patch that overhauls the battle system, which I figured I'd wait on in the sake of fairness, this video has taken a long time. And simply put, I have no idea if we will ever see that combat overhaul, and I'm not waiting on it any longer.
On September 9th, I finish my narration, I cut the flubs I find, I tidy it up a little, and I head to bed planning to start editing Yeek the next day. I wake up, and it's not just a combat update anymore. It's... We'll see. We'll see, Yeek. You got to exist like this for nearly 2 years. I'm talking about the game I played. I'm talking about what I played. Not the future.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I agree with Satoru Iwata that a bad game is a bad game forever. No matter what you do to it, that initial release, even if it gets better and becomes more fun over time, that was still a bad game. The state that it released in was bad. So, no matter what they do to this in the future, if that did ever come into fruition, because, I mean, it's been 5 years since this review, I don't know. Maybe it's improved. Maybe it's a completely better, like a completely different game now.
My feelings on Y2K are a lot like Y2K. They're overlong, frustratingly complicated, and at times contradictory. I have 2 reads of what Yeek means. Both readings are backed up by events and themes in the story, but they are sort of exclusive because one denies meaning while the other infers it. I agree that the game is bad. It's a story so poorly told that bothering to claw meaning out of it is just not worthwhile. But I see a lot of people bring up things that I see as misinterpretations to berate the game unfairly. Considering how much rope it already gives people, that's really something.
I sighed as the elevator began to shake, vibrating with motion.
Vibrating with motion. Vibrating with motion.
Despite all of that,
what does he mean by vibrating with motion? Isn't that just saying the same thing twice? No, I don't care what it does. It looks like garbage. And I'm someone who loves the 2000s era. There's actually something I wanted to show on stream before. There's an animation that came out recently of someone who, like, it captures the early 2000s like soul and spirit and excitement of people getting ready for the new millennium. Like, captures it in this like 7-minute short video that's a pilot for a series he wants to make. And like, this ain't it. This is pretentious as fuck. This looks like fucking hipsters. It doesn't look anything like the 90s at all. It looks like modern day liberal bullshit. It does not look like the 90s at all. At all. Or the 2000s. Like, there's nothing decipherable about its aesthetic whatsoever.
This video is not a defense. It's more that I've turned up with a different stick to beat a dead horse.
Like, nobody had hair like that in 99. That's a modern day hairstyle.
This also isn't me claiming to be some genius who solved Yeek. This isn't me being the final word on the game. If this video somehow makes you want to play Yeek for yourself, you can spend your time arguing with me as well as the game, as I had with Noonum, and that might make it a more interesting experience. And lastly, most tragically, I can't judge Yeek for being self-indulgent because, well, that's exactly what my videos are. But seeing as that's the case, I'm gonna judge it anyway. So you might think I've said enough and we're good to go, but slow down there, cowboy. This is the 90s. Sort of. The pacing's on dial-up. First off, Marlene explains the title. The developers are in on Y2K looking like Yeek, and I suppose if people like this game, then calling it that would have been endearing. Didn't quite work out that way, but I get it. Yeek is memorable and easy to spread. With Y2K, you're sending your game to the arse end of Google. Not to mention, we're going to learn this game has actually little to do with the Y2K bug or surrounding hysteria. It is about an apocalypse at the turn of the millennium, sure, but it's a hollow reference. So for the younger people,
They're not going to even reference or incorporate the actual Y2K panic that was happening when people were worried that computers just wouldn't be able to compute, like they wouldn't be able to read the date past 1999, and so all the computer systems would crash. That was a real thing that people were worried about. People were going into like full panic mode and getting ready in shelters, and oh my god, I remember so many people around me were just like in my elementary school at the time, where just their families were panicking about the shit. Computers compute, yes. You can clip that. You can clip that. Yeah, it was basically that when they designed computers originally, for some reason they didn't like program them to read past 1999 properly for some reason, or they thought they couldn't. And so they thought that when 1999 rolled around that all the systems in the world would reset and crash, and like airplanes would be falling out of the sky and shit. Which just sounds like, hey, why don't you just slow down and not fly anywhere for a day or do anything for a day and get this settled? But anyway, people were panicking and getting, like, buying shit ton of groceries and hauling into bunkers and doing the whole world's ending panic fiasco that we had in 2012. It was just way worse than 2012. Because they thought this was a real tangible thing that would happen. But yeah, it was really embarrassing looking back on it. And then as soon as Y2K passed, everybody's super excited for the future and everything about new technologies. And then 9/11.
watching, the good news is you're not going to learn anything. We then have to enter a few names and pick a gender. This stuff won't come up until late game, and I doubt we'll appreciate it when it does. This part is an odd tone setter. You may look at it and think, oh, so it's letting us know it's like Earthbound. It really isn't. This Questionaire's vibe is distinct from the rest of the game, which I find to be a small blessing since it isn't charming to begin with. If it is establishing anything, it's that if Yeet can say something in one text box, it'll do it in 5 and fill them to bursting. While most of the jokes aren't original or clever, this is what kills the comedy dead. With purely textual comedy, you really have to weigh your words. One too many can turn a joke from comical to clumsy, and Yeek is never off by just one word. Each gag winds up stumbling over its own self-assured hilarity on the way to a plot line. Yeah, I can't call these punchlines. There is no punch when you're this loquacious. I mean, a dull thud at best, and you come off like a tryhard who uses words like loquacious. There's really no mix like desperation and unwarranted confidence to get people laughing with you.
Oh, right. I think it's because like early iterations of computers in the 60s and 70s were programmed to read in the 1900s format. So when it rolled over to say 2000s, they were afraid that a bug was going to make the computer not able to register the date. I think that's what it was. You know, let me turn the video up. It's really quiet, I bet.
By the time it asks about the final friend, the description is so wordy and overly specific, it's as if it's been intentionally building to this bit all along. But the rest of the game is even more long-winded. Most titles ratchet up the difficulty as they go along, but Yeek ups the wordiness. Is this a joke, or is this slowly turning up the heat? Purposeful or not, when even the title is weirdly bloated, maybe it's meant as a warning. Anyhow, when all is said and done, this was about as fun as a tax return and half as well written, but, well, Yeek now knows our names. Gladly. Let's go.
Basically.
The game opens on April...
It was also that it was going to switch the 19 to a 2. A 2-0. Instead of the format it's been reading at for the last, 30 years. I think that's the whole panic.
4th,
They were afraid it was going to
1999.
cause a
We're
bug.
Alex Eggleston, a liberal arts major who just graduated college after a semester too many, returning home to a town that really likes the last game Act made.
I had no idea what adult life held for me, but I was optimistic.
I sort of doubt this is our home because, as we'll learn, no one would be happy to have Alex back. But we can indeed enter and inhabit the joint. This git has also decided to sit on our lawn and make a game-spanning joke about zines. Our mother can't be here to greet us, but she did leave a grocery list.
Not even home 5 minutes and she's already barking orders at me.
She erected a bloody sign for you, Alex. Well, I'll get around to that. For now, I want to know about his home life. And while we do get the idea that Alex's family is fractured, we don't get much that we couldn't see with our eyes. No, Alex, we were just told what to do. I don't feel much thought was put into these little dialogues. They often come across contradictory to the story itself, and the fact it's happening this early on just makes it look like nobody's paying attention. I get that this fridge dialogue is meant to push further that Alex is a shiftless ingrate, but to put it in this way is just strange. It's like these two bits of dialogue don't fit together. About the only detail I like is tied to Alex's record player. He notes that it's from his dad. It doesn't say it outright, but the fact his dad is referenced in a detached way and never seen gives this dialogue a bittersweet tinge that you get to unpack for yourself, while also giving Alex's appreciation of vinyl some context. Or maybe he hates his dad and his damn records, I don't know. The rest of the house is pretty useless, and that won't change. We look at our mum's underwear, nick $20 to give to Zine Guy, and outside...
What?
Or maybe he hates his dad and his damn records, I don't know. The rest of the house is pretty useless, and that won't change. We look at our mum's underwear, nick $20 to give to Zine Guy, and outside...
Why? Why? That's not quirky, that's just weird.
Things aren't much better. The issue with a lot of dialogues is that they don't really change over the course of the game to reflect changes in the story or the world. They often seem written to not relate to anything but still wind up jarring. At a certain point in the story, Alex's mother loses her job, but this woman never moves or says anything different. Why yes, I just got home from college and have been gone for years, but I'll put in a word with the sister I never see. This guy gets a whole year off work. I'd be less grumpy. Besides that, it's some scattershot, extremely weak gags. Since the NPC dialogue is static, it's surprising how it still manages to tread on the toes of the story. I also think Yeek would have specifically benefited from the chatter progressing and changing over the course of the narrative. The fact that it doesn't feels like a missed opportunity and winds up hurting things. We head off in search of those groceries, and things get worse. Alex runs into this cat and starts banging on about it in great detail, which turns into imagining his life with the bloody thing. The cat sees what it assumes is his script and nabs it. Alex gives chase and winds up in a strange, otherworldly factory hotel filled with monsters, weird landscapes and puzzles, along with a talking panda that can help solve them.
It's me, Panda!
It's here he runs into Semi-Pack and some awkward dialogue happens.
Great, another person.
I'll leave if you want. I don't want to talk to you.
Hey, I can leave if you like.
Fuck! It turns out the cat belongs to her.
Okay, so that was really good because I was thinking the same fucking thing and I feel a little insulted.
Person.
I'll leave if you want. I don't want to talk to you.
Hey, I can leave if you like.
Fuck! It turns out the cat belongs to her. Sammy says this is her home and she does.
That's crazy. That design for that girl looks a lot like I think I talked about it on stream, but my crazy ex-girlfriend who brought poison dart frogs to my home and slashed her own tires with a hunting knife. Looks almost exactly like her skin tone, hairstyle, glasses, everything.
Doesn't know what elevators are before getting in an elevator with us to leave. Which she does. Alex is left befuddled, but still erect.
What?
There's a lot to unpack here. This first dungeon is a gauntlet. Alex narrates everything. You could take all the ventilation in the world, jam it together, and it still wouldn't be half as long-winded as this cunt. He adds so much fluff to every scene, often just repeating what we can see. He's meant to be an unreliable narrator, and the script wants to sneak false details and Alex's shitty speculation past the listener, and it does so through sheer volume. Now, this has an obvious side effect. It gets tiring not even just sorting what's fictional fiction from fictional fact, but even just passively listening to the dialogue begins to wear me down. Now, a mystery will have misdirection. That's fine. I get that Alex is a moronic blowhard and I should take everything he says with a grain of salt, but man, that's enough sodium for a fucking heart attack. The parts with the panda and Sammy add another layer. It's not just when he's alone. Very long dialogues will play out before Alex's narration kicks in, which rarely does more than just repeat what was said from Alex's perspective.
Elevator? I don't know what that is.
Who doesn't know what an elevator is?
I've been looking for my cat, Dolly. Have you seen her?
So the stupid thing was a girl?
I don't know who that is. My cat just looks like Dolly herself.
I doubted she'd know her 20th century Spanish Catalan surrealist painters all that well either.
I love the moment we get Panda. The game.
What's that?
Century Spanish Catalan surrealist.
What a pretentious prick. Oh
Painters all that well either.
I love the moment we get Panda. The game treats it like our first tool, but we've already met Alex. Panda gives us a tutorial on how he's used.
You can press circle to summon me.
Alex repeats it. Then the game asks if I'd like the tutorial repeated. Aren't you calling yourself a postmodern RPG? I mean, your audience is presumably RPG fans, hopefully not first-timers. Why am I getting such a hand-holdy tutorial and zero trust when it comes to one of the most stock abilities you can have? And with Sammy, yeah, if Yeet can do something in 5 text boxes, it'll do it for 10 and Alex will recap for 20.
I reflected on her words. Girl contained the story started a thought at the time. Fabrication of Sammy was homeless. We found refuge in her cat. But still, I could tell I was missing something. She was much more energetic than any homeless girl I'd ever known. To what I was missing lay in her.
Is that your hobby?
Is what my hobby?
Staring off into space and screwing up your face as if to say,
this gives me vibes that they're trying to be quirky like the Scott Pilgrim movie was, which came out 10 years before this came out. Man, Scott Pilgrim movie was good. I just realized in 3 years that movie's 20 years old. I'm gonna stop talking and thinking.
what's going on inside my head is really important, so just let me think.
It's at this point, this behavior should be reined in, point made. Maybe Alex can start catching himself monologuing and stopping to show that, you know, maybe Sammy had an actual effect on him. But no.
No. I'm not comparing Scott Pilgrim to this. It's more of like, this is what they're... I could see what they're trying to go for, to be quirky like that. They have the same kind of characters as that, but they widely miss the mark. They're nothing like Scott Pilgrim.
It continues for the rest of the game uncommented on. It's clear reading the developer's logs that the writer, Andrew Allenson, is a voracious reader. A lot of the entries on Yeek's writing go more into his experiences and thoughts with novels than they do with game stories. He particularly notes the colorless Sakura Tazaki as the template for Yeek's structure.
Well, to be fair, I do think that media is more powerful when you're not boxed into your own medium. Like, people who make video games that only look at video games for how video games should be made or written or whatever, I think can kind of start going into a repetitive circle. That goes for like anything really. So I kind of like when people who are outsiders to that medium, who have respect for it, come in and write with their knowledge or how they would write for or design for other things, come in and try to change things up or what have you. But when it's something like this where he clearly has interest in other things and not really video games, yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. No, you're right. Yeah, it's as if Earthbound was written by a liberal arts major guy, you know, who is kind of obnoxious. Yeah, well, this guy's really obnoxious, but he's also like, oh, I love retro games. He's a hipster who's like, I love retro games, and I want to be quirky like Scott Pilgrim, and I want to show people how smart I am. So yeah, you basically hit the nail on the head, but it's like I could see the inspirations for some things. As annoying as it is.
Particularly by its... You fucking with me. It's concise storytelling. Later entries cite Wind Up Bird Chronicle along with authors Pynchon and Wallace as inspiration for the writing. Alex's tendency to narrate events as though in a novel is also spoken about in the casting process. Another one of Andrew's writing blogs notes that Alex is meant to be a jerk, but still likable, which is interesting.
I wanted to make a game about a guy who's like a piece of shit, unlikable character who by the end of the game has to transform. People get it in a novel, but in gamers aren't, you know.
Well, hey, that blog also said people can change, and so can toons. That aside, what's clear is...
You mean like Final Fantasy 7 and 8? Like many other games? Yeah, that's not new, bro. You start off with a protagonist who's kind of a dick and unlikable, and then over through the course of the game, they change. In fact, people hate Cloud and hate Squall because they see what he's like at the beginning of the game and say he's the worst protagonist ever and think they're like that the entire game. But that just tells me they never beat the game, because that by the end of 7, you see Cloud is a energetic, spunky, teenager acting doofus, and Squall becomes open-minded and a lot more open-minded and empathetic to other people around him and cares more about their situations and feelings than his own and his own insecurities. I love those kind of kids. Those are my favorite kind of written characters. You're not doing anything revolutionary here, Ben.
They put a lot of ingredients into Alex, but it results in no clear flavor whatsoever, and there's a bigger issue. Everybody else in Yeek is also absurdly verbose. It's not even a trait that makes Alex really stand out. It's just that since we...
Actually, funny enough, Leon from Kingdom Hearts 1 to Kingdom Hearts 2 is very similar to how Squall is at the beginning of Final Fantasy VIII to the end of it. At the beginning of Final Fantasy VIII, he's kind of an asshole who just is like, whatever, I don't care. I don't want to be around other people, because he's afraid of failure and letting people down and all this other junk. And then he becomes more empathetic, and he's still kind of like a hard-boiled egg, but, you know, by the end of the game, he's like Kingdom Hearts 2 Leon, where he's like, he's empathetic, he's worrying about other people, but he can smile and he has charisma and jokes around a lot and stuff. So that's actually, I never really thought about it till just now, but yeah, he's an asshole in Kingdom Hearts 1 and he opens up in Kingdom Hearts 2. That's basically his journey in 8. So it's basically the same character, just depending when you pick him. I'm still debating whether I like Kingdom Hearts Squall hair more than Final Fantasy Squall hair. I definitely like it Kingdom Hearts hair more than modern Squall hair, because modern Final Fantasy Squall hair has like that emo cut I was talking about, and I really don't like what they did with the remaster in 2019. Every character looks exactly the same, just moderned up. But Squall got a complete like redo with his hair and his face, and he looks more chubby cheek, cutesy, more feminine like his original design was. Kitase actually asked Nomura to add a leather jacket with fuzz. Well, I think a leather jacket of some kind when he put the fuzz on it, and make him more masculine and give him a scar. And I think that went a long way. I think artists are great to create things on their own, but I think having some direction, like Kitase told them, that's what a director's there for, can really make their art work for the project they're working on. Because Feminine Squall is not nearly as cool as the Squall we got in the game. Squall from Final Fantasy VIII is the coolest looking protagonist I've ever seen, with Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil 4 and 9 right behind.
We see the world through his eyes. There is naturally a...
And obviously because, the history of Devil May Cry and Resident Evil with Leon, Dante is tied with Leon for second coolest protagonist ever.
A lot more of him. Literally, long story short, is that Andrew...
Yeah, in Dissidia, actually, you didn't see it last time, but when you said, hey, when's the 012 playthrough, I actually pulled up my PSP emulation of Dissidia, and yeah, it's really weird. Nomura mixed his design... Oh, okay. Nomura mixed his design with Yoshitaka Amano's original design for Squall, where he has a waist cape, and combined that with Cypher, the main rival for Squall in 8, and gave him like Cypher's kind of like shirt that has like a weird V-neck thing going on. Then he trimmed down his sleeves, because in the 90s it was popular to have puffy sleeves, so he had like a puffy leather jacket, which I thought looks cool as fuck. But then he gives him this like Organization 13 skinny sleeved leather jacket that has like, it's still cropped to his upper chest like 90s jackets were, because everybody in the 90s wore their pants up to their stomach, like touching their ribs. Which I think looks good on girls, but I'll say it kind of looks weird on guys. And he did make him like thinner, whereas in Kingdom Hearts and original Final Fantasy he's a lot more muscular, which makes a lot more sense because he's literally military. He's trained to wield the gunblade, which explodes with high velocity to vibrate the blade and cut through enemies. He's got to have a fucking handle on that shit, so he's got to have a lot of muscle mass for that. But in Dissidia kind of toned him down and gave him like that, like I said, that Kingdom Hearts jacket look, which doesn't look bad. It just, I like the poofy sleeves for Squall a lot more than the like really tight Organization coat look.
Put the novelization of Yeek within Yeek, a prose modern RPG. I'm sure you can see the problem. Again, literally. Video games are an audio-visual medium. This is an RPG with models, maps, music, and text boxes. You have different tools to convey the story. Audio cues, camera shots, voice acting, sprites, text timing. Yeek neglects and doesn't use the tools its medium provides, not so much because it's doing a pastiche, as much as it is because it's taking the piss. I know the cat has a strange mustache. I know it's strange that Sammy doesn't know what an elevator is. Explaining what we're seeing is padding the runtime, and for what?
We are inside a room. We can tell from the decorations on the wall that it is a female's room.
It's taking me out of this world. Why try to infer, extrapolate, or invest myself if Alex is just going to tell me exactly what cues I should be noticing?
It's just a
You want to be a
female's
book,
room.
but you're just showing a total lack of spine. I do love this old entry which notes the plan is to get the player dungeon diving within 5 minutes of hitting start. Yeah, plans definitely changed. You spend 5 minutes with Crow, Cat, and Cock each before you're doing anything. The shame of it is, removing or toning down Alex's narration would cost the story nothing. Yeek genuinely has subtle beats that can be rewarding to pick up on. I think. I second guess all of them, since the writing is so often grating and so often just so much, that I don't see cleverness or subtlety with respect, but suspicion. If a person goes at a dartboard with a shotgun, it's not the same when they hit a bullseye. You don't need text for subtext. Subbing subtext for text takes a toll on texture and substance. Plus, now knowing Alex was supposed to be irritating according to what was convenient for Andrew to say at the time, there are better ways to communicate this than by attempting to give your audience Stockholm Syndrome. Honestly, him saying that a literary audience would get Alex is just insulting.
I will say the art, for the most part, is okay. I think the art direction for this game is pretty decent. I like a lot of the female character designs.
Two mediums at once. I think they get what gamers got, that he's a flaccid prick. Alex isn't interesting or, well, novel. And games are not novels. Games have different strengths and drawbacks than prose and vice versa. I'm not saying games going for a novelistic structure can't work, but Yeek doesn't leverage the strengths of either medium. It just wants to be a goddamn book too much. I do have to raise the idea that Alex's often incorrect ramblings could be intended to contrast the imagination and interpretation a reader can have with a novel against the more set-in-stone elements of an audiovisual medium. If that was part of the reason for doing this, then it's just overly flowery and doesn't pay off in any significant way. And speaking of books, or in Proto-Woman's case, from them, that's an excerpt lifted directly from Murakami's novel After Dark. This apparent theft led to some backlash. Again, Andrew had an explanation at the ready, saying that it was indeed deliberate homage. Alex was unable to process what he was experiencing, and so his brain filtered it through a novel he's a fan of. So, you know, perfectly sensible. Alex, who was scared out of his wits in April 1999, started reciting the 2004 novel he's a fan of, before getting pulled into a mystery from 2013. What's daft is that this may not be total bullshit. I mean, the specifics are, but the rationale isn't. There is precedent for this explanation that we've seen. You just have no good reason to spot it. You can't blame people for being suspicious, especially from a studio that has been caught plagiarizing in the past. And well, you can't buy Two Brothers anymore, which makes the amount of references and reverence in Yeek all the more surreal. They've got a bloody statue of the main character and his wife in the town fountain, which, hey, maybe they look up to plagiarists. Really, it means Yeek isn't so much a shrine as it is a mausoleum. But before we move on, let's have a quote from Andrew.
I'm not Murakami, and I would never pretend to be him. So to a lot of people, they won't necessarily see the influence.
At the end, Sammy is taken as Alex is frozen in fear. And as he exits the factory alone,
the calm night wind of springtime seemed to contrast the inner workings of my brain.
he goes for over a minute on this shit. After everything that's happened, just shut the fuck up for a moment. Worse is, if you exit the screen, you have to sit in black while Alex finishes up. Only...
Yeah, I mean, I learned this early, but filling your story with a bunch of dialogue doesn't make you seem smart. In fact, the most smart writing is it's really stuff that trusts the intelligence of the viewer. Like, one of my favorite things ever is Samurai Jack. That show has almost no dialogue. It trusts the viewer with everything. It expresses everything through visuals and audio information, other than dialogue, and that is just so brilliant. It soaks up scenes in its quiet solitude so often. You can feel some of the, how do I put this in words? The atmosphere is so thick in those quiet scenes that you can cut it with a knife. And it tells the story of the world around it just from Jack walking through it somberly, quietly, without any dialogue. And when they do speak, it's usually meaningful or to set up something. And that is the most powerful storytelling I've ever seen. When people talk too much, that means they don't trust people to follow along with their story, or they don't trust their intelligence, which could be seen as the same thing. Like, there were, or even worse, they just want to be seen as smart, which is pretty pretentious. And it just comes off as being dumb. And that's what it seems like this game is. It's just like a lot of word salad vomit. I like games and shows, anything that could take in those quiet moments. Those scenes between what the characters are saying and soak in what they're doing. That's why I like that Fox in Space show I've been showing on stream.
For the mood to instantly be shattered by...
Confused by the images spinning inside my head.
And... this narration is so cack-handed, it made me think about something I'd never really noticed in games writing before. Characters really have to explain what they're doing and why, without assuming player actions. For Alex to brazenly narrate,
I was moving on autopilot back towards my home.
While I'm trying to open a chest and already tired of hearing him, it creates a strange demand to work with the writer to not break the already flimsy narrative. It goes hand in hand with Yeek putting its medium blending aspirations over good design sense. There's just such an incongruity already on display in the writing, the art, the gameplay, and the tone that all comes together in a kaleidoscope of crap. Oh hey Alex, the arcade opens tomorrow. Well, that'll take your mind off things. Then when we do get home, I'm greeted by this prompt. And I have to wonder, is Yeek knowingly taking the piss? Shit. Forgot the groceries.
I tossed my things on the floor and made my way to the couch. My mother, a 49-year-old, short, red-headed woman, was an information systems programmer analyst for Pacific Chime.
Wow. I mean, I was making a joke, but that's just as asinine. I get Alex is trying to ignore what just happened, but there is some whiplash.
You have mail.
We get sent a video, and this would probably be a joke about long download times and Alex being able to go off on a monologue, if that wasn't, you know, exactly what he'd do all the time anyway. I love Timrod in his screenshot LP using historical precedent to give Alex faster download times and remove shit like this, as though that would help.
Just have to wait for it to finish downloading. When the file had finished downloading.
It's all for nothing anyway, because somehow this download leads to a forum page of embedded images. This is where it becomes clear that Yeek was inspired by the Elisa Lam case, but her death is only half the story. Andrew Allenson, and I swear I'm not trying to pick on him, he just comes up a lot in this story, was enthralled by the case. The game wasn't so much inspired by her death as it was his experiences on forums trying to piece it together with others. Through that, he became fascinated with writing a story about internet sleuths uncovering a big mystery.
I'm on a message board. Here are all these people. We're all trying to figure out what happened. What if I made a game where the main cast was obsessed with a similar story and explore the types of people who sort of put off growing up and getting real jobs, and all they do is play internet detective all day.
So I'm eagerly awaiting Yeeky, where Alex takes on the Boston bombing. Jokes aside, I find it a fascinating starting point. It's a premise with potential, and Yeek will get tired of it moments after that potential starts taking form. But whether or not this explanation makes Yeek more or less off-putting and by how much is up to you. A lot of stories are drawn from the author's experiences and from real-world events. A lot of crime fiction is built on actual case files, so I'm not condemning the practice. It all comes down to execution, and Yeek's is baffling. We have a character who is a lot like his author, who is on a romantic crash course with a character who is a lot like a real dead person. So, Alex needs to go to bed, and Andrew needs a cold shower.
That's a little awkward, to say the least. Hand up!
So, is this what a college graduate does? Spend hundreds of thousands of his mother's hard-earned money to lounge around all day?
Oh god, it's the most annoying character in the game. You may say, no Snake, that's Alex. And I say, yeah, that is Alex. The panda is Alex debating with himself. Now, Alex, wanker that he is already a master of debating with himself. He hardly needs a toy to do it more. Alex berates Alex, and Alex would feel guilty if he doesn't at least go back and try to find Sammy, so bang, there's our motivation. Headed back to the factory hotel, remember when I said there was precedent for Alex narrating After Dark to himself? Yeah, that's Panda. See, this brings me to an issue of Yeek's world building. It's all well and good to say you want reality to be shattered within 5 minutes of hitting start, doubly so if you can actually pull it off, but you sort of need a reality to be broken first. Yeek uses a real world to give it a head start on that front, but assumes too much. The moment I'm off the bus in Yeek, I'm assaulted by a clash of art styles. Alex's run cycle is made to be sprite-like. There's gamey shit like a giant welcome sign on our lawn, and we're in a town that's inhabited by plot lines instead of people. I feel less grounded in Frankton than I do here. Yeek may be consistently shit, but this shit is at least consistent. Before the plot starts, I can leave town and get attacked by a monster. To the south is a village of monster hunters. This should all be walled off until we hit plot to help the illusion that things have gone from ordinary to extraordinary. When a cat seems to intentionally beckon us to a haunted house filled with ghosts, but it's not until we're on the far end of the place that Alex starts registering weird things as happening, it comes off like only now are things getting bizarre, since otherwise this all seems like a natural extension of a world where monsters roam the countryside. It's especially jarring because he's after a grocery list. He can't just wait for a new one, phone mum, or just put on his big boy pants and buy some groceries. He's risking a lot for a note he probably won't even read. And I get that this is all supposed to come off as quirky, but it's also incredibly flimsy and inciting incident when Yeet then turns around and reveals it's all meant to be taken at face value. So when I run into a talking stuffed panda, I'm very sorry that I didn't pick up that it's just Alex's subconscious talking back to him. It's not like he isn't already plush with narration without it. The game claims to be inspired by Earthbound as a shorthand for weirdness. It also wants to have the slow burn of a Murakami novel, the intrigue of real-world conspiracies, and the breezy pace of a postmodern game. And because it wants all of this at once, it can't adequately service any of it. The rhythms are all over the joint.
But this isn't really the catchy kind of song. This is that sort of thing.
I'm sorry everyone, we're this far in and only now am I getting out of the first dungeon. I'm saving combat for later. And it's not even that the opening is especially bad in comparison to the rest of the game. I'm sorry to say it'll actually get worse. Case in point.
Yeah.
Alex? You grew a beard!
This here is Michael. Alex's memories of him are hazy, but he recalls the two being friends despite their age difference.
He was a good kid. A bit younger than me. Usually worth a laugh or two.
What have you been up to? Just took the SATs. That's about it.
The two poke fun at each other before the topic turns to Onism, the website we were downloaded to last night, which Michael happened to have a hand in making.
www.onism1999.com.
Jesus, Michael, did you stop yourself short of saying HTTP as well? This gets them talking about Sammy.
After that went up, everyone on the forum started acting strange, like a sort of darkness had come over the website.
Alex, proceeding with caution and, well...
That can't be Yuri Lowenthal. That sounds somewhat like Yuri Lowenthal. I can't believe that Yuri Lowenthal would be in this game.
Getting really bloody creepy. Says he thinks he was in the same elevator in which Sammy disappeared. Michael in turn gets creepier, and the two join forces to go back and investigate after Michael gets his new camera. And you may find this hard to believe, but this is where the breezy pace we know and love dies.
No, you know in Dragon Ball Z how they do the fusion dance or use the Potara earrings? If those two fuse together, then he becomes Where Was Waldo. Because then he gets the glasses, the emo hair, the white and the black strips in the shirt. He just needs a beanie.
Heading into town, Alex freaks out about the arcade we saw last night.
They opened it about 3 weeks ago. RPG games are seriously the best! Chrono Trigger, Lufia 2, Secret of Mana. Those games are like the holy grail of my youth!
We get dragged into the arcade for some
it sounds very close to Yuri Lowenthal, but it's clearly not Yuri Lowenthal. And what the fuck did he say? What were those games? Of course, drop Chrono Trigger, because it's like... What's Clifford chat?
Chrono Trigger, Lufia 2, Secret of Mana. RPG games are seriously the best!
But you don't play those at arcades. They don't have RPGs at... Whatever.
Chrono Trigger, Lufia 2...
Secret of Mana, I've only played the remake and I wasn't that great. And people always go to Chrono Trigger. As great as a game as it is kind of like the hipsters go-to to be like, this is a great RPG that's not one of your mainline Final Fantasies or your Dragon Quests. I've heard things about Lufia too, though.
Secret of Mana. Those games are like the holy grail of my youth.
We get dragged into the arcade for some panning shots. I think the girl behind the register is pissed that she missed 3 weeks' pay. Then we go and grab Michael's new camera. Cameras are Michael's weapon, vinyls are Alex's. So most characters have distinct shops. And, well, I guess it adds character, but more than that, it adds loading screens. The two head back to the factory hotel, where they come face to face with a strange being.
I've been scared before. Everyone has, but those past memories of fright were nothing compared to what we had just experienced.
Alex, you saw 3 of them yesterday.
The hell?
We're thrown into an unwinnable battle and the two have to run for their lives.
What the hell was that? What the hell is going on? What? We need to get your photos developed. This thing is digital, baby!
Appropriate, because in the next scene the story won't develop either. Good God, there are 5 chapters. Michael goes and grabs a transfer cable. Alex stands outside, feeling sad that he legged it sans Sammy again. And then back at Alex's, we get Michael's entire backstory dumped on us.
I was talking to my cousin about this recently. The lifelong implications of seeing something actually, undeniably supernatural. He has a 6-year-old daughter. Apparently, she told my cousin that when she looked into the mirror, she was smiling, but that she knew she wasn't smiling. Kids say weird shit.
So he's been interested in the occult from an early age, and runs a forum dedicated to discussing it. Yeah, that works. Why are you telling me? I'm Alex.
I spent a few weekends learning HTML, and before I knew it, Onism 1999 had over 15,000 hits each week.
Alex reveals he was actually there when Sammy was taken and the photos are uploaded to Onism. And what do we learn?
I hate how modern day, at least styles here in America, have not progressed past this point yet. We still have a lot of pretentious people who grow out beards and wear flannel shirts like this. Unfortunately, we do get some of the Zoomer styles I don't agree with, but they're better than what millennials are wearing right now. Like, Jesus Christ. I see a lot of curly mustaches going on around too. It's kind of weird. I guess mustaches are big right now. Fucking weird, man.
From this?
But more people wanted to believe than not.
That people believe them.
Fair enough. That, or if you're, can I say it on stream? Will it get canceled? Fuck it. Yeah, either a lumberjack or a lesbian. Either one. You have to wear. You can only wear a flannel jacket if you're one of those two.
Which clearly wasn't helpful.
Which is not a strike against lesbians. It's just true. A lot of them wear flannel. Before my older brother became my older brother, they were a lesbian that wore flannel jackets like this all the time. It's just nature running its course, I think. I think it's just nature's way. Flannel means you like wood or you're gay.
As a fade to black skips us 2 weeks into the future. It's April 19th, 1999. Our heroes haven't died of pulmonary embolism and have just accepted there's an unkillable...
Wait, did I just say the same thing twice? Like, what did you... anyway.
God entity 5 minutes down the road. They get a PM about a girl who can tear holes in realities and they decide to investigate. Which is just in time, really. Onism is going to have its minds elsewhere tomorrow. We head back to the arcade, the two creep on Vela, which leads into another unwinnable fight, albeit one we can't run away from. Afterwards, the two explain why they're here. So she asks if she can go and see the pictures.
Do you recognize the location from these photos?
That's behind the old grocery store. Obviously, you've been there before.
Yeah, can I get some directions? We're famished. What really happened here is the old Frankton map had a grocery to be behind, but they changed that and now there's only one grocery in the entire state, and throughout the entire game it never opens. Maybe Mum was just trying to get rid of us. And, well, less importantly, but if you check Onism, which you totally can, That's not the grocery. That's right in front of the Akkad. What's funny is Yeek has actually been taking it easy on us up until now. This conversation marks the first real winding road we have to deal with. It just throws endless asides and minutiae at you and gets really lost on the way to where it needs to go. This will become the norm, and I'll cut the bullshit afterward.
Yeah, the art style for guys, I feel, is trying too hard, whereas all the designs for girls are like pretty spot on. Like, I think they're pretty good.
But let me give you an example of conversation in Yeek now that Alex has other party members to deal with. Vela
which makes me feel like it's someone, a man who's enraptured by female designs, or it's just a woman doing the designs. Which I really like when women do art for games or story writing for games, because they're usually more emotionally resonant or stylish. On average. Except for some recent stuff, like, that first live surface flop, what was it? Concord?
Explains that she weaponizes sound to harm or heal things. Onism is explained in detail for about the third time within the hour. Alex and Michael reintroduce themselves. Then the game is nice enough to skip over repeating the plot, since it repeated the plot to Michael twice already with various degrees of accuracy and length. But to make up for us missing this riveting tale that we were there for, we instead hear about Vela reacting to it.
Vela just looked into my eyes and never reacted. Something felt familiar about her. But not in the I've met her sort of way. Something deeper. I dated a girl in college who was a women and gender studies major. She said that she believes our soulmates were cut from the same section of that initial piece of matter.
This isn't quite foreshadowing. It's Alex's erection for Sammy casting a shadow like a plot sundial. This past crackpot girlfriend gets 5 text boxes. Alex explains Vela explaining the entities, then Vela explains the entities. That's unique, Yeek. You're bringing new angles to tell, don't show.
That's the thing with people, isn't it? You could show them all the mysteries of the universe, but if they're distracted by the human element of the tale, they'll shift all of their attention there.
Touché, but I'm not done talking about Andrew.
A short time ago, I entered into a dark place, both physically and metaphysically.
Vela explains her own fear of the entities, and Alex asks her to explain what metaphysically meant. And rather than saying she doesn't want to talk about it, she bangs on about the definition of the word. Well, isn't that clever, you snarky fuck? Alex calls her out on this, and Vela then does what she should have done in the first place and just said she's uncomfortable talking about the metaphysical.
Do you mean to imply that you've found a way to exist inside of a metaphysical space? That you...
Enough.
Alex then asks how she got so tough. So she gives him a phone number to access the metaphysical space of the mind dungeon and tells him to give her a ring if they run into anything metaphysical. Just fuck, you want her in the party, Yeek, I get it. Why are you so awkward about yourself? Fucking okay. So all this conversation needed to do was introduce Vela and the mind dungeon. It managed to barely do a little bit of both amongst so much padding. Yeah, I'm truncating shit from now on because this is just how Yeek operates. The conversations are like the jokes. They trip over themselves and the point gets lost along the way. This is why I don't blame people for not getting a big picture idea of Yeek. Why I don't really blame people who have wildly different interpretations. And most of all, why I don't really blame people who just want to quote the funny dumb lines of dialogue and move on. Since Yeek is always burying the lead through its own inability to stay on
I do wonder if we can get a soundbite of the what the hell is going on
topic, and it just doesn't have the charisma to pull it off. It's all very hipster in that, you know, it can't be seen taking anything seriously, and it's just a competition for the characters to out-asshole each other. It's a race to the bottom.
Yeah, that's basically millennials in a nutshell, man, is... We can't take anything fucking seriously, and everything has to be a fucking joke. Like, there's no genuine storytelling with millennials. It's all quirky.
Yeek is going for eccentric, stream of consciousness like
I'm serious, man. I am the Uncle Ruckus of millennials.
Conversations, but it lacks the charm to make it worth the very long while. And it doesn't nail the tone since this all comes off as far too rehearsed to have a believable air to it. Plot details and character beats struggle to be heard or stand out amongst all the rambling, and some rambling is fine. There's no perfect ratio on this for good writing, but Yeek isn't even in the ballpark of a good answer. Okay, this was all too many words to say this game has too many words. So, to bring this section home, let's talk about Kojima. I like Kojima, but he's also guilty of this shit. Overlong conversations rife with asides and filled with exposition.
3.
Wait.
I mean, that's what I tell my friends all the time. Oh, the Uncle Ruckus of millennials. I should get some Uncle Ruckus stuff on the soundboard. Some things. Some.
What is it?
Let me take off my glasses.
But I like him. Here's where his style works. Kojima's stories are message-driven. Each game explores a bunch of ideas before ending on a big thematic statement. Genes deciding our fate, information control, the transient nature of conflict, all bundled alongside an enjoyable spy fiction romp. If you miss the point of a Metal Gear game or don't take any meaning away from it, you can still have a good time. When Kojima goes off on an aside, there's an earnestness to it. He's fascinated by a topic and wants to explore it. He hasn't stopped the story because I'm too cool to be straightforward. These asides serve to give a better understanding of the world and characters. In their context, the topics raised tend to warrant discussion. They have a purpose of educating the viewer and equipping them to better understand the literal aspects surrounding whatever themes are being presented.
I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
This dialogue hardly sounds natural, but within Metal Gear Solid, it's believable. It informs the over-the-top, melodramatic setting and gives everything a great sense of conviction and purpose. And then, and here's the big one, here's the justifier. During a scene, Kojima remembers to advance the plot, even if only a little. This is all still indulgent, but Kojima at least puts in the work to earn it. Plus, you know, some shit is reserved for codec calls and cassette tapes.
True.
You remember pre-ripped jeans?
These come off as cheap imitations.
Yeah, the codec calls are honestly some of my favorite parts of Metal Gear games. I love the codex calls or the tape recordings. But they're always optional. They never force you to go down that path. And when they do, they really introduce you into who those characters are, what their thoughts and feelings are, what their interests are. And you get more involved with those characters.
Of that idea, where characters ramble about loosely philosophical shit with nothing to actually say on a topic. It's just diluting the actual story. So Alex and Michael endeavor to hit level 5, find something interesting on onism, and use that to rope Vela back into this mess.
Just calling to see if you figured it out. It's your best childhood friend. I think Losing My Religion by R.E.M. had just become a big hit.
Nope.
That means grinding battles and cashing the experience in the mine dungeon. You know, this visual really sums up the Yeek experience. I know I'm talking about leveling before combat, so let me say this first. For most of the runtime, leveling up felt like it was achieving very little. Statistical gains were impossible to feel, and for the length of time leveling takes, well, it's all very much in line with everything else so far, isn't it? Here's how it goes. You enter a hallway, each door has a number over it. You set which stat you want, then you enter the door to lock it in. Do that for every door, then talk to the crow. It takes tens of seconds and far more button presses than necessary to achieve fucking nothing. Cashing in level ups after a dungeon takes minutes at a time, and this isn't because I need a lot of time to think, it's because the gameplay-based method of leveling artificially slows me down in a way a menu would not. I did discover you can set everything, then ask the crow to, quote, choose for you, and it won't change your picks, and that saves a bunch of daft fade to blacks. And frankly, you're fine just letting Marlene pick for you. Even then, it's still slow and doesn't feel good. Leveling should feel like a payoff. This feels like submitting a report for the wildlife you killed. As you descend deeper into the mine dungeon, Marlene, the librarian, and other characters arise to tell you, something. I think it's about Alex's dad fucking off. I'll have to admit, this is one area in the game where I was just skipping dialogue. I could not bring myself to care. Yeek attempts, or at least pretends, to have a message of self-improvement and, ironically, awareness. The Mind Dungeon stands to represent these with its mind imagery and literal descent into the subconscious. Putting level ups, or downs in this context, is cool aesthetically, but everything about the execution is miserable, and Marlene is one insufferable character too many. Every time I'm in the mine dungeon, I am already resentful because of how slow it all is. I want to be doing anything else. So this is the worst time to throw story at me.
I don't know about you, but I feel stronger. I think you can see my biceps now.
Hell yeah.
The two check
Hell
owners and men have
yeah.
received another message.
God.
This time from a guy in Windtown whose sister also disappeared under odd circumstances.
This is interesting enough to bother Vela about?
Yeah, probably not bad.
Yeah.
Well, don't sound too excited.
Well.
Yeah, probably
interesting enough to...
I'm sorry, I'm just infatuated with how he says yeah. I don't know why, but I really enjoy.
Bother Vela about?
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, that's just so funny. I don't know why. Like Legos? Yeah, I could see that, honestly. Like, it looked like they could just pop off at any sec. You just pull it, and there's like a little tiny peg on top of their head.
probably not bad.
Well, don't sound too excited. Vela bites, and the group sets off to Windtown.
And we sat on the bus with Vela and began to talk. She seemed almost happy to see us.
I can tell. As we make a steady clip for Windtown and the camera clips for a seat, Vela gives us what little there is on Sammy.
Sammy Park was a 23-year-old Korean American. The police have no leads.
Are you Korean?
Do I look Korean?
Vaguely ethnic?
We're in the shadow of the erection again. Alex mentions they should go chat with the woman who reported Sammy missing, but things are about to take a turn.
My Sammy and Sammy in the newspaper may have looked the same. There was a difference there. I could feel it.
Man, I sure love that I'm piloting this fuck to Sammy. In Windtown, we get some odd insight into the group.
Hey, look! We're in Chicago!
Nickel, what are you doing?
Did you just laugh?
The party dynamics in Yeek are undercooked at best, and this gets weirder as more members join. Despite all that happens and how little time they really do spend together, the story treats them as friends right off the bat, because in RPGs, party members are friends. I mean, that's not true of all RPGs, probably not even true of most of them. But it feels like Yeek gets held back by a weird assumption that it then plays to, hobbling these characters along the way. We then have to ask around to find the missing girl and her brother. And back to the slow side of the pacing, everyone in Windtown is holding out on us. So let's talk about the combat. It's garbage. A turn-based battle system where each and every attack and defense is achieved via much maligned minigames. The biggest problem is this: if these minigames didn't exist, the battle system would still function and battles would still be sluggish. A lot of encounters are drag-out brawls with barely any strategy to employ.
Now, see, I like that idea on paper, but if you don't make the minigames fun and quick and intuitive, then it falls apart. Like, The World Ends With You is, like, perfect for this kind of style. Like, all combat is kind of a minigame. Like, you could get a pin for telekinesis, and you'll have to, like, press down and hold an object, and you'll be able to pick it up and throw it at an enemy. Or you get the pyronetic badge or pin or whatever it's called, and you could draw a circle around an enemy and create a circle of fire around them that they get burned by and stuff. Like, stuff like that, where it's very quick and intuitive. Like, it just works. You can understand it on a base level. But this kind of looks like it's all over the place.
Weaknesses and status effects are in short supply and not worth the hassle. The handful of bonus abilities you get will all be weighed up on their damage potential, and for much of the game, it's a low figure. This is why it just devolves into using Alex's LP toss. It has a low PP cost and does damage comparable to, or even better than his standard attack if you only land one hit. And it does it to enemy groups. So I just do this move over and over again because it's faster and puts less emphasis on me to do well. I was pumping strength as much as I could to get these battles over with sooner, but it took until late game for it to feel like min-maxing was really doing anything.
I never played Mario RPG, the one made by Square Enix, but I played one of the Paper Mario games. Yeah, those are great. And that's how Claire Obscure is too. Like the little mini games for like dodging and stuff. Like I said earlier, you get resources by attacking or dodging or parrying, and you can go into a third person reticle mode where your character can aim a gun or a spell or something, and enemies will have like a glowing spot or a weak point. A weak point that you can shoot, and it'll have a different effect. Like there's certain enemies that have like a little glowing orb on their head that when you shoot, their defense goes down. Some other ones have ones that are like pulsating. If you shoot those, they explode and damage everything around them, catch them on fire. Like stuff like that. Simple, but effective. That's why I love Chrono Trigger. It has one of the most simple, rudimentary turn-based combat systems ever. But in its simplicity, they find complexity. That's where they add like, so basically every character gets 2 spells. I think 3, but off the top of my head, I think 2. Thunder 1 and Thunder 2, Fire 1, Fire 2, whatever. Fire 1 is a single target, Fire 2 is AoE. And then they get like 1 or 2 actions each character. But the complexity comes from every character has some kind of duo attack or tripled attack they can do with the party. Like, if you use the healing aura, which usually is a sprinkle of aura from one character that's like basically like trickling down water on someone, like misty water. If you combine that with the main character's swirling spin sword attack, whatever, it creates aura whirl, where she puts that healing junk on his sword and he swings it around the battlefield and heals everybody instead of just one person. Or the character Frog can use Slurp, where he pulls in someone and does a slash, and then Chrono just has an attack where he does a double slash. But if you wait for both of their turns to come up, that those techniques will turn into cross slash, where they just do this cool like double slash to the enemy where it pierces their guard and stuff. And then there's also some timing with character positioning, because enemies move around the arena a little bit, and every attack has like a radius of where it'll affect around them and stuff. So like, yeah, it's like I like games that are simple, but in that simplicity breathes complexity through the mechanics of the game, like Chrono Trigger. This is just seeming like it's trying to be quirky and overly complex for no reason. Like it looks tedious and not fun.
All of the consumables are percentage based and cheap. I just sold every full heal I got and grabbed 50 pieces, since the damage output on both sides is so low that I was never in such a dire situation as to need a full heal quickly. There are no decisive moments or unique enemies who can put you on the ropes. It gets even easier when we get a character later in the game with an ability to apply an item to the whole party. I was basically never in danger again. So it's slow and unengaging, and with the mini-games we now have a 5 to 20 second stopgap in between the many attacks that have to be made to win battles. The gimmick loses its luster quick as it multiplies the length of battles many times over. To justify their inclusion, these mini-games for their length should feel decisive. If I do a big combo with Alex's record, I should expect big numbers, like I really put the hurt on. But no, it's just one attack of many. If I'm having to dodge enemy attacks, maybe it should feel like I'm on a knife's edge. But no, they have such low damage that I just started mashing through these, since the only thing Yeet can't...
Yeah, and that's Claire Obscure does a lot of that kind of stuff, but it all matters, especially in hard mode. Like, if I fuck up my parry or I fuck up my block, that character is getting attacked is dead.
Exhaust is my consumables. I hated every enemy that had a group attack, not just because it made the combat even slower, but group attacks for whatever reason had the most difficult and complex dodge bar. Dodging as one character, 1 press. Dodging as multiple characters, 3 presses each. Yeah, that adds up.
Yeah, in Claire Obscure, if there's like a swinging attack you can jump over, you press one button and everybody jumps at the same time. Looks a little goofy, but it works. If there's an AoE coming out, it's going to hit everybody at the same time. You parry it with one button, and it's going to parry it for everybody.
Stop! Stop it! Disco.
Here's the worst part, the minigames, at least on the attacking end, they're concealing a fucking dice roll. While rare, enemies can still evade a successful minigame, and the damage, while it's within a bracket based on performance, is still randomized and never particularly impressive. The difference between one hit with LP toss and 30 is marginal at best. So if you're doing slow minigames, maybe make the combat take a handful of turns and make those turns mean something. I feel my focus dying fight by fight in the endless repetition, but it keeps demanding.
Yeah, that's something about Clear Obscure is that fights are short and sweet once you learn how to combat flows. Same for Chrono Trigger. Like, I think all great combat, or like combat in games are short and sweet, where your actions are few but meaningful in weight.
More focus so I can continue. It's not easy enough that I just get to stomp through, but it's not biting enough that it keeps the adrenaline going. It's finely tuned terrible. It's tiring. It's insidious. And that's really the word for Windtown. Not only is everyone giving us the runaround, but they're all boss fights. I was tired of the combat by the end of the first dungeon, but sick of it before the second. That said, I am going to give this place a compliment before we get to the meat of it. It has a well-established atmosphere and identity that's consistently presented and sets you up for the story beats that happen here. Between the sad music, downbeat atmosphere, and horribly broken people, Windtown quickly and successfully sells itself as a miserable place. An air of death and decay is pervasive. Which brings me to the god-awful graveyard gags, where the Allensons put themselves next to Iwata, who I guess plans to be buried here in 16 years. Hey, fun fact, Frankton was the birthplace of Kenneth Lay. Where's his grave? He died in 2006. He's beating Iwata here, Andrew. Now, this was meant as a nice gesture, but it's placed in a town that's filled with assholes, and the other graves are all off-the-wall jokes. If you wanted to commemorate Iwata, it would have been more respectful if you just had him alive and somewhere nice, probably. Like, hey, the next town has a fucking beach, and it has Mario flags. Besides all that, it does raise some intrigue. This town is so miserable that before I even met the person I'm here for, I do feel bad for them. That person is Rory Manser, and yeah, he feels of this place, acting quite cagey and distrustful around the group.
No, I mean, what are your screen names? That's how I know all of you, so that'll be more beneficial.
And when we ask him questions, he dodges them and starts selling us an overly elaborate account of his sister's disappearance, which means we get ran through town while he goes on crazed, disconnected rants about the human soul.
I think we all have a set number of days to be in our bodies.
Eventually, Rory leads us to the sewers, believing his sister's soul to be down here. By this point, Vela's worked out what's probably going on, and despite her apprehension, decides it's best Rory faces the truth.
Okay, no, this will be fine.
Which leads to us coming face to face with another entity.
Oh, Rory, you are so wrong.
Rory believes this is the soul of his sister Carrie, and that we can in some way help her. But Vela explains what we're seeing, and well, I'll try. This here is a soul survivor. Rory's sister actually killed herself due to bullying at school. She is irrecoverably dead. And in his grief, Rory almost disconnected his soul from his body and slipped into the soul space, but he pulled himself back. So this is Rory, but it's not. In another reality, a separate Rory went through with it. The soul space is dangerous, and it warped them into this, before the entity wound up here.
Fella, can you please explain what's going on here?
She's trying, Alex. It's just convoluted. While dragged down by the philosophy lesson and Alex is yelling, there is a good character beat here, carried out with awful dialogue and taking too long, but hey, Vela had previously, also in too many words, made it apparent that she doesn't like discussing this stuff. But she puts aside her own discomfort to help Rory in a way that only she can while trying to give us...
Oh no, I think it's a golden alpaca! Damn it, we need to run!
What? Why?
Really feel myself vibrating with motion here. So, I was just very nice to Windtown. Too nice. It's actually so astoundingly awful that in my bid to understand Yeek, I've come to a conclusion. This is where Yeek, for the first time, shows its hand. People take Yeek for a clumsy game, and it is. I also think it's malicious. Rory dragged us here, gave us a big runaround, and then we learn he's hurting, his sister killed herself, and during this big emotional beat for him and Vela, the tone is shattered by a golden alpaca.
Lemonade.
It's hard to guess what this is meant to accomplish. A misguided attempt at lightening the mood, poorly breaking up the story with some gameplay, just plain fucking up.
That is a more interesting story beat than they've introduced this entire game. And it kind of hits close to home for me personally. And they just want to interrupt it for some lol random humor, some lol random internet humor. You actually had something tangible there for a second and you just threw it away for a gag. Alright.
I take it as intentional, meant to confuse and frustrate. The entire game's been spinning our wheels. All Windtown is doing is slashing the tires. It's wasting the character's time in-universe and using its mechanics and structure to waste the player's time in turn, and to an exhausting degree. I'm okay with the Rory stuff. Him lying to you is foreshadowed heavily.
Hey, I invented lying on the internet, so no need to warn me.
So a player can get what his deal is and know there's something off. In a story supposedly about people on forums solving mysteries, it makes sense they would run into someone using the case for their own ends. Rory may be doing a bad thing, but he just wants his sister back, and the weird shit on onism gave him false hope. So that's a complex and cool beat, well done, but here's what fucks with you. We can visit Carrie Mance's grave, revealing that she is already long dead. We can't act on this knowledge. We have to play along. When we speak to this girl, the camera is even heavily angled against Carrie's headstone. And hey, the one time the camera's adding to the story is because Yeek is letting you see the wasted hour ahead. Perhaps we should have arrived as this grave is being dug, with the gravedigger blocking the inscription. When we head back to Windtown later, we can then see that this is indeed Carrie's grave. This isn't subtle, I'm sure most people would peg what's going on, but it does less harm to our false sense of agency and uses the world to deliver a plot that's moving. But you know, this is me supposing Yeek wants to be good like a sensible person. The gameplay structure of Windtown is as drawn out as possible. Obviously, there's the boss rush, where we have to fight everybody in town, revving up the plot engine so it can drive us into a wall. Rory then drags the player across town again, rooted in a way that starts you at your objective and leads you away, ensuring you have to do a whole lap of the town. Meanwhile, the sky has become strange and otherworldly, drawing the player into questioning things and setting a strange scene. No one even alludes to it, it's meaningless. I should be thankful that they let something sit, but since Alex has gone on tangents for far less, I find it suspect. This is how Yeek beats you down. It gets you expecting words, it keeps you on edge.
This is right. I think I can do it here.
You get 2 abilities in the dungeon. An obstacle clearer. Look, it's this whole bit in miniature. Then in the next room we get an obstacle clearer. Funny, there's no puzzle to these things, just menu fiddling and more time down the drain. In the end, after this slow, laborious build-up, where we're getting our first insights into the metaphysics, not only are they overly elaborate yet sort of flat, but Alex keeps dragging you away from the explanation to yell,
Vela, what the hell is going on?
Vela, will you tell me what the hell is going on? What is all this about?
So,
that's the voice clip that I want. That's the one that I heard in the Magilar video when he's talking about Tales of Symphonia. That's so funny. I thought that was from like a show or something. Man, I wanted to make a video on this now. This is crazy. This is absolutely everything I hate about millennials in one game. Oh my god.
The player does care.
Oh, whoops. What happened? What did I hit?
Unpack this bullshit while being invested in an emotional moment, and all the while, Alex keeps interrupting both. You've had so much time wasted already, but hey, maybe the tone's intact.
Lemonade.
And there it goes. A slow, laborious boss fight where soul survivors, the crux of the previous scene, are turned into jokes you need to destroy in an awful minigame turn after turn, because if you don't, they get eaten by an alpaca man to power him up. This boss fight is feeding off of Rory's grief for a gimmick. That's an unbelievable way to undercut yourself. Until this segment, I've been taking Yeek at face value, as I would any other game I cover, but I don't believe it's the story acting in good faith. It's wasting time so often, in so many ways, and for a moment, it feels like it pulls back the curtain and says, yeah, you're being fucked with. I'll end by saying I know I'm making a bold claim, and it's one that's awkward to move on from. If this game's intentionally a time waster, then coming at it head on is just playing into its hands. How can you fight something like that? For now, I'm just going to keep going, because after all, I can't be totally certain that this is the case. The main character's a hipster, and so's the game he's in.
What the hell was that thing? Why did we have to kill it? And what is going on? I've been sitting here for 30 minutes.
Following the golden alpaca, Vela may as well just say, so, before I was so rudely interrupted. Because she just goes right back to explaining the magic system. We get the tidbit that there can only be one physical soul per reality. One Alex, one Rory, one Sammy, and so on. This is more or less the rule that all future twists in the game hinge on. And this is frustrating because it's obeyed and broken in near equal measure, which totals its significance. Vela also explains that entities are above petty desires. They don't really act, so it's unlikely they kidnapped Sammy. It's probably that Sammy has just left reality of her own accord and is totally gone.
My 12-year-old sister killed herself. She died right here.
No one cares about your sister right now. We almost just died ourselves.
Wow.
So everyone starts yelling at Alex for his inconsiderate outburst, even though, yeah, they nearly all did just die and probably wouldn't be in the most rational state of mind. And then this happens.
Huh?
Why did you just say that to Rory?
There is not one, not two, but 3 methods by which Alex fucking talks to himself. We have 3 narrative tools all doing the exact same thing. This is fulfilling exactly the same purpose Panda does. It just takes longer, and it means we're no longer safe outside of Alex's room. Giving Yeek the benefit of the doubt, it wants to gamify Alex's racing thoughts, having to walk between the many variations of himself as he pinballs between conflicting emotions. I'll demonstrate this in one line of dialogue.
It seems like a self-insert of the person who wrote it. They just wanted to write everything about himself
yeah, it's daft as hell.
keep talking
So is this
about
shit.
himself.
Mine took only a few fucking seconds. This whole segment is a jumbled mess on top of everything else. To jump back to just after defeating the alpaca, first we get all that exposition, we cut to this robot crackling to life, then it leaps roughly a week into the future so Alex can say he hasn't talked to anyone since Windtown and narrate how sad he is.
The following week or so, my mood was strangely languid and serene. I hadn't spoken with Michael, Vela, or Rory in almost 8 days. I listened to cassette tapes of old music, Andrew Allenson, Andrew Allenson, Andrew Allenson, as I listened to the soaring strings and strangely syncopated bass line of Symphony 7 in E-flat by Andrew Allenson.
Then it jumps back to explain why, which, before we get out of the sewers, takes us through this puzzle dungeon. Then in the jump back, after yelling at Rory, it goes into Alex's mind and then back out to here. The cut forward just muddies the...
This game is like a brain vampire. It just sucks all my IQ out as I watch these scenes with these characters. It just enforces my hatred for millennials, my own people. Funko Pop collecting, hipster fucking trash, corporate chillin'. Oh my god. This is the stuff from the 2010s I wanted to forget. Like the early 2010s hipster shit. This game is all that. And it just won't let it go. Okay, let's see how much longer we have for this. Oh my god. Let's see. I think I'm gonna make it to chapter 14. Maybe after that. About the halfway point. Yeah, well, let's get to the halfway point. Because I'm getting fucking... My brain cells are just almost gone.
Scene by giving it a needless...
My IQ is currently room temperature. by watching and listening to this game's dialogue. This man's narration and explanation of this game is the only thing keeping me sane.
Framing device. I'm not sure why the narrative thread gets knotted up for a moment. It's as though, apropos of nothing, Yeet decides to make the scene play like a mind racing frantically, even though it never acknowledges this or goes for this type of framing ever again. It's just bizarre, and I suppose in a way, it does vaguely work for Yeet in an absurdly indulgent sort of way. It's still frustrating, unearned, and out of place, but fuck it. There's no other way to end this part than with the shocking reveal that Yeet did actually have an editor. At least according to Andrew.
What?
This is seriously the last time I hang out with people I met on the internet.
Hold that thought. Rory makes his exit as the group remains pissed.
Dude! He was obviously just hurting.
I'm gonna go figure some things out. I'll be in touch when I do. In the meantime, try not to be such a jerk to your friends.
Hey, that kid isn't my friend.
Everyone yells the universe doesn't revolve around Alex, and on that depressing, I guess, bombshell, we jump those 8 days or a week or whatever into the future. Two strange things happen here. First, the reveal that Sammy is totally gone barely seems to register. Alex knows it, but doesn't believe it. This doesn't so much knock the plot for 6 as much as it knocks the plot for 6 more hours of runtime. Worse is that Onism 1999's importance and the promise of internet sleuths greatly diminishes and the plot moves to other means of moving things forward. It's funny how a shift in focus can feel so haphazard after all the bugger all that's happened, but it really does. Yeek can yet do less.
This is all fine and shit, but it doesn't bring my sister back.
This is especially frustrating since what just happened with Rory feels like a turning point of this thread. This could be where Alex and Michael realize they need to wisen up, pick their leads better, or hell, maybe just trust that they know better than Onism at this point. They've gone deeper. Maybe they could start gradually abandoning the forum as it dawns on them it's more bad than good. I'm okay with Onism's importance shrinking as the story goes on. In fact, I wish this was an actual topic of discussion, but it just sort of fades from relevance and it takes a certain character along with it. Onism continues to exist for lip service, but what exactly did it contribute when it was relevant? 2 private messages when we were written into a corner and 1 interesting observation, which is that people on the internet lie? Well, great, really bring in the heat. You can actually browse Onism. It's a bit crap. The writing here is much the same as everywhere else. Contradictory drivel filled with unlikable bellends. But since it's based on a web forum, Andrew's writing is really in its element. Plus, it's the game's source of side quests, and besides the
Wait, what did that say?
Andrew's writing is
Picture what? Yeah, that is kind of fucked up. What the hell? Picture it didn't happen. What the fuck?
It's really in its element. Plus, it's the game's source of side quests, and besides the fact I don't want to help these people, this is a cute way to frame the extra content. Like the NPCs, it doesn't update much.
That's not the first time this has been done, though. Like, other games have done it and done it better. Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Their side quests are just forum posts of people hiring you. .hack Sign, that entire series from like 2006 and 7. It's literally just people sending you emails for side quests and stuff. So it's nothing unique. It's been done a lot.
Much to reflect what's going on throughout the adventure. It's mostly just Michael making vague and asinine posts once in a while. It has the potential to be a cool diegetic way to log the story for the player. If things weren't so long-winded and there was text to spare, we could have Michael and later other party members posting threads asking if anyone knows anything about the factory, about entities and so on, get some insight into them. In turn, other people post things, which may be helpful, but may be baseless assumptions, or maybe they just start making up their own version of events, which could further reflect the vacuous and self-serving nature of places like this, a theme which is possibly in the game, but Yeek is unsure if it wants it to be. In this way, the player has a log of the overly convoluted events of the plot, and Yeek gets to actually say something about its subject matter. The way Andrew speaks of his time investigating Elisa Lam, it comes off like he's describing a hole he had to pull himself out of. So I figured that's something he would want to reflect in the story, that you can wind up getting too deep into web conspiracies. But the forum, like anything else, is just kinda there. Besides this, Yeek had 3 scripts. The cutscene script, the world dialogue, and Onism. The cutscene script was finished first, with the other 2 written thereafter. But these two later scripts feel like they have little clue what happens in the story, like they only exist on cliff notes. They don't play off or reflect back on the plot, instead feeling written in isolation, which creates a setting that feels disjointed. With Onism largely forgotten about, what was at the start one of the narrative's biggest pillars, or if not a pillar, a crutch to keep the plot hobbling on, has now been kicked out by its own author. This takes us into a bold new form of storytelling where nothing happens for a couple hours and you can faintly hear an identity crisis. Alex's mum loses her job, which causes Alex to bitch and moan when she asks him to put his degree to use. This is the scene that gets across that Alex is a spoiled brat, which should remove the need for numerous monologues to that effect. We go and get rejected from 3 stores, and this is never brought up again. This reinforces once again pretty heavily what we already know about Alex, that he's a naive brat who puts his own selfish desires above those close to him. It's tedious, but it's story being told in gameplay. We're made to be doubly frustrated with Alex, since we had to drag his ass around before he himself makes it all for nothing. I don't actually mind games making me feel negative emotions if it's in service to something engaging and worthwhile. Here's the trouble. Yeet just attempted to make a point about something by wasting our time, which shows a frankly stunning lack of self-awareness. This is assuming it's not intentionally wasting our time at all times, in which case this is just par for the course. It then totally kneecaps this shortly afterwards in a conversation with Vela. Alex patronizingly tells her to leave work to come with him and she rightfully points out his pig-headedness.
Yeah, I get it.
Wait, Alex. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped like that.
Then apologizes for rightfully blowing up. So the time was wasted, then it wastes your time by making the time wasted pointless.
I wanted to make a game about a guy who's like a piece of shit, unlikable character who by the end of the game has to transform.
Look, I guess we're really trying to push Alex being a shit all the way. But don't have the party just roll over if you want to make a point about him having to change. Now sure, Vela then does lightly reprimand him, but trust me, it's for fucking naught. So, after the job hunt by the slack cunt, Yeek remembers the robot. So late in the night, an entity leads Alex up to an old radio station and
I'm trying so hard to keep up with what's going on.
Gives him a record sleeve for the mystical Ultima LP Legend. Interesting cover there. And Alex works out it wants him to find the vinyl and broadcast it. When we go rope Michael into this...
Hi.
Is Michael home?
There is no Michael who lives here. Only... Oh. You must want the house next door.
Michael has inexplicably changed houses. Lousy foreshadowing. You can't even make a house a home. Alex has a freak out and Michael's mum says he's sick. Unable to find the LP at the Frankton music store, he decides to check in with Vela. She demands that we stop hunting for it, genuinely distressed. So Alex is going to keep hunting for it. Outside, we run into Michael and he's perfectly fine.
Oh, yeah.
The two join forces, and while we're in Windtown, we're dragged over to check on Rory. Something strange then happens. There are a handful of choices around Rory. It sticks out like a sore thumb since everything else in Yeek is predetermined or pointless. But with Rory, you can get him to kill himself. The reason I spoil that so casually is because all this does is change a few lines of dialogue. Either way, Rory rejoins the story and comes along for the ride, and I mean the ride, as Yeek now makes
what?
To sit through a... But with Rory, you can get him to kill himself. The reason I spoil that so casually is because all this does is change a few lines of dialogue. Either way, Rory rejoins the story and comes along for the ride, and I mean the ride, as Yeek now makes us sit through a bus ride, a train ride, a meal, and another bus ride, totaling 15 minutes of dialogue that starts off introducing Rory.
I'm a scene kid with a dead sister.
And with that done, it just keeps going on about nothing as we fruitlessly go from store to store. It's excruciating.
Hey. No scene kid that I know, or any scene person I know, wears a fucking Where's Waldo shirt like you do. Why are there so many striped Where's Waldo shirts in this? It's checkered, Where's Waldo? You can wear different shirts, guys.
We're eventually brought to Flagtown, where we meet the siblings Claudio and Chandra. Claudio goes on Onism, and he saw the sleeve. Despite what just happened, what I said about Onism is still true.
Was that a Powerpuff Girls shirt? No, that's not. It's probably some vague reference to Japanese anime. Yeah, one wears a yellow shirt and one wears a red shirt. That's the same thing. You know, there are so many of these games where they have like a white protagonist who has like a black friend who is just into anime and is like a Bushido samurai. That feels like stereotyping.
Onism, and he saw the sleeve. Despite what just happened, what I said about Onism is still true. They don't have the record, but he knows someone who might, and decides to take us to this old guy who lives in the mountains who might have a copy. This takes us through a cave dungeon. Not much new to say about this beyond the frankly disgusting amount it drags us over hurt tiles to progress. I'm glad I can kick Rory out of the lineup since he's the worst party member I've ever had. As opposed to attacking, Rory can elect a party member that he'll step in to take damage for. He can then swap his health and PP numbers to take more damage. Claudio actually does noticeable damage, and Chandra's aforementioned spread item ability means you never need Think in combat again. For a measly 2 PP, you can make a restorative 4 times as efficient. It invalidates Rory the same way the story invalidates Michael. Up top, we meet Mark.
Mark sponsored the Bring Him Home concert for my cousin who fought in the Gulf War.
That was long before you could even walk. Hell, I was a kid then.
Is Chandra meant to be 11 years old? He doesn't have the record, but looking at the...
Yeah, I was just thinking that as they were talking, the Gulf War was 91. That's when I was born. What do they mean by that? This game's writing is... This is very similar to that mixtape game that just came out. It is so detached from the time that they're basing it on. I don't really even feel this guy actually played Earthbound or any of those role-playing games. I think they read that those were well-known, popular RPGs, and they just wanted to make what was fucking popular. Yeah, I think so too, because it really has nothing to do with 1999. It looks like modern-day aesthetics for everything, honestly. What does 99 have to do with anything? What, so they don't have cell phones? Yeah, because... Okay, so if it was 2019 when this came out, and they were referencing the Gulf War, then she would be like 20-something, or at least close to that, and wouldn't be able to... she was born in 1990. That would make a lot of fucking sense, because she'd only be... Wait. Yeah, something like that, you know. She'd be like 3 or 4 years old. Because she'd be like 20-something, like 27, I don't know, something like that in this. But yeah.
Cover, he knows...
I'm getting too stupid by listening to this. My brain don't work so well good no more.
Who made it?
Ah, yes. The Mystical Ultima LP Legend by Vela Wild.
Did you say Vela Wild?
We got the record an hour and a half ago. That time has now been wasted. And Mark, who for the record might actually be the most smarmy cunt in the game, he doesn't give this information up easily. We have to sit through 10 minutes of him talking about tea and metal before this reveal.
I had a partner, a very good man.
That's great, Mark. We'll never see you again. You know, I think Alex is illiterate. Genuinely, this guy can't read. Each plot point hinges on this. A grocery list, a headstone, and now worst of all, a record sleeve. Let's show that sleeve again. It fucking has him on it. How does that not pique the interest of someone as self-absorbed as him? It's not even a matter of arrogance. Anyone would immediately want to know who the hell did this, then sue them for money. By now, the moral of Yeek seems to be reading shit saves your life. I'm amazed Alex hasn't killed himself missing a high voltage sign before he even got to college. I am wondering if Alex repeatedly missing obvious clues, overlooking things, and getting into danger chasing bad leads is a commentary on this form of amateur internet manhunt. If that's what Yeek wants to communicate, it's taking a pretty subversive route to genuinely waste your fucking time. This is especially bad when it seems to be the only trick it has in its playbook. Let's look at the strange juxtaposition this chapter has now created. Both the job hunt and getting the record were wastes of time, but Alex did actually make a roundabout form of progress towards the record, and got a hell of a lot more money indulging in his paranormal bullshit. Now, I know money is a gameplay element, but besides that, he also got 2 new people going along with him. This feels like the opposite of the message you're going for. Now, to be an arrogant piece of shit, if I was writing Yeek, I'd have Alex get a job in this part. He'd turn up once or twice, but lose it pretty damn quick, skipping shifts to indulge in his hunt for Sammy. Alex not getting a job basically takes the fault off of him. It makes what this part is going for fall flat. He tried, but it didn't work out, and hey, that clears his schedule for tracking down Sammy. He should try, succeed, and squander it for his bullshit whims, which would make this bit with Vela bite a little bit more. She needs a job, and this arsehole really doesn't. I took the piss on how it feels like Andrew flipped his story on Alex, but playing Yeek, I buy that at some point intent truly changed and Alex is meant to serve as a warning. I refuse to believe someone could fuck up likable this bad. But it feels soft, it doesn't communicate well, and this is because Yeek is limp. Now, back to the record, Alex really isn't the only one at fault. Claudio says he saw the cover. Is he not going to ask any follow-up questions about the fuckers standing in front of him? Jesus Christ, I just realized this is a shit version of what Neuro did. The difference is I'd have beaten Neuro 15 hours earlier and walked away feeling like I got more out of it. Outside, Yeek goes for a victory lap and has Alex re-explain the plot to Claudio and Chandra.
I met Sammy Park. I'd followed a cat into an old factory. A bit odd, his soul...
None of the style of this game is 90s to me whatsoever. All this is like... It was the end of the 2010 style. All this. In some modern... still, people dress similar to this day. It's really annoying, but... In the 90s, I expect to see a lot more t-shirts, baggy pants, strap pants as well. Or, trying to think... I know, I'm just going to show that short after we will get to the halfway point of this, that 7-minute short. That'll explain everything.
Bella, the soul survivors she said that these beings have soul space. Rory had Then I found out that radio tower. Didn't expect you to believe me.
The two understand Rory's pain, having lost a younger brother a long time ago. This gets heated.
I had a kid brother, you know. He went missing in 1985. No one really ever investigated it. Sure, they looked around for him. And for a week they had a task force.
You act like they even tried. A 4-year-old black kid goes missing in a shit neighborhood, and you think they really tried?
And look, it's all well and good for Yeek's white writer to try and score some points along the way, and it would probably come across better if a white girl didn't die earlier and the police didn't care then. And let me tell you something that will make this guilt trip lose a lot of impact. This is setting up Yeek's one and only punchline.
Don't you think it's weird that a young woman goes missing in your town and only people talking about it are some weirdo kids on the internet? You guys get off on it in a way, don't you?
Easy now. Okay. Let's go find this record.
You guys are coming along? Awesome.
Regrettable move, Claudio. The gang then goes back to the arcade. Alex makes a bad apology to Vela, and the plot makes her okay with doing the very thing she asked Alex not to.
Who are... Oh, Michael! Rory! New friends? Hey, new friends!
He then asks to go into Vela's mind dungeon to get the record. In the one time I'm on board with Rory, he asks how Alex knows the record's in her head. The game says shut the fuck up. I'm also on board with this because it led to less words. Vela's dungeon is perhaps the best in the game. It explores Vela's past through environmental cues and implication, and her musical nature is explored thoroughly through the dungeon's design. To get the record, we have to go to various corners of her mind and gather parts of her together to form a band, with more instruments being added to the backing track as we clear dungeon segments. It's all centered around the stage. Sammy's in here for whatever reason. Besides that, I've worked out why she looks so mad all the time. She mixed up which game she's just a cameo in. With the introduction of the skateboard, we even start doing some puzzles again. Though it must be said, I really dislike Yeek's puzzles. Each puzzle room is built to be as spacious as possible, and I get this is partly to obscure solutions and force you to try and hold the space in mind, but it also means there's just ages of trekking across rooms to test things out. Let's talk about music. It's a mixed bag. There's a handful of tracks I like besides the one composed by Toby Fox. but during play, I noticed something strange. The music I disliked, I wasn't just thinking, wow, this music's bad. I was often finding myself telling the music to shut the fuck up.
I feel like too many composers try to sound like Uematsu. I don't blame them for imitating the Final Fantasy soundtracks. I've done it. I made a career out of it. But lately, I've been craving my own voice.
Well, you found it. Still, there are some genuinely good tracks in amongst. The theme for Alex communicates his character better than the game does.
Fair.
Acoustic instruments tell us he's a hipster, and the beeps and boops tell us he's a dork.
And loud and obnoxious.
The voices in the background steadily rise to demonstrate his growing importance, but this isn't dignified chanting. It's a pompous idiot becoming more important than he realizes or deserves. This track is used for motifs in the Mind Dungeon and for later reveals, nice subtle hints that connect Alex to concepts and other characters. But that's not just getting ahead of myself, that's getting out of the game. If you just take Yeek on its own, Andrew communicates better through music than English. You'd think this track would be 10 minutes long and have 2 minutes of random ska and a spoken word bit from a Murakami novel, but no, this music communicates a clear story in good time. The variety of battle music is one aspect that helps with how long and repetitive battles are, but it's a real crapshoot when I find a majority of the music grating. Plus, there's an annoying incongruity when the game asked me to tackle rhythmic minigames while the soundtrack doesn't quite play along. By putting the band together, we're able to find the LP deep in the recesses of Vela's Mind Dungeon. But before it's broadcast, the group gets together to listen to it themselves. That bad, huh? Yeah, the reception makes Vela run off. Alex goes after her, and it's Halloween now. Wasn't it spring earlier today? Don't get me wrong, I feel like I've lost months of my life, but this isn't right. This section of the story is where metaphysical rules and mystical bullshit just gets dumped on us in big dollops. Most of it meaningless twaddle meant to send the viewer in circles. On that note, Vela's backstory. She got cheated on in another reality and wound up hopping to ours a year ago. Besides the usual eye-rolling wordiness, this story is delivered like a creepypasta where the author uses absurdly precise measurements.
It was May 22nd, 1996, at 3:02 a.m., May 22nd of 1997. At 3:02 p.m. till 3:02 a.m. It was May 22nd, 1998, 12:01 p.m.
It's hilariously distracting, like every time Vela's sad she had to check her watch. Oh, 3:02 a.m. Crippling depression. Vela, could you tell me where half a year went besides down the drain? Anyway, then we get a choice to try and kiss her. Putting aside the foreshadowing in Alex's pants, the crew heads up to a radio tower.
For everyone, time is measured differently.
Clearly. Play us off.
Robot Sword Warrior? Alright.
Witness.
This powers up the Essentia 2000, who immediately establishes her power level by taking out some entities. This would look cool if it wasn't Yeek. And the vision of this conks Alex and Vela out.
It was the woman made of plastic that I've been dreaming about. She was stuck in the van, but we need to find her.
Outside, Rory asks a life or death question.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
The next morning, Alex reflects on his unexplainable connection to this android, feeling like he's known her for a long time.
How can a woman made of plastic be loved so much by a real flesh and blood human?
That's not an honor hole I want to go down, Alex. There's a ton of last-second
That's something that this
foreshadowing in
game
a
is
painfully
confident enough to
dragged-out
tackle.
conversation about Vela's reality and the nature of death.
I had this dream, and in this dream, I was loved unconditionally.
Sounds like a dream. So, who was she? Was it Sammy Park?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it was. Maybe it was you. Maybe it was the android in the van. Maybe it was all three of you as one being.
What?
Meanwhile, Rory found the van in a bunch of pictures on Onism. So in the end, I guess it's good to get into conspiracy forums. Wait, shouldn't Michael have been the one to do that?
You have died.
I'd say I don't get Yeek's party, but there's nothing to get. They're dull on their own and don't bring out anything interesting in each other. Michael was, well, not interesting, but useful at the start since he knew more than Alex about the paranormal. Then Vela comes along and just plain knows more than him. That's, workable. I mean, he still has Onism. Oh wait, that's not important anymore. And we're trusting information from fucking Rory now? So, what's the point of Michael? He's redundant. All he does is step in to take pot shots. I don't think he even wants to be here. He's bored. Vela should either be his worst nightmare or holy grail. This is someone who's hopped realities. But besides this one moment, I can't recall them ever really interacting.